What was something you saw you were definitely not supposed to see? Freshman year of college. Walk into the kitchen area late at night, and there's my girlfriend sitting on the counter, making out with one of my good friends. I just left quietly without them noticing, and cut off all contact with both of them. So, pretty sure I wasn't supposed to see that. Edit. Saw them both together about 20 years later at Costco, so I guess it worked out for them. Edit 2. Holy upvotes Batman. Expected this to be buried. To answer some questions about leaving quietly, I was just in shock at first, and most likely stoned, hence the late night kitchen trip. I remember watching them for a minute, and then just being like fuck them and leaving. It went from he is groping my girl, to look at these two shitty people I don't need in my life real quick. And at the time it seemed important to not give them a chance to spew excuses to me and feel better about it, because it wouldn't matter what they said. And the longer I didn't talk to them, somehow the more cathartic it became. If it happened to me today, I don't know I'd manage that. That said, it was a long time ago, and I hold no long-term ill feelings toward them. In the big picture of awful things people do to each other, it sucked, but lots of people have worse stuff done to them all the time, and I ended up with a pretty great life. My reaction when seeing they were still together was more like, how would you look at that? Around 2000, I was working for a large business that makes telecom/networking equipment, managing an internal project. Holiday comes around, most everyone is off doing their thing. I'm in the office being busy beaver exempt employee. I encounter a problem pushing a very large binary blob to another site, and while troubleshooting, notice that there's some seriously high network usage happening across the switch from one particular machine. Now, I have a local administrator on all the machines in my department, so I log on to this machine to find out why someone has set up an against policy VPN tunnel. We're all /programmer types, but we have proprietary IP sitting on machines. We are undernet secretary and can't have people remoting into these machines or whatnot. Oh, hey, this guy is running the MUIR off his freaking USellevel account. That's not good. What is this guy thinking? Why can't he be a professional? So, we are going to have to write this guy up. Let me just have a look at what pirated music and move is this. Oh Jesus Christ, one of the functions of my job was to carry the bat phone, which had a direct line to an FBI office, because our corporate was pretty big on turning network intrusions into federal cases wherever possible, and if the FBI wanted something, the FBI got it. Warrant not required. The guy had brought in a case of burned CDs full of kiddie porn and was distributing it off our network via LimeWire. I missed dinner that night and had to keep what was happening from my wife for about a week before they finally arrested him, which put a strain on our relationship. But that guy got sent off for a long time. My dad once handed me his tablet and suggested I look at an ebook or something while we were sitting around in a theater waiting for a play to start. I don't know if I misunderstood him or what, because when I brought up his Amazon Reader app, I saw that the last book he had been reading was How to Deal with a Sexless Marriage or something along those lines. Dad was very embarrassed, quickly took the tablet back, and we did not speak of what had just transpired. Another time, Dad handed me his phone and asked me to look up something for him while we were sitting around the living room at a family get-together. When I opened his browser app, the last page open was Born. The video began auto-playing, and I frantically tried to figure out how to close a tab, but all I really managed to do was look at the video for far longer than I wanted to, so I shoved the phone back at my dad and said, "Ya need to close the tab, I can't figure out I'm sorry," and we once again did not speak of what had just transpired. There were also another couple of times where I went to use his computer and there was either a bunch of Born open in his browser or some kind of Born in the CD tray. Dad is a bit absent-minded. Edit. To maybe clear up some confusion, I'm not listing this stuff in the order it happened. First things were running across Born on or in his computer while he wasn't around, then the ebook thing, then the Born on his phone. After that, nothing's happened. He's not trying to suggest anything. He's just distractible and forgetful. Not me, but a coworker several months before I started at the company. Big boss man comes back from a site visit/weekend at his cabin not too far from site. Has someone burn all photos from his camera to a CD and makes a couple of copies. One copy is with my coworker and another guy looking at photos from site. Suddenly the photos of the site trip ends and there are topples photos of Big Boss Man's wife at their cabin on the disk. But wait, there's a twist. Another copy of the same set of photos was currently in the boardroom PC, where Big Boss Man is showing photos to the client. My coworker doesn't know what to do, tells our lead administrative assistant. She confidently marches into the boardroom and ejects the disk, interrupting the meeting. Big Boss Man asks, "What are you doing?" She simply says, "There's a problem with the disk," and leaves. Edit. Everyone is praising the AA with bigger balls than anyone else. Yes, she's amazing, and no, she never got in trouble. She was the second employee that was hired when Big Boss Man started the company 2 decades ago. This event happened almost 9 years ago now, and she's still an indispensable employee. My coworker who unexpectedly saw the boobs never heard what happened after that. Nobody talked about it and everyone just carried on like it never happened. In middle school we had a class trip to the countryside where we stayed at a fancy historical manor. There were about 50 students and 5 chaperones present. The boy/girl ratio was roughly the same, so we basically divided the manor into the boy and girl halves, each with chaperones. One of the nights I got up to go to the bathroom and had walk across a long hallway which had lots of windows. From a certain point I could see into the room where one of the female chaperones slept. She wasn't super hot or anything, but she was reasonably attractive and fairly young. I saw her looking out of the window and smoking a cigarette while she was topless. This was the first time in my life I've seen real life boobies, so I just stood there transfixed. She couldn't see me because the hallway was totally dark, so she just kept on smoking and being lost in thought. One of the male chaperones heard me leave, so after a while he got worried that maybe I got lost or was trying to sneak into the girl's half. He came looking for me, and when he found me in the hallway he also saw her just standing there. We both exchanged looks. He grinned and said wow. I then proceeded to use the bathroom and went back to bed. On my way back she had already retreated into her room. Of course, being a middle school boy, I told all my friends the following morning, but at the request of the male chaperone I left out the part where he also saw her. I became an instant hero and was made to retell the story in extreme detail for days to come. The following night a few of the boys tried sneaking out to get a peek, but the male chaperone was probably expecting this and basically made sure we just went to the bathroom and weren't idling around to catch a peep. I worked at FedEx Express when I was getting my bachelor's degree. Was one of the first people there every morning, since I was a handler and would help unload our giant metal cans off of a semi. Each can was stuffed full of packages. Well, I would set up a scanner in order to scan damaged packages, so our station wouldn't get charged for it, since it was damaged before it arrived. One morning my manager, who was an alcoholic and a pillhead, had me scan these large bags going to the VAB. Said it was in case sheet was missing. These bags were closed with a velcro strap around the top, so they weren't very secured. These giant bags were full of pills and it never occurred to me that anything was wrong. Well, one morning I arrived a little earlier than normal and was setting stuff up when I heard a tearing sound. It WSS velcro coming apart. I didn't think anything about it and kept working. After about 5 minutes I heard a thud and looked up to see that manager come around the corner of the can and place a VAB bag back onto the ground and walk off. He didn't notice I was there since I was in between 2 trucks in the warehouse. After seeing that, it made sense why he wanted me to scan the bags now. The faker was and had been stealing pain medication out of the veterans hospital's bags and using them for his own addiction. I brought it up to a coworker that had worked there forever, in which she told me to just ignore it unless I had hard evidence like a video or actually see him digging in the bag. If I had anything less and accused him of it, I'd surely be fired, since ours gave 0 sheets about its employees and only protected the managers. When I was in college I worked at an arcade/mini golf joint that seemed to give 0 facts about actually making money, but was never in any kind of financial trouble. When I got hired, the owner literally said I pay minimum wage and I expect to get minimum work for it. I worked the front counter and collected money for the mini golf and sold cups of coins, or you could just use the coin changer. The till was completely busted and would be off by $50 or more in either direction, no matter what you did. I realized very quickly that I could just pretend to ring up golf fees and cups of tokens and pocket the cash, so I'd pocket $30-40 every shift, and nobody seemed to give a shit. One of the assistant mangers let me take a break 20 minutes after I'd just taken a break because some of my friends had shown up and wanted to smoke a bowl with me. He was like, that is totally more important than your job. It was awesome. Then one day I walked into the owner's office while his secretary was recording figures in the ledger. I can read upside down pretty well, and it was very obvious that the figures she was recording had fuck all to do with the business we were doing. We sold maybe $60 of golf fees a night and maybe $100 in coin cups, but she was recording $600 and $1,000 for each. I commented on the discrepancy and quipped about how someone would think we were in the laundry business, and she got really squirrely and told me to leave the office. The next day the owner called me into his office and we had a very circumspect conversation about how much I was enjoying working there and enjoying the perks of the job, and I very much got the sense that he was trying to decide if I was going to tell anyone anything. Apparently he decided I wasn't, and so I kept working there. About a year later the owner was arrested for money laundering and we all got fired. Still the best job I ever had. The mob is an A+ employer, would work in fake business again. I was bartending, and it was slow. I was putting away glasses by the only two people sitting at the bar. They seemed a new couple, very touchy, etc. At some point I noticed that she was wearing a wedding ring, and he was not. Right as the music died down between songs, he turned to her and said, "You know, they're going to ask you where you were when he drowned." Noped out of there real damn quick. Edit. This was 5 years ago now, but from what I remember they definitely knew I heard them. I was like 2 feet away. I froze for a second and then turned and went straight into the kitchen. I was freaking out with the kitchen staff and trying to figure out what to do. When I came back out they had paid cash and left. I debated calling the police, but had no other info besides what I thought I heard. I freaked out for a few days. Never heard anything about anyone drowning. I didn't keep it a secret either. I have told this story a lot. And this was a small town where people have nothing better to do than talk. So if there was a scandal, it was common knowledge what I had heard. I stumbled across a major case of fraud in my company. The owner's son, Jay, was recently released from jail and needed to find adequate housing for himself to be able to be paroled. Someone in my company, I don't know who, went into QuickBooks and edited 4 weeks of paychecks for an employee, K, to make it look like they belonged to Jay. I only found out because Jay had asked if I could scan and email them to his potential landlord. I didn't really think twice about it at first, but after talking to the bookkeeper and realizing things weren't adding up, I went in to take a look and discovered what was done. I forwarded a copy of the forged checks to my personal email from the work email, but other than that, I don't know how to handle this situation. Saying anything at all could result in me losing this job, and I sure as shit cannot afford to not be working or making any less than what I make right now. Edit. So there are some things that I should add that I also know about this company and the owners that I neglected to add in the original post. A lot of people are telling me that this isn't really fraud, and I can see your point. The reason I used that word is because I have witnessed firsthand the owners stealing from the customers, and because of that, I can't help but feel like that word is appropriate for all of their business dealings. Our business includes sales, and I've watched the owners sell to their customers and have them either paying cash or write checks made out to their personal accounts and not the business ones. If any of these customers were ever to look at our company records, there wouldn't a single record of them ever having done business with us. No legal contracts were signed. No records of payments received or deposited. Their customer information isn't even kept with the rest of the legitimate customer files. They are kept in a locked drawer in the owner's office so that he can keep them separate and knows which ones he can keep going back to for under the table cash. Edit 2. Since I'm still getting comments on this from people telling me that it will find the email, let me assure you they won't. Wanna know how I know they won't? Because I'm the resident id person. About 2 years ago, there was a fire in a high-rise apartment building across the street from where I was living. My boyfriend and I had friends living in the apartment building, so we rushed outside to see if we could find them. From our house, we couldn't see which floor the fire was on, but judging from the smoke, it appeared it was close to the top floor. Anyways, the apartment was mostly evacuated, and we did finally meet up with our friends, who were unhurt. We were standing around with the crowd when a woman ran up to the firefighters and shouted, "My daughter, my daughter." Someone caught her as she collapsed to her knees in the street, crying and shrieking. A paramedic eventually escorted her away from the scene to an ambulance as the firefighters brought out a woman strapped to a stretcher. We all thought this was the daughter, but then a firefighter came out of the 14th floor window with a small child in his arms. It was a young girl, and he carefully handed her to his partner to take down the ladder to safety before disappearing back into the apartment. As the second firefighter carried her slowly down the ladder, more than a few of us wondered why he was taking so long. As he neared the ground, a collective gasp went up from the crowd. The little girl was limp and looked as though she was asleep, but on closer inspection, we could see that her skin was grey-blue in color. The firefighter put the girl on a stretcher, and the paramedics began a half-hearted attempt at CPR to appease the crowd as they rushed to the ambulance. But they knew, as we all did in our hearts, that the little girl had perished in the fire. Not long afterwards, a stretcher was brought out of the building with a large man on it. He too was blue-gray in color. This time no attempt at CPR was made as he was wheeled away to the ambulance. It was later reported in the newspaper that the man on stretcher was the girl's father. The little girl had been playing with the stove and had hidden in a closet because she thought her parents would be angry with her. He had died trying to save her, even though he had cerebral palsy and used a wheelchair. That was the day I learned my lesson about rubbernecking at an accident or fire. Edit, grammar, spelling. My mother's autopsy report. It was faked up. Edit. First, thank for the kind comments. To clarify the matter, let me tell you guys the story. My mom died in a car accident because she pulled me out of the way of a speeding car. I was 11 years old. I will always remember the image of she bleeding on the street. It was so unreal that I didn't even cry until years later. Some people called an ambulance and took me back home. After that, I just remember blurry things that happened months and months later. My dad trying not to cry at my mother's funeral, my siblings completely devastated, some kind of interrogations by police officers, and so on. I believe they found the driver, but by then, my father was already too overwhelmed to take legal action. Moving on several years later, I was probably 16 to 17 and looking into my dad's archive some personal documentation about myself in order to submit a college application. He keeps everything in this old archive, so I'm just going through all the documents. Out of nowhere, I open this folder and I got dead cold. Pictures of my mother lying on an operation table completely naked and bald shave, with those incisions and openings that I had only seen in movies or television. Alongside the report with the cause of death. I could not even pronounce those words, and I was freaked out by the photos. I put back the folder and ran away. We ended up moving out from that house, and I'd never seen those papers again. I found my dad's will. I was on his computer while he was at work, actually searching for his born, and ended up finding a strangely titled Word document. At first it didn't seem like a big deal. It contained a note to each of his kids. It wasn't until I got to the last one, my youngest brother, that I realized it wasn't just a will. The start of that line read something along the lines of, "If anything is going to make me change my mind now, it's writing this part." I realized I had found my dad's suicide note. I was about 14 or 15 at the time, and I had no idea how to go about talking to him about it. I decided to just keep it to myself. He started buying us gifts and stuff and I would get really scared, and I still just kept it to myself. I remember one day on the weekend I woke up in my bed to a loud bang coming from my dad's room. I laid there in bed for probably half an hour frozen. Once I worked up the strength, I went to his room and opened the door. He wasn't in the bedroom. I was so confused until I saw that the bedroom window was open. What had happened is that there was a gust and the wind had slammed the door shut, but my paranoid brain had heard a gunshot. After that I was laughing hysterically, and I don't have much memory of the day past that. Shortly after this incident, my dad had returned most of the gifts he bought us kids, and I slowly started to believe that he had changed his mind. I never confronted him about it until last year, about 14 years or so later, but I never fully accepted that he was okay now. I called him distraught about a separate matter and he started talking to me about depression. He told me on his own about he had considered taking his life and went into detail about it, and all I could do was cry and tell him I know. We talked a lot longer after that, and we were finally able to put it all to rest. I have a SFW1. I worked at a tech company in college and the company books were just sitting on a drive anyone could look through. I looked through the books, realized I was underpaid and billing the most of anyone in the company, and politely demanded a raise. They refused, so I left and took all of my clients with me. Started my own company and immediately earned 10x the money. Edit. Thanks for all the kind words and interesting questions. To answer some common comments, the company I worked for did not have a non-compete or an NDA. That company was poorly administrated, and now, as a lawyer, I'm actually horrified at all of the other things they were doing wrong. That company was one lawsuit away from being put out of business at any time for several reasons. Strictly speaking, we aren't hiring right now. But if you think you're interested, PM me with what your skills are, and I'll follow up with you. Yes, bow hunting and more ninja skills will be taken into consideration. A few people have asked what my companies do. I'm grateful for the interest, even if just passing, so here are a couple of brief descriptions and website links. My first company is a technical consulting company to the public. We only advertise website development and SEO/marketing type services, and that stuff is now our bread and butter. However, we also take on other interesting projects, including mobile apps and things that I can't say much about for NDA reasons. I can say, however, we are currently working with Chick-fil-A and a legal institution on some cool stuff that I'm pretty excited about. If you have a difficult or peculiar technical challenge, we pick those up when we find interesting ones. It's called Weaver Innovations, LLC. My second company is a consulting service where we build startups, primarily law firms for the time being, including everything from creating the law firm, getting it running well, marketing and PR, technology, and strategizing growth. We've recently expanded from working with just law firms to a variety of other startups. We'll probably need to rebrand soon for that reason. And from working with only startups to also helping established companies grow. It's called Everything But the Law, LLC. Thanks for your interest and kind words. I'll answer all of your related questions, so fire away. Edit. Apparently I'm not supposed to put links in comments, so I've edited those out. My neighbor staring at her room, I'd love her with such longing and unrequited love in her eyes, it bugs me to this day. Backstory. I live in a courtyard W3 apartment buildings. My building has 4 2-bedroom apartments. The landlady lives in another of the buildings, in a 1-bedroom. Across the street, the landlady's son owns/lives in an apartment building of his own. The apartment next door to me houses a couple, 33 meters and 28F, with their children, 10F and 4 meters. They're immigrants and have a long-standing relationship. The landlady, they pay a slightly lower rent, and they manage the buildings when she travels, like 6 months out of the year. The guy runs a construction crew, so he does odd jobs, and his wife stays at home. All this to say, the families know each other. There's a class difference, which is important to these people, but they've been in each other's orbit for years. When I moved in, my neighbor was pregnant with a little boy. FFWD to his birth. He's pretty light-skinned. For context, these PPL are of South Asian descent, dark brown complected. Lots of babies grow into their color, so no big. 4 years later, he's still notably lighter than his seasoned parents. My mom told me that there were rumors circulating about the kid's paternity, but I'm not one to get into PPL's business or in that kind of drama, so I didn't pay attention. And then I get a look at the supposed father. This happens when the boy is prob 2. The landlady's son comes to see his mom, and I was leaving the courtyard. Little boy looks a lot like him. Most telling is the coloring they share. I would later see his own children. His son and the neighbors could be brothers. My mom makes friends with the neighbors, and we become somewhat close. I have my own baby. We interact regularly. One day I'm taking my daughter out in her stroller. I pop over to tell the neighbor I'm leaving, as I normally do. Her door is open, but her screen door is closed. She's sitting on the ground, staring up at the landlady's son, who is playing with her, possibly his son. The look on her face. I've never seen such naked longing and happiness on someone outside of the movies. I felt like I was intruding on a super private moment. Her eyes lit up, and she looked years younger. It was definitely a aha moment. He wasn't even looking at her, and I'm sure she didn't realize she had that look on her face. I quietly backed away without saying anything and left. She's never said anything to me about her son's paternity, but there was some scandal when someone sent a pic of the man and her son, side by side, to her husband, and the confrontation was apparently ugly. I look at her sometimes, and I remember that unguarded moment, and know that I definitely wasn't supposed to see it. Not really a story of what someone shouldn't have seen, but rather what someone should not have said. My friend told me this story about his dad. He works as an electrician and his company takes on a lot of government contracts. Sometimes the things he works on are secret projects, and he is not allowed to talk about any details of the rooms or buildings he works on. One time, he was working on a project where they had to wire a room and fix a power supply or something like, I don't know, I'm not an electrician, from outside a room, because whatever they were working on the other side of the wall was some top secret stuff that only high level people were allowed to see. As they are working, one of the government's supervisors, who was there to make sure no one took a peek inside, started jokingly asking some of the workers what they thought was in there. People chimed in saying, oh, probably a super robot or the body of Ronald Reagan. The supervisor then turns to my friend's dad and asks him, what about you? What do you think? Jokingly, my friend's dad replies, oh, well, you're sending a lot of power into that room. What is it? Some kind of death ray? My friend says they didn't see their dad for like 3 days after that. Oh geez, this is my all-time favorite story. Dear Up. It's the best/worst moment of my life. So back in 2012, I was tugs deep in Homestuck madness. You know, the sheety webcomic with the grey aliens with candy corn looking horns. Anyways, I was gearing up for a Homestuck cosplay meetup at a mall nearby, and I had spent a good 2 hours putting my makeup and prosthetics on. My face and hands were painted grey. I put on prosthetic veneers. I styled and wore a wig that needed some attachments, and I had fake fangs in. My plan was, originally, to go to the meetup, and then to go to a friend's house party, which is what I told my roommate/best friend at the time. Roomie, you should know, is quite the sexual adventurer. And she told me that she'd be having somebody over for some horizontal square dancing, if you catch my drift. So if I was going to come home for some reason, I should just give her a call before I come in. No prob, Bob, I can do that. So I go to the meetup, have a grand old time, and end up chilling out with a few remaining Homestuck cosplayers outside. It's late December, so it was cold as shit, and I was sweating all my makeup off after all the shenanigans, so I decided to call Roomie, so I could swing home for a quick shower before the party. I called Roomie at about 11:15, and got no answer. No biggie. I wait about 20 minutes. Call again. No answer. I waited around an hour all in all, until I finally thought, fuck it, I'm showering whether she ridden a dick or not. So I hopped into my car and drove home. I arrived at the back door about 15 minutes later and knocked loudly, grey makeup smearing on the door's surface. Again, no answer. Huh. Kinda weird. I finally decided to bite the bullet, and I unlocked the door, opening it cautiously and quietly pointed home. No answer. I shout a little louder now. Hey, Roomie, I'm home, so, yeah. Still no answer. I glanced at our room. We shared a room, and the bedroom door was slightly ajar with the light off. Weird. Usually people shut the door when they're gone fuck. I stalked over to the door and pushed it open slowly to finally see nothing. Suddenly, my phone's text tone sounds out. Roomie texted me, "Oh my god, no, don't come home, no no no." I text her back, "Hey, where you at, you smashin'?" "No, but I didn't think y'all'd be home, no please. Don't go in the bathroom, did I got a shower, I got so much grey paint all over me, so no 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 please, don't go in the bathroom." Of course, I have to ignore her pleas for privacy. I'm practically leaking grey face paint, and my black outfit is smeared with makeup. I looked and felt super gross, and damn it, I was going to shower, whether she liked it or not. I decided to carefully open the bathroom door, and I finally peer in to find nothing, again. Just a messy bathroom, my grey makeup still on the vanity and a suspicious box of wet wipes on the counter. Weird. I don't use wet wipes to clean, usually. Regardless, I pressed on to see nothing out of the ordinary. A big pack of toilet paper rolls was sitting on the toilet, obscuring my view of the shower. My cat ran up to me and dove towards the tub, since that's usually where I would let him drink from. As he darted, I heard a soft thud, and so I pulled the pack of toilet paper off the toilet to see what had fallen. What I saw and smelt still haunted me to this days. A gigantic, thick dill, covered in a nice thick layer of sheet, was rolling silently in the tub. This thing was gargantuan. We are talking at least half a fist in circumference. I stood there in shock, the smell hitting me like a wall of bricks, and I continued staring until my cat moved towards the sin and started to sniff it. I shriek at him, swat him away, and then stumble into the kitchen, reevaluating my life choices. No, did you see it? No, I put my phone away. I silently pull a trash bag over my hands. I take care of the sin and go to bed. No party for me that evening. Turns out roomie hadn't even had anybody over. She just wanted to try something new. That's cool and all, but she forgot to put her mess away. The thing is, she went to visit an old friend that night who lived about an hour and a half away, and only realized she forgot the sin when she arrived to her friend's house. Needless to say, she didn't sleep well that night, and neither did I. This is a bit of a long story. I was the only one hanging out at our company headquarters in a warehouse in Kuwait. Everyone else was in Iraq. I had just watched the movie Phone Booth, and it states, if you hear the phone ring, don't answer it. Then a few moments later, the communal landline rang in the building. I thought it might be something important for the US, so I answered it. They asked for the commander, he was not there, and so on. Eventually they asked for the highest ranked person, and I said that it was me. I was told I needed to pick up company orders at such and such building. I tried, but I had lost my ID, so I needed to go somewhere else to get that, but then I needed paperwork somewhere else to get that fixed. Needless to say, this took all day. When I finally got to Mortar, the final building to pick up the orders, the nice lieutenant in the office told me to go around back and use the small nondescript service door. It looked like a broom closet, and I went down several cases of stairs and came to a giant blast door with a code pad on it. I had no idea what to do, but a cleaning crew came out, and I nodded and walked in. There were a bunch of cubicles and one large double oak door. I had no idea where I was supposed to go, so I pushed open the large double doors. It was a scene out of War Games, and 12 high-ranking officers swiveled their chairs around to glare at me. I put my hand up and excused myself. At that point a nervous captain approached me from the cube area, and after seeing who I was brought me a file folder. I was instructed to pass it up to my command. There was a scolding for opening the doors, and I was on my way. What a day. My first tour of Iraq. 2005. I was coming back from R&R leave. I was at the PAX terminal on Anaconda trying to get fob speecher. I was told by the soldier working the desk that they didn't have any available flights for a couple of days. When I went outside, there was a staff sergeant in a flight uniform. He said he was a crew chief and that they were headed to speecher and that I could hop a ride with them. He didn't have any unit patches on, which should have been a red flag, but I was just an E4, so I rolled with it. He takes me out past the barrier, where there's a CH-47 sitting with the rotors turning. We get on, and the first thing I notice is a local Toyota Hilux parked in the middle of the aircraft. He points me to a seat on the side near the truck while he goes about his job. Turns out he was a crew chief for the aircraft. So it's nighttime, and it was very dim in the bird. After getting over the whole truck thing, a couple of more details suddenly appear, aside from the crew chiefs and myself, and, I guess, but I never saw them, the pilots. No one is wearing a uniform. There's a handful of guys all in pants and shirts, with beards and scarves around their necks. The next thing I notice is, I presume, a local, in local clothing with his hands tied behind his back, and a hood on. No one is saying anything to me. I don't want to ask anything. I just want to get the fuck off this aircraft. After a bit the aircraft lands at Speecher, but not on the flight line. They landed in some random open space on the FOB. Speecher is gigantic. I get off. They get off, throw the dude in the truck and drive off. Aircraft takes off. I'm just standing alone on FOB Speecher wondering what the fuck I just saw 12 years later. I still have no idea. Went to take my trash out of my condo complex late one night. My girlfriend had just pulled into the parking lot and needed help hauling up some groceries, so it was a kill two birds scenario. It was about 10 o'clock at night and our building's trash is wrapped around the backside of our parking lot. As I'm walking out the front door someone slipped by to get in. That happens often, but this time felt different. No acknowledgement of me whatsoever and extremely hurried. Whatever, just maybe an awkward human. As I walk outside I wave to my girlfriend just hopping out of her car to my right and head left around the building to dump the trash. A little ways away I see a dude in a sports car with lights on and running just staring straight ahead completely stone-faced while someone was leaning into his window. It looked like two buddies chatting, but neither person was talking. In fact as I walk up close nobody even looks at me. Nothing. Another dude is standing a couple feet away with arms crossed also not looking my way, even though I'm about 6 feet away and all you can hear are my footsteps. That's when I saw the R15 pointed at the dude in the car's head. My next step was just a full 180 as I spun around and just calmly walked back exactly where I came from. Looked like a goddamn nope this sheet meme still holding my trash. Calmly walk over to my girlfriend, who's chatty as fuck grabbing the groceries. I calmly close the door to the car while she's still collecting and tell her to get the fuck inside. Loudly she starts with, "Why are you acting so weird? We don't even have a la sheet." I whisper under my breath to just get in. We go upstairs to my place. I load my shotgun, call all my friends in the building to stay out of the parking lot and halls, confident the dude running in was within, as something was definitely going down. Sat watch for a couple of hours at my front door till I was sure it was all over. Don't know what happened to the dude, but I got a letter from the building for leaving my trash in the parking lot. Lol. Guess they watching some of the cameras at least. So many dad stories. I was in high school and had just walked into the house when the phone rang. I answered it, and this guy says I'm from the local video rental place. Your ex movie is overdue. So I'm like, you mean Malcolm X? Because it was at the time that movie had just been released. The guy said no. Your X-rated movie. Is this dad's name? I tell him he wasn't talking to the right person, and, at that moment, dad walks in the house. So I hand him the phone and watch him say oh, okay. Dad then walked into another room, grabbed something, and said I'll be back in a few minutes. So dad was renting X-rated VHS movies from the shop down the street. Nice. Was skipping high school one day, like, literally one day, because I was a pretty good student, and saw my dad walking in a part of town he shouldn't have been in at that time of day. I was at a stoplight and I watched him go into some random building that appeared to be a private residence. A while later, that place was busted for hosting all sorts of prostitutes. Dad said it couldn't have been him that I had seen. I was in high school and had applied for a full 4-year scholarship program that included qualifications such as being the first person in the family to go to college and coming from a home that had a total income below a specified threshold. My parents filled out their part of the paperwork. We were obviously under the income threshold as we never had much money. And I went about my senior year believing I would have this opportunity to get a full ride, room, board, and tuition. I went to orientation and everything. But then the high school counselor had me sit down so she could tell me that my parents' tax returns didn't match the income they had reported on the scholarship paperwork. Turns out I was the first to learn that dad had been lying to my mom and I about his income for years. He was making considerably more than he was telling us about, and it was going into a secret bank account. So I lost the scholarship and wound up working full-time and going to school full-time for 5 years to get my BS. Was in college, living at home, and saw some paperwork on the table. Took a look through it and realized it was some credit card statement in my dad's name. The address it was sent to was a P.O. box no one knew he had, and the statement said he owed $10,000 or something ridiculous like that. Questioned him about it, and he said it was all a mistake. I was pretty sure, but it was too bad mom put up with all of this for so long. And a non-dad story. The first house my wife and I bought was very close to the neighboring houses, and it had a lot of windows. The office was on a corner of the house and the upper half of 2 walls were all windows. We could basically see right into the neighbors' houses. One evening I glanced out the window and saw one of the girls who rented next door showering. Clearly saw it. Their window usually had a curtain over it, so I was a bit in shock, but then an extra arm appeared, and, lo and behold, the girl's roommate was also in the shower. So, I stood there for a minute or two, and then the wife called me downstairs. It was always a little bit different running into the neighbors after that. Almost 10 years ago, I was stationed at redacted Air Force Base in training to become an aircrew member. Not going to describe the job. It's a very small and tight-knit group. One day I was on the flight line and I really had to take a sheet. It was a long walk back to my squadron's building, and I sure wasn't going to sheet on the awkward little pupper they had rigged up inside my aircraft. Plus I would have looked lazy as fuck taking a dump on the plane on the ground instead of just walking back to my building. I figured one of the hangars nearby probably had a bathroom or was attached to a building that would have one, so I just walked over to one and went in through a side door. There was no one around, but I also didn't see a bathroom, so I started wandering the whole way looking for one. Eventually I'd searched the whole place, except the hangar itself, which was one more door further into the interior. So I popped open a door and waltzed on in. Much to my surprise, smack in front of me sat a big ol' Reaper UAV. The pictures really don't do justice to how large those things are. It was a full-size plane and took up most of the hangar. There wasn't a single person around, no mechanics, no security forces, just me and the plane in an empty hangar without security cameras. Now it was no surprise that the base had drones, since you would see them flying around quite often. But here I was alone in a room with one and nothing to stop me from running up and smacking it on its ass. At the same time, the sense of paranoia was real, like if I so much as stepped within 10 feet of it, it would lay an Egyptian curse on me, or security forces would rappel in from the ceiling and ship me off to Guantanamo. I needed to touch it, look at it in detail, take a picture even. I probably could have. I don't think you could access or see anything classified just by walking around it, but boy did that thing emanate a powerful sense of foreboding. It should also be noted that this particular Reaper wasn't equipped with a sheeter. So I walked on by, took a nice long look, and exited on the other side of the hangar to continue my quest for equal relief. This will be buried, but whatever, I'm bored and drunk at work, so I better look busy. Fun little list. 1. Scavenging through my grandma's computer for some games. I was 13 and there was no internet. I found some nudes. I jerked off to them 3 days later. My uncle appears with his new wife. Lo and behold, I jerked off to my future step-aunt. 2. Way too many test corrections. I'd help around in school with things nobody else would want to do, like moving the whole faking library upstairs, adjust video players, configure computers, etc. So I had pretty much free pass to whatever whenever wanted. That included the teacher's room. I'd usually go through their stuff and find the answers to the test we'd have, and sell the answers for around $1,000 each answer, while taking care of only getting 60-80% of the test right. 3. I work at a pet shop, and I'm usually the designed person to do the unpleasant jobs. cleaning bathrooms, picking up dog shit, and holding aggressive dogs for the groomer, a woman. She has small tigs and wears slightly bigger bras to make up for it, but there is about 1 foot, 30 centimeters for those using real measures, difference in height between me and her. So when she bends to reach the dogs, I get a clear full view of her tigs. And I have no faking clue of how to let her know. Customer info for tech support scammers. On mobile, excuse formatting. One of my hobbies is messing with tech scammers. You know the ones, the guys that call and say they're from Microsoft and have the fake blue screen pop-ups with the text-to-speech telling you you've been hacked. Eventually, if you're on the phone with them long enough, they need to gain remote access to your computer. This particular scammer was extra stupid. He had me download TeamViewer. I was using a virtual machine, so he couldn't actually do anything. They normally like to use Sysky as a last-ditch rage when they find out you're messing with them. So TeamViewer is all set up, and my friend on Skype who was watching me carry out my favorite pastime gave me an idea. I clicked the swap control button, or whatever it's called. There was a "Sir, do not use the mouse," and then silence as he saw what I was doing. I saw his desktop and had full control over it. It wasn't much, a VoIP app, internet, a PDF called script and a Notepad doc called info that seemed to be shared across an entire network of computers. I opened it and saw hundreds of names, addresses, credit card numbers, etc. CTRL8L CTRLS. Silence. I lost the TeamViewer connection as THR scammer stayed on the phone. Skype for us. My friend unmuted his mic and burst out laughing. He cursed at us and hung up. He stayed on TeamViewer, and we watched him desperately try to recover the document from another computer on the network. I assume they still had it, but we didn't see him get it before he closed our connection. Fun times. I do not get to tell this story often enough. 3 years ago, when I was living on campus at university, I told my roommate I was gonna be gone for the weekend one Friday night, but the plans fell through, and we didn't end up going. So me and my friends, not including my roomie, because we never really hung out or anything, and I went out to some skanky college party and got trashed. So after a long sobering walk back to my dorm, it's like 2 AM as I get back into my room. What I didn't tell my roommate though was that I actually would be home that night. So I get in bed, and before I drift into sleep, I hear my roommate open the door to our room. The way our beds were positioned made it very easy for me to see his bed at night because he was near the window, but he couldn't really see mine at all unless the lights were on, cause I like sleeping in corners. It's a thing. Shut up. Well, he walks in whispering with this girl I recognize as his ex, but he has a different girlfriend at this point, so immediately I know something is up. She has a backpack with her that she sets down as they both start to undress. I'm there and I'm already too deep undercover to reveal that I'm there. Also still a little drunk and lazy and just want to sleep in my bed, so I just stay silent and hope they don't turn the lights on. Lucky for me though, my body is facing them, and I can't move to look away, because they'll hear me rustle my sheets if I do. So she pulls a giant faking strap-on out of the backpack, and then she facks him in his butt. He finishes, but I guess he clenched his cheeks too tightly or something, because as he lunged forward on his hands and knees, her midsection is pulled with him, and she nearly vaults over him, as if being pulled with a rope tied around her waist over onto his back. But on the rebound coming down to the ground as she slid off him, she must have gone in deeper into him, which I guess really hurt, because he freaked out and yelped and she pulled out as he starting writhing in pain on his bed. She's like, "Oh fuck, I'm sorry blah blah whatever." After a while of talking full volume, because they think they're alone, they cuddle up on his bed, with him behind her this time, and they fall asleep. I woke in the morning thinking I perhaps dreamt it. She wasn't in his bed anymore. But when he woke up and saw me in there, he started acting really weird and said something like, "Oh, I thought you were up. You said, tell me if you're staying next time. When did you get in?" I told him I went to a party, blacked out, and woke up the next morning in my bed not recalling anything after dinner the night before. Told him I didn't even know when I got in. He seemed relieved for a man who suspected his roommate saw him get faked in the ears right in front of him, and I was just as relieved that he bought it, so we could never have to talk about that night. I thought maybe I should tell his girlfriend at the time, but that seemed like me opening up a whole lot of unnecessary drama for the four of us involved. And ruining my roommate's life and dignity was not on my to-do list that semester. Besides, that sheet was / is bound to catch up to him someday, and he will have to figure everything out for himself eventually. TLDR. Saw my dorm roommate cheat on his girlfriend at the time by getting faked in the ears by his ex who was wearing a giant strap-on. In high school my girlfriend was just awful, but I stuck around because I thought I was in love and wanted to prove she couldn't pull one over on me, etc. She had been lying and cheating on me for so long, and when I'd stop talking to her she'd show up at my place or find me somehow and basically do everything to drag me back. Then, repeat cycle. We didn't go to the same HS, so I didn't see her every day, just weekends, but she just kept doing this, and it kept getting me more and more enraged. Anyways, one night she's pulling her sheet again, saying she wants to go on a date, and then not answering at all when it's time. I faking knew something was up, and was determined to bust her. So I call everyone at the time I thought was my friend, and it's obvious they all know where she is, but won't tell me. Oh sorry, yay, don't know, you should just stay home. So finally I call one of my friends who I still speak with, and leveled with him. I told him I knew he knew where she was, and I knew she was with another guy, and I wasn't going to do anything stupid, but I had to see the looks on their faces, and see it myself, and that, if he said he didn't know, I'd treat it as him lying too. He told me she with this other dude, a guy I thought was a friend of mine. We played rugby together, and last he knew she was at his house. So I drove over to it, and it was a good 30 minutes or so to get there. I got to the place and the lights are off in the house, but sure enough her car is parked outside, and I can hear faint music coming from the backyard. I walked up, hopped the fence, and strolled right into the backyard. She was topples in the jacuzzi, obviously having just blown him. They didn't see me, and I stood there for a second until I walked up, grabbed a beer from their cooler, and cracked it, which caused them both to turn and look and totally go white. I didn't say anything for a second, but hate stared him and then looked at her and said, "You've gotta be thirsty." Definition not from calling me back though. Here, and sort of tossed the beer at her. Not a throw, but like, hey, toss me a can form the cooler type thing. She caught it, and beer went everywhere. I looked back at him and went, "Have fun with it," and then left and hopped the fence and went back to my car and drove off. After that, basically half the guys and girls in my HS thought I was a psycho to find them. The other half thought it was the most baddest thing they'd ever heard, and I proceeded to get a lot of female attention for it. She tried to come back again, but I told her to take a hike and cut her off. The guy never could look me in the eye again, and I'd always just stare him down and smile after, even though he was a good amount bigger than me. Definitely shouldn't have seen it, but glad I did. I felt more respect for myself in calling them both out without losing my cool in that moment than I had felt for myself in over a year before because of her crap. My parents divorced when I was about 10 years old. Through years of partying they had both becoming barely functioning alcoholics, and eventually my mother called it a day after discovering my old man had been playing hide the sausage with one of her sisters. I then spent the next few years hiding from an increasingly drunken mother, and would spend as much time as I could visiting my paternal grandparents to get time away from home and all the hidden empty vodka bottles I kept stumbling upon. My grandparents passed away when I was around 13 years old, and my father, who I saw maybe once every year when he arrived at his parents' with a comic in his hand for me and a crumpled £10 note to try and buy my love, decided to buy my grandparents' cottage from the landlord who they leased from, with plans to keep it in the family and have it for my kids. When I go, it was soon sold. Again, to help pay for alcoholic lifestyle he maintained 200 miles away with his new family. Anyway, my old man decided that he was going to spend 2 weeks refurbishing the cottage so that he could lease it out and perhaps make some money from the property after he went back south. So for the next fortnight I worked as an unpaid laborer for my father, happy enough with the hard work as I was getting time with the man who spawned me. Once the work was finished, he decided that he was going to throw a party at the cottage for friends and family before he left to go back south. He invited me along, but my mother wasn't keen on me going along alone. She couldn't come with me as she had planned an extensive itinerary of vodka drinking on the sofa while shouting sexually explicit comments at Clint Eastwood movies, so my aunt volunteered to come with me to make sure that my father behaved himself. The party was a great success, everyone had a brilliant time, and at the end of the night I fell asleep in an armchair as the last revelers headed home. I woke up at around 5:30 in the morning, shivering cold as the heating was off, and this was the far north of Scotland. I decided to head into the master bedroom to grab my jacket that I'd thrown on the bed earlier, so I tiptoed down the hall and quietly opened the door, hoping not to disturb my father. But disturb him I did, as I walked into the room to find my aunt flat on her back and butt naked, legs akimbo in the air, whilst my father's weeping flew backward and forward like a violinist's elbow. He saw me and jumped backwards, catching his foot in the bedsheets, and fell backwards into a dressing table, half knocking himself out in the process, and fell to the floor, his soggy gentleman sausage flopping against his leg as he cradled his head in agony. My aunt spider crawled backwards toward the headboard, picking up pillow to hide her lady bits, and started shouting at me to get out, and that this wasn't what I thought it was. I grabbed my jacket from the chair beside my now naked and prone father, who gave me a feeble thumbs up from the floor as I took off back to the living room. Because my father had picked us up in the car the previous day, we had to wait until later that afternoon before he felt recovered enough from the whiskey and mild concussion to drive us the 14 miles back home. That was the quietest car ride I've ever had, and for the next few years after both my aunt and my father bought my silence about what I had seen that night with video games and books. Good times. I was supposed to see this, but I stopped someone else from seeing something terrible. I'm a police supervisor and responded to a med call, possible odd. The victim was pronounced dead at the scene, and she was only 19 years old. She was renting a room in this complete shithole of a house, and her body was lying on the bathroom floor. She was covered in ants and small bugs everywhere, in and out of her mouth, eyes, nose. Rigor had set in. She was a gorgeous girl who now looked like something out of a horror film. We had to make a death notification and her parents came to the scene. Her mother insisted on going in to see her. After the medical examiner leaves, they would have been within their rights to do so. That said, I pleaded with both of the parents not to go in and look at her. I never told him the full extent of how she appeared now, but explained that they had to trust me on this. I was speaking to them as not just a police officer, but as father and a friend. It was hard convincing them to not go inside the house and to trust me. I tried to explain that if they did, the last memory they had of their little girl would be this, not of how she really was, a beautiful young lady. No one should have to see their loved one in that condition. This will be buried, but what the hell, it's a fun story. 20 or so years ago, some buddies of mine decided to make a trip down the interstate to visit the Velvet Touch, an absolute mess of a roadside pawn shop and peep show. We all go in and are looking around, giggling at the dill, Dawson-born videos and other such contraptions. A friend went to the hallway where all the individual Born booths were and started going down them all, opening the doors saying, "This one stinks. This one is dirty. Don't like this movie, etc." I'm sure we were very obnoxious to the guy who was working there, but we were young and thought we were being funny. We also thought we were the only ones in the store. However, as said friend continued down the booths, opening each door with a comment, he got the final booth, booth 15. He opened the door, but rather than making a witty comment, he froze in his tracks, mouth agape, and slowly closed the door and walked back to us. Of course we all asked him what he saw, but he wouldn't answer. One of us finally went down to booth 15 and checked for himself, much to the same reaction as the original. Finally, I made my way down the hallway to see what this supposed atrocity was in booth 15. I opened the door to see what can only be described as a completely naked, slightly chubbier version of Freddie Mercury stroking his hard dick and sucking on a big black dildo. He was not aghast as this trio of strangers interrupting him. Oh no, not at all. He gave me a come hither stare while he continued to suck and stroke, and I slowly closed the door to booth 15, leaving Freddy to his devices. We told the guy at the counter about this, and he said, "Oh yeah, that's just Bruce. He's just looking to get some. He's in here all the time." I climbed a desert tower on Navajo land, which is illegal. I was nervous, excited and a bit conflicted. My partner and I were dropped off just before dusk, just before the reservation closed the gates to the road that winds through the valley. We waited behind a rock for the sun to set over the sandstone butts and buttresses before we began our hike to the tower. We were a bit stoned from weed and high off the thrill of a covered mission. The landscape surrounding us was beautiful in an alien, otherworldly psychedelic sort of way. Strange rock formations like tilted castles and massive ancient spacecraft littered a land as vast as a place could be. As the light finally faded, some Navajo began playing their drums and flutes around a fire across the valley from where we were hidden. The earthy rhythms reverberated from behind us, in front of us, from the left, and from the right. It sounded so primal and sacred. I felt deeply that this was something I was not supposed to see and hear, yet I can't deny that it was one of the most beautiful and special experiences I've had in my life. I came away from that mission with a greater respect for the Navajo and their land than I had had before. I feel fortunate to have heard those forbidden sounds. This happened a few months ago. Once I had slept in pretty late, and by this time it was early afternoon. I walked downstairs into my living room, where I saw a large notepad sitting on the floor. The first page was flipped up. I remember it being really odd, but I attributed it to the fans being on. I picked up the note, I can't remember why. Guess I'm nosy as hell, and as soon as I began to read it, I got this awful pit in my stomach. It was what seemed to be a 6-page suicide note written by my mom. I dropped it, not wanting to read past those first few words. Immediately I began searching my house calling for my mother. I honestly wasn't prepared for what I might find, but I looked anyways. She wasn't anywhere to be found. We live on some land, so I put on some shoes that were lying around and proceeded to search outside. I felt so tormented. I had no idea what to do. Who do you even call? What if it's a false alarm? After a few minutes of tearing my brain apart, one called my dad. Mind you, this is not the first note of this nature I or my little sister have found of hers, so I couldn't be certain she was serious or doing it to stir us all up. My dad was rather upset. He couldn't leave work. He urged me not to call the police. He would call our friends who lived down the road. While on the phone, he pushed me to read that 6-page handwritten letter of my mother's detailing why my sister and I were awful children and how she planned to kill herself. I don't know how much time had passed, but they showed up, and we frantically searched the trails around my house. I was about to call the cops when my mom rode up on her horse. When inside, she was met with hugs and proceeded to yell at me that everything in that letter was true, that my sister and I were awful. Nothing has been done to help her. I feel at a loss, because some days she will be normal. At this point, everyone acts like it never happened. My family insists that I do nothing with that letter. I still have it, folded up and stuffed in the collector's edition of a DVD box set. I wish I'd never read it. Oh man, this will get buried, but what the hell? My parents divorced when I was 2 years old. My mom and stepfather owned a small business manufacturing a certain sporting good product. My father and stepmother owned a reasonably successful sales/marketing company. My senior year of high school, they decided to go into business together with my mom, thinking that my father's sales/marketing background could help them grow their small sporting goods business into a large one. My father ran his marketing business out of our house, with a full functioning office and $20,000 phone system, which in the early 90s was pretty amazing. I had my own phone line in my room, so no one was ever going to pick up the phone in the middle of a conversation. But when it came to the business venture, over time things started to not go well. It was little things at first, questions my mom would ask me, comments my dad would make. Then one day I was working on something for school. I was a freshman in college at this point, and went to the basement office to use the computer. That's when I noticed new artwork for the packaging of the sporting good product, complete with a new name and my dad's image on the front. Confused, I called my mom and asked if they had changed the name of the company. No, but I knew your father was up to something. Anyway, to make a long story short, my father previously took over financial control of the company and stopped paying suppliers. Whether he was trying to cripple the company financially or if he was just pocketing all of the cash, I'm not sure. but apparently his ultimate goal was to start a competing company and drive my mom and stepfather out of business. My father confronted me the next day about my conversation with my mom. How did he know? Remember that fancy phone system? Turns out that my dad was recording every conversation made through that system. He was listening in on my private conversations with my friends, girlfriend, mom, everyone. Looking back on things later, a lot of the things he said to me suddenly made sense. His insistence that I use only my room phone line for my personal calls, questions, or comments he would make, and he seemed to know things about me that we never discussed, like the fact I didn't like to drink alcohol. Anyway, the confrontation the day after became somewhat physical when my dad grabbed me by my shirt, but I was 19 years old and in great shape, so that didn't end well for my father. I didn't throw any punches, just grabbed his forearms and forced him to the ground. He backed off after that, and the next day I moved into my friend's house until I could figure things out. Not long after this incident, my mom and stepfather filed suit, and in the middle of the suit my dad died suddenly. So here I sit 25 years later with the understanding that I'll never get the answers I need regarding why he did what he did, but I certainly learned some valuable lessons. TLDR, my long divorced parents went into business together. Father tried to steal company. I stumbled upon the proof. Dad died in the middle of the resulting lawsuit. From the perspective of the other guy, wife and I have a condo with a bedroom on the second story, with vaulted ceilings and a window up pretty high, at what would be the level of a third story. One week the hoe had some guys there to paint the outside walls, and they were spending the day scraping. Wife and I were both home from work and decided to have some afternoon delight and began a 69 session, positioned such that her ass/my head was pointed in the direction of said window. A few minutes into it, it registers that the background scraping sound had slowed to what seemed to be an afterthought, and I glance up and see a Hispanic dude looking down from the window. We make eye contact, and he leans back, away from the window, scraping resumes. Another minute goes by and the scraping slows, and so I look up again, and this time I'm ready, because I don't give fuck all if he watches. We look at each other, and I give him a thumbs up, eliciting a big grin from him. He watched us through completion, so far as I could tell, as every time I glanced up, he was looking. I put on a bit of a show for him, since I suppose 69 isn't the most exciting thing to watch after the rush of verism passes, giving my wife a decent spanking and some vigorous fingering while we were going at it. That section of the wall never has looked quite right. A few months ago our lead graphic designer left our firm to start his own agency. He was very well liked at the company and everyone was more than supportive for him. Before he left he shared his new agency's website to our company, telling us not to hesitate if we ever need help in the future. The work looked great. He had a portfolio with clients such as Rolex, St. Laurent, General Electric, Samsung and so on. He told us his firm was going to be down the street at a brand new office development, so a few of us planned to send him an office warming gift in the future. Couple of weeks later I check his website to see how he's doing and find a few things that didn't add up. He had a page showing his team, account manager, web designer, graphic designer, etc. I dig a little more into it to see their backgrounds and where they came from. Nothing. I image search the photos associated with them, and I find out they are all stock photos from Shutterstock. I dig a little more. I find all of this ads are from Shutterstock. Keep digging. Website is made on Squarespace, even though he had a web developer. Keep digging. Couldn't find him on the list of tenants at the office development. I don't know why he'd create this elaborate lie to leave our company. It obviously took a ton of time to put together those portfolio pieces and website, even if it was Squarespace. I always wonder what he's actually doing and why he couldn't be honest with us. This is sort of a long story, so I'm just going to bullet point the heck at it. My dad is an amazing shot. His dad and brother used to talk about it all the time. They would go hunting, and he could shoot a deer through the heart at some really far distance. I'm not a hunter, so I don't know how far is far. Sometimes I shoot pistols and bows with my dad. Dude is really accurate. We shot some pistols he inherited from my grandpa, and, after only 2 calibrating shots, he made a smiley face on the target. He'd never handled it before. He's crazy fast at loading clips. He's weird. He eventually stopped living in the house where he and my mom lived and moved into the garage. They weren't really having marital problems. He just liked being alone. He goes nuts if you sneak up on him. Like punchy yelly nuts. We were on vacation in Hollywood when I was a kid and some drugged out dudes were following us trying to get money. It was getting a little scary. My mom started to tear up and pull me close to her. Then my dad did something really quick and one of them was on the ground in pain. We all got the fuck out of there because he probably could have gotten slapped with an assault charge for whatever he did. My mom knows a lot about his past. They've been married for a long time. From the time they met in 1973, he's never been in the military. Never mentioned it. Nothing. He did have a really good friend who was in the military, though. He got even weirder when that guy died. Cancer. He recently moved to a retirement facility. I was helping move some of his stuff around because I'm taking over my parents' house and building a small house for my mom out back. Buried in a box was a commemorative knife with a laser etched picture of dudes jumping out of Hawaii and a replica of the Vietnam Vet medal on the hilt. In a different box I found a bunch of medals including the Vietnam Vet medal. I didn't tell my mom. It's obviously not something my dad ever wanted to talk about. He said that he had a job with the government doing entomology studies that sent him around the Southwest for a while. That was right before he met my mom. I wonder if anyone in his family knew anything about where he went. I can say with 100% certainty that he did not get any pension, nor does he have access to Vacare Point, but a house my parents bought in 1987 was signed over to them from the VAP after being owned by HUD for a while. I just recently came across those records. Edit. He's also been really anti-military, which I never really understood. Like, if he was more of a hippie, I would understand. But as a sort of right-leaning person, it didn't make sense that he would think so little of the military. Maybe it makes more sense. I remember taking the ASVAB in high school, and he got really pissed. This was more like a series of things I was definitely not supposed to see or hear. The story starts out in my freshman year of high school and met my Spanish teacher. He was pretty good looking, according to my female peers, and was happily married with his wife. Grade 9 rolls around, and I start to notice that he was becoming very close friends with my ed teacher. She would spend a lot of time in our class whenever she wasn't teaching class and began to carpool with him to school. On Valentine's Day, I wanted to go to the ed room to ask the teacher regarding an ed assignment that I have long since forgotten, and that's when I saw my ed teacher sitting on my Spanish teacher's lap with a rose in her mouth. I walked away quickly thinking I probably saw something I wasn't supposed to see. In grade 10, I had formed a pretty strong relationship with my Spanish teacher, since he was one of those teachers that didn't really teach and just made you watch soccer, football, sorry I'm Canadian, with him in class. He always gave most of the class high 90s for just supporting Real Madrid, since he knew we'd all fail any Spanish exam he gave us. One day during those practice speaking Spanish with your peers moments in class, which basically is code for do whatever you want, he came to my table and had a breakdown in Spanish assuming we wouldn't understand. My friend sitting across from me actually had a private Spanish tutor, so she told me after class what he said. He basically said that it's been really hard for him to come to school with his usual happy attitude, since he's been sleeping on the couch for the past few months and have been eating only Kraft dinner, macaroni, and cheese for a while. That's when I figured out his wife must have found out about my ed teacher, but I kept that to myself. In grade 11 the affair he had pretty much became public knowledge to most everyone at school somehow. I like to believe I was the first to find out, and he divorced his ex-wife and married the ed teacher the same year. In grade 12 my Spanish teacher became a father, and still to this day, according to my younger sister, is happily married to my ed teacher. When I was probably about 11, I went over my friend's Codder's house. I was welcome there, and the family told me that if the back door was open to just walk in. I walked in, and Coddy's dad was shaking the shit out of his mom and yelling at her. Coddy was crying in a corner, and to that point I had never seen domestic violence, so I didn't know what was happening. Coddy's dad saw me out of the corner of his eyes and said, "Pirulava Smoni, what are you doing in here?" I replied that I came in through the back because the door was open and that I was sorry if I was interrupting. As I turned to leave, Cody's dad grabbed my shoulder and in that really creepy adult to kid way kinda held me and said adults sometimes argue and sometimes things get out of hand. No one's a bad guy. I would appreciate it if you didn't tell anyone about what you saw. Promise? I nodded and ran the fuck home. I never went back to play with Cody, and when he saw me at school I could tell he wanted to open up to me, but I just couldn't deal with what I saw. A few months later I stopped seeing Cody's mom come home and eventually the house went for sale and Cody moved out. So glad I wrote that somewhere. It's been 20 years since that happened. Well, when I was about 12 I used to go down to web games in the mall any chance I got. Hang out, play new demos, you know, back when malls were more fun. Right across the walkway from Eb was an Orange Julius. This older guy named Fred used to manage it. I would go in there pretty regularly given my constant presence at the mall, so we knew each other. Nice guy. In any case, one day I had spent most of the afternoon lingering about. The bus would be there soon, so I went to use the restroom before I headed out. It was located down a long hallway, way back out of the way, near the mall manager's office who was never there. Always creeped me out a little. I get to the bathroom and rush in, fearing I may miss the bus. Well, standing right there with a deer in the headlights look is old Fred, holding what I now know to be a crack pipe. I'll never forget the utter horror that man had in his eyes as this 12-year-old kid walked up on him blasting off in the mall bathroom. He tried to put the pipe in his pocket, burned his hand in the process, and dropped it on the floor. He then looked up to me and muttered, "Please, don't tell on me, son." So of course I never did. I wasn't even really sure what I saw, but I knew it gave that man the fear to see me stroll up at that moment, so it was probably bad. Put the pieces together years later, after becoming a bit more exposed to reality. Fun thing to look back on and laugh about. My parents' etch stash, some tame toys, a few DVDs, various half-used bottles of lube. What happened was this: when I was in high school, 8-ish years ago, the bathroom my brother and I shared on the one side of the house was being renovated. Something happened to a pipe, if I remember correctly, and things were leaking. In the interim, we, brother, mom, dad, and me, shared my parents' master bathroom, obviously only accessible from their bedroom. So after a shower in their bathroom one evening, I went to sit next to the trash can to clip my nails. Immediately, I noticed something odd. The can was covered with a small cardboard box, placed upside down over the top. Well, naturally, I took the cardboard box off, so that I could clip my nails into the trash can. Big mistake. Inside the trash can, hidden the box, was a few vibrators, a few DVDs, some lubes, mild stuff, but yikes. Not the thing I was prepared to see that night. I guess that was my parents' attempt at hiding their stash in case my brother or I opened a drawer they were usually stored in. I have no idea what the logic was there. Looking back on it, it seems like they realized the stash could be easily found, so they haphazardly tried to hide it. Who knows? I guess I can't blame them, but ooh. I grew up in a very exclusive and devout religious group. When I was looking up some contact information online, the church has an international contact info database that my mother had access to because of her relatively high status in the group. I found out that the house we lived when I was a child was bought by the church with about $3.5 million US. That was gained after the church took a new initiative, finding single parents in cities like Chicago, Detroit, St. Louis, Echo Park, Oakland, Bronx, etc. and basically convincing them give all your money to God, the church. Don't worry about rent or food. God will provide tenfold. And then having the children placed with wealthier families in the church to basically breed a generation of kids who are so appreciative when really they were betrayed. I also found out that, in order to get a status raise in the church, my parents needed to be more family oriented, so they ordered them to have another child, me. I exist because my dad's boss said so. They also kept and circulated a list of thousands of people's personal confessions, for instance molested as a child, homosexual tendencies, previous significant other, overdosed, attempted suicide at age 22, really personal sheet, and later used it against them to keep them in the church. They trained evangelists to seek out vulnerable people. 5. College freshmen away from home for the first time, single parents, recently widowed or orphaned people, those afflicted by physical or mental illness, and children. Like, they literally sent them to these theology-based psychology of evangelism courses, so they had an actual strategy. I found this, and a bunch of other really upsetting shit about basically the entire culture I grew up in, when I was 17. Totally flipped my worldview. I have to say I'm grateful, because I'm in a much healthier situation now. TLDR, grew up in a really strict church. One funky Google search 17 years later, apparently it was, and still is, a cult. I grew up in a small California coastal town. About 20 years ago a Chinese food restaurant got busted for selling massive amounts of guns, supposedly millions of dollars worth, and like rocket launchers and such. We took my grandma to this restaurant for like every birthday and holiday for years, chatted with the owners. It came as a big surprise. One night a few months after the bust I was walking by the place at near 3 in the morning. The part of town this is in was super dead and quiet by about 10 p.m. So I wasn't really paying attention. Also, this area of town was super small and nothing ever happened really. At some point I noticed that there are several all black cars parked in front of this place. Spotless, tinted windows, a lot more expensive than anything you typically saw in that area. When I saw them I stopped walking. It took me a second to snap out of it enough to even realize what caught my attention, and then I noticed that a light was coming out of the window of the restaurant behind me, so I turned around to figure out where it was coming from. I've eaten in this restaurant 100 times. There is literally only one table that has a window onto the street. A giant picture window. There is a whole back dining area with like 15 tables in it. That said, around this table are a dozen of the biggest black dudes I've ever seen, all wearing black leather and gold chains. Aside from them there is one nervous looking Chinese guy sitting at the table, still in a dirty apron from his shift, and a waitress standing behind him, and all of them are looking at me standing with my idiot mouth open as I try to figure out what I'm looking at. None of them seem particularly happy that I'm standing there staring at them. When it finally clicked for me, I put my head down and kept walking and didn't look back. Back in the mid-zeros my old company were looking at doing some compulsory redundancies as the economic turndown had hit the automotive industry quite hard in the UK. Toyota and Honda factories closed for a couple of months, so no cars were being produced, and we were a second-tier supplier of plastic injected molded car parts. I'd been with the company 8 years, worked my way up from shop floor worker to shift leader, and then quality tech. I quite enjoyed my job, was friendly with management as well as shop floor, and, stupidly, thought they liked me too. I was in my mid-20s and still quite naive. I was accidentally copied into a RAW message from my section boss. My internal email was quite similar to my quality manager, which showed all the people who they wanted to get rid of, including me, with disparaging comments and insults next to a lot of them. I discovered my downfall was being friendly with my old shop floor co-workers. What the fuck? I was never late, did overtime and did my job well, so I was really pissed off. I went 2 hours and showed them the email that I'd received. I'd printed it off and forwarded it to my own personal email for evidence. They were hugely embarrassed and made my section boss come and apologize in a personal meeting. Funnily enough my name was removed from the list and I kept my job. 6 months later I took voluntary redundancy, had a nice payout, started my own business, and haven't looked back since. I was about 14 to 15, grew up with a single mom. One night my cousins were sleeping over my house and we were in my room. It was like 11 to 12 at night and we were getting ready for bed. Suddenly we hear the front door close, so we thought my mom was leaving or stepping out. Well, we also heard what sounded like multiple people coming back upstairs, but we ignored it. Like 30 to 45 minutes passed by and I heard some manly voice, so I tell my cousin I was going to go see what was up. I open my room door, check the hallways, nothing, and this is where I faked up. My mom's room had one of those easy to pick door locks. I used my fingernail and opened her room door. Sure enough she's in bed with some guy, but as naked, and as soon as I opened the door, She runs full speed holding her tigs and slammed the door. Lol, by then it was too late, my eyes were stained. Then she comes in my room like 5 minutes later fully clothed and asks me if I wanted water. Mfeo, I was in shock and you can totally tell she was embarrassed. Lol, totally my fault for being rude and opening her door. But yeah, that's my story. Lol. Oh yeah, that guy was a car salesman. Turns out they were still friends years later. He sold me my recent Carl Mayo. My sister having sex. I was about 9 or 10 and she was around 15 or 16. Since my parents worked for most of the day, my sister would take care of me. One day she brought her boyfriend at the time over and told me that the door would be closed and to not come in. A couple of minutes later, while watching my cartoons, I hear what I thought was a scream. To my horror, I now know what it was. Shudders. Being the good younger brother, I ran to the room. Also not trying to disobey my sister, I opened the door a little bit and peeked inside, with her ex going at it. He sees me and yells at me to get the fuck out of there, and I ran back to the living room. And that's how I learned about sex at a young age. After they were done, they sat me down and explained to me what they were doing. After that day, I grew to hate her ex, and for good reason. He would abuse her, get her into alcohol and drugs, and abuse me, but not to the point where it would be noticeable, but still leaves mental scars to this day. I had completely lost my innocence in childhood. My sister would abuse me too, but thankfully, she got rid of him for good when she graduated high school and gave up drugs and alcohol altogether. Now she is married to my brother-in-law and I couldn't be happier for the both of them. A text that was meant for my manager. I worked at a retail store that had a manager and then 2 to 3 assistant managers. I was an assistant manager. One day I came into work and another assistant manager, she was technically #2 in charge because our manager loved her so much, actually we'll call her #2, came up to me and started to complain about how I put out the shoes the night before. I explained to her that I hadn't realized I did it incorrectly. I had never had to do that task before and didn't realize it differed from how we normally do things. I fixed it as she went on break. I then received a text message from #2 saying she said she didn't know it was wrong, but I know she should have. I realized that was obviously meant for the manager. #2 never liked me. I was the manager all the associates liked. In fact, one of them told her they preferred working with me to left early and completely avoided me. I continued the night and was in charge of closing the store. The next morning I get a call from my manager saying I didn't have to come in until later. We do this when it's slow to cut down on hours. When I did arrive at work I was pulled into the back room. When #2 opened that morning she discovered I had left the back door unlocked. Now you can't enter the back door. There's no handle or anything, and I obsessively check the locks when I close. I was fired. As my manager was firing me, I managed to get out. Is this because she interrupted me and said I needed to clock out and leave. #2 was so embarrassed that I caught her talking shit that she got me fired. This will probably get buried, but what the hell. I made an account just to post this. I used to be a wedding videographer back in the early 2000s. I was prepping for a wedding near Shanksville and was driving on Lambertsville Road on the early in the morning of 9/11. For some reason, I decided to pull off the road to get some B-roll of the woods. I had pulled over to the side, turned off my car, and decided to walk into the woods a bit to set up my equipment. It was quite calm and peaceful, so I was setting up to get some video and audio of the nature. I was there for maybe 30 minutes, as it takes a bit to set up my equipment, when I saw a massive semi-trailer truck pull up maybe 400 yards down the road from where I was parked. I'm in the woods about 30 feet, so I can't be seen from the road, but I could see them through the brush. I see about 15 to 20 people pop out the back and unload what looked like 50 plus storage crates. Out of all of these people, 3 were wearing FBI jackets, so I immediately panned my camera over and started recording. I watched as they carried the crates to the other side of the road and out of my view. They were there moving crates back and forth for roughly 60 to 90 minutes as I sat in the woods. After that, they all hopped back in the truck and drove away. I didn't think much of it at the time, and I learned about the events of 9/11 later that evening, as I didn't at the time have a cell phone and I was out all day filming the scenery. It wasn't until a few days later that I learned about Flight 93, and it wasn't until even a bit later that I realized I may have filmed something that I wasn't supposed to. I still have the tape. I haven't transferred it to any digital format, and by now it may have degraded to a large degree. It's locked away in my gun safe and hasn't been touched in 10 plus years. I'm not a techie guy like I used to be, so I'm not really sure how I would get it out there anonymously, or even if I'd want to at this point. So for now, I'll just sit on it until I feel the time is right to show someone. Wandering around the Library of Congress one day while I'm DC for a work conference, only to find this leather-bound journal on the shelves. Nothing on the binding or cover. Open it up, and it's filled with dates and grid coordinates. Take it up to one of the librarian type people and ask if they had any clue what it was. I was immediately shot a suspicious look and asked to please wait a moment. After about 5 minutes of patiently waiting, 2 men approached me in the Secret Service standard suits, earpiece included, and asked me to come with them. Needless to say, I'm kind of creaking out at this point and have no idea what's going on or why I'm getting ushered off into a service hallway near an exit. Once in the hallway, one blocks the door and the other grabs my arm and in a tone serious as sin tells me that I didn't see or read anything of the sort and to completely forget the journal even existed. At this point, of course, I'm completely intrigued, but decide not to say anything. He proceeds to then tell me that if I ever speak to anyone about it there will be consequences if I was even believed to begin with. At this point he and his buddy released me and saw that I left the way I had came. Strangest experience of my life. To this day I haven't told a soul about any of it until now. Pretty introverted and forever alone. Still, I can't help but wonder. I found my dad's will. I was on his computer while he was at work, actually searching for his born, and ended up finding a strangely titled Word document. At first it didn't seem like a big deal. It contained a note to each of his kids. It wasn't until I got to the last one, my youngest brother, that I realized it wasn't just a will. The start of that line read something along the lines of, if anything is going to make me change my mind now it's writing this part. I realized I had found my dad's suicide note. I was about 14 or 15 at the time, and I had no idea how to go about talking to him about it. I decided to just keep it to myself. He started buying us gifts and stuff and I would get really scared, and I still just kept it to myself. I remember one day on the weekend I woke up in my bed to a loud bang coming from my dad's room. I laid there in bed for probably half an hour frozen. Once I worked up the strength I went to his room and opened the door. He wasn't in the bedroom. I was so confused until I saw that the bedroom window was open. What had happened is that there was a gust and the wind had slammed the door shut, but my paranoid brain had heard a gunshot. After that I was laughing hysterically, and I don't have much memory of the day past that. Shortly after this incident my dad had returned most of the gifts he bought us kids, and I slowly started to believe that he had changed his mind. I never confronted him about it until last year, about 14 years or so later, but I never fully accepted that he was okay now. I called him distraught about a separate matter and he started talking to me about depression. He told me on his own about he had considered taking his life and went into detail about it, and all I could do was cry and tell him I know. We talked a lot longer after that, and we were finally able to put it all to rest. My brother and I used to go out drinking and chasing girls when I was a young teen. He was in his 20s. One night this girl that had been crushing on him for a long time was drinking with us at his house. It was really late. I was definitely the third wheel, so I closed my eyes and dozed off. They started making out. I woke up to her moans, but kept my eyes closed. I finally ventured a peek. He had her shirt up and bra open, having a great time with his face all over her tigs. No one was paying attention to me, so I just kept on peeking. They didn't do very much more than that before she put the brakes on, put herself back together and left, giggling and kissing all the way to the door. I was going to tell him and laugh it off as a cool brother story. We had a lot of them. We chased a lot and caught a lot of tail back in our days. Before I could talk to him about it in a joking way, I noticed how taken he was with her. They started dating exclusively. It got more and more difficult to talk to him about it without it being an uncool breach of our relationship. They've been married for almost 25 years now. They gave me a wonderful niece and nephew and just recently became grandparents. I never told my brother what I saw. One Saturday when I was 13 or 14, I was at my aunt and uncle's house with my cousin and another friend. The adults had left to go shopping or something. We lived out in the country and they were doing their shopping for the month, so we knew they were going to be gone for a while. My uncle also owned the property next door and that's how he met my aunt. They were neighbors. At his old house, there was a big above ground pool with a deck that also connected to a little house. It used to be a storage shed, but my uncle had turned it into the pool room. It had a pool table, dartboard, a little bar and a stereo system. For some reason, in the room on this particular day, there was also a terrarium containing a snake that my uncle had caught in the yard. Well, my friend and I decided that we wanted to go out to the pool room, smoke a joint, and look at the snake. My cousin stayed behind to play Quest 64 or something terrible like that. He made a wise decision. My friend and I made the 5-minute walk out to the pool room and I opened the door to enter first. As soon as I opened the door, I see my aunt and uncle getting it on top of the pool table. I know they saw me because my aunt immediately started telling my uncle to stop. I closed the door and turned to my friend to say, "Oh Jude, we can't go in there," but he was already halfway back to my cousin's house. Jude was running in sheer terror, which made me run too. We got back and told my cousin that we just saw his parents faking on the pool table. Shortly after, his parents walked in the door with grocery bags. My cousin looked at his mom and said, "So, who won?" We also found a crack pipe out there a few years later. Pretty sure we weren't supposed to see that either. My uncle was a real sheet bird. One Saturday when I was 13 or 14, I was at my aunt and uncle's house with my cousin and another friend. The adults had left to go shopping or something. We lived out in the country and they were doing their shopping for the month, so we knew they were going to be gone for a while. My uncle also owned the property next door and that's how he met my aunt. They were neighbors. At his old house, there was a big above ground pool with a deck that also connected to a little house. It used to be a storage shed, but my uncle had turned it into the pool room. It had a pool table, dartboard, a little bar and a stereo system. For some reason, in the room on this particular day, there was also a terrarium containing a snake that my uncle had caught in the yard. Well, my friend and I decided that we wanted to go out to the pool room, smoke a joint, and look at the snake. My cousin stayed behind to play Quest 64 or something terrible like that. He made a wise decision. My friend and I made the 5-minute walk out to the pool room and I opened the door to enter first. As soon as I opened the door, I see my aunt and uncle getting it on top of the pool table. I know they saw me because my aunt immediately started telling my uncle to stop. I closed the door and turned to my friend to say, "Oh Jude, we can't go in there," but he was already halfway back to my cousin's house. Jude was running in sheer terror, which made me run too. We got back and told my cousin that we just saw his parents faking on the pool table. Shortly after, his parents walked in the door with grocery bags. My cousin looked at his mom and said, "So, who won?" We also found a crack pipe out there a few years later. Pretty sure we weren't supposed to see that either. My uncle was a real sheet bird. Things took an interesting turn as I was approaching the gate entrance to the plane for my flight from Newark to Miami. As a member of Group 5, I was among the last major group of passengers to board the plane. As Group 4 began to finish up and enter the plane, I got in line to ensure that I would be among the first of my group to get my ticket checked, get through the tunnel, and onto the plane. I waited behind 2 or 3 people in the Group 5 line near the gate, all of us waiting with our tickets out. All but one of us. Rushing in from the terminal, a new male entered the queue and swiftly circumvented it. Moving with intent, the business casual man approached the woman and man airline duo working the gate entrance. The following dialogue, loosely, took place over about 15 seconds following this unknown man's meeting the female attendant. Unknown man: "I don't have a ticket." Airline female: "If you don't have a ticket we can't get you on." "How did you?" Unknown man: "You remember me? You remember me? It's been a while since we've seen each other." The business casual man now takes out his wallet, opens it, and exposes a small gold badge in the middle of the underflap area semi-discreetly, but more in a rush to the airline worker right. "You remember me? Airline female. Of course of course. It's been a while. You're good." At this moment, I'm right behind this man that just flashed his badge and is attempting to move forward onto the plane before me. Recognizing the potential dangers that likely lay ahead of me, I pause and look ahead to see what is happening nearer the plane. Against the wall stood one male and one female, both dressed similarly, wearing sunglasses inside the airport at 5:40 p.m. on a stormy day in Newark. These two were waiting immediately besides the door to the tunnel to enter the plane, about 5 or 6 feet behind the two airline workers checking people in, seemingly waiting for someone to give them an order. Up until the interaction with the badge man, I had not noticed these two standing there. As I inspect the two by the door, the sunglass wearing male mumbles to his partner, "That must be him." Following that statement, the sunglass couple bolts into the tunnel to the plane, waving off the staff and getting in line towards the actual entrance to the plane. The badge man promptly follows, separated by one male that had been checked in by the airline male worker. While this quick moment passed, the line in the tunnel is now this: 5-6 people out of sight, sunglass guy, sunglass girl, random male, badge man, me. Less than 30 seconds go by before a blonde woman wearing a blue dress suit, like a flight attendant might wear, rushes out of the airplane and out of the tunnel into the terminal. The badge man looks at the woman run by, then looks me in the eyes and says, "Uh-oh." Following this utterance, the badge man chases the woman out of the tunnel and into the terminal, not to be seen from again for the remainder of my experience. The plot thickens still. Turning around, I see the line of people nevertheless proceeding into the plane. No one around me seemed to have noticed the woman running out of the plane and the man following. The sunglass man and woman enter the plane and approach their seats. The two stop around the 17th row, where there is one aisle seat open, followed by a short stout man in a New York Yankees hat sitting in the middle seat next to a business dressed man with headphones on. Only 2 people away, I hear and see this entire interaction clearly. Yankee hat guy: "Oh, am I in your seat?" Sunglass girl: "Yeah, those are our seats," motioning towards the empty seat and the sunglass male at her side. Yankee hat guy: "My bad, oh that's my bad. I'm right up there." The Yankee hat man now gets out of the seat and goes to the row ahead and takes a seat. The sunglass duo now take their seats in the row. I move past them, getting to my window seat 10 rows down. As I sit down, the sunglass girl and Yankee hat guy work their way to the very back of the plane and enter the right side bathroom around 5:45 p.m., never to be seen again. The sunglass guy remains in his seat for the entirety of the flight. The flight is scheduled to depart at 6 p.m. At the time of our scheduled departure, there was no rain coming down. Several airline workers are coming and going through the whole of the plane, making their way to and from the right rear bathroom. The following hour and 20-minute delay was bizarre in nature. At 6:26 p.m. I received a text from the airline stating, "Your 6:00 p.m. United flight to Miami is delayed due to operations. UA 1923 now departs Newark 6:32 p.m. and arrives 9:47 p.m. sitting still connected to the terminal." The plane intercom eventually comes on with a female voice: "We apologize for the delay. Our pilots are still not here. Hopefully they'll come soon." Eventually the pilots arrive, visibly entering the cockpit, and one of them delivers an apology to the extent of, "Sorry about that. It took us 2 hours to get from the hotel to the airport. Traffic exists everywhere for everyone. We are going to go ahead and get started on our pre-checks and get us in the air soon." Following this speech, we remain connected for quite some time. The entire time the seatbelt light remains on. After about 50 to 55 minutes the plane detaches from the tunnel and begins to traverse the tarmac. The next 15 minutes are spent awkwardly engaging the engines to some degree and then relaxing them again, a practice that seemed uncommon. The flight crew reviews their standard safety procedures with nothing out of order. We finally find our way into the new Q4 takeoff. After another 15 minutes in line, we end up leaving some hour and 30 minutes after our planned departure of 6 p.m. Never did the staff tell the passengers to turn on airplane mode on their devices. The seatbelt light stayed on the entire flight and was effective until people had to go to the bathroom. Eventually, the bathroom opposite of the one occupied by Yankee Hat and Sunglass Girl is taken, so there are no available restrooms at the tail of the plane. Once this happens, a line forms at the door. The intercom is activated. Intercom lady, do not form a line at the bathroom. Very few similar instances occur on the rest of the flight, and no one ever comes out of that bathroom. We were prompted 2 times to prepare for turbulence, but otherwise the flight went off without any notable issues. Obviously intrigued, I kept an eye on the bathroom and tried to watch Sunglass Guy at the same time if possible. Nothing happened, and eventually getting miles off of the plane took priority, so I disembarked. Walking out to the terminal, I saw no law enforcement officers waiting. I did not expect any, as I suspect that if this was a non-terroristic threat, the local law enforcement was not advised of this odd event, and things in 10:30 p.m. in Miami Airport were quiet. After about 75 yards of walking through the terminal, I get my last glimpse of any of the actors of the story. Sunglass Guy is standing in a lounge area talking on the phone, glasses off, hand in hair, when he states, "I can't believe it happened either." No one will ever read this comment cause it's too buried, but I swear I didn't even remember this until I saw this question, and now it's haunting me. So I was like 5, maybe 6 years old, and our neighbors were this old couple that my foster mom made me call uncle and auntie, which was weird, but they were nice. Had a crab apple tree, and you don't need much more than that to impress a 5-year-old. Anyway, one time they had grandkids come over, a boy and a girl about my age, and I spent the entire day playing with them. It was so awesome. I was a pretty lonely kid, so I just remember how disappointed I was when it came time to stop playing for the night, and the next morning I went over to their house first thing. I don't know why I didn't just knock on the door. I think I was on my way when I saw them through the basement window. All 4 of them, grandma, grandpa, grandson, granddaughter, all standing in a circle. Most were naked. As I watched, the boy stepped out of his pajamas with what seemed to be extreme reluctance. Then the girl looked at me. I don't know what made her look, but in that instant it came flooding over me that what I was doing was wrong, that this was a private thing I was seeing. I think at 5 I had the rudiment of privacy down at least. So I ran, and I never went back, and I never understood what I saw that day, or almost saw, but neither did I ever see those kids again. Which, in retrospect, is probably for the best. I was about 8. My dog, a lab, was only a year old, so she was still kind of a puppy, but still 80 pounds or so. I used to get up every morning to walk her, including weekends, well before my parents woke up. One Sunday morning, I walked her, and then, because I thought it would be cool, instead of holding the leash, a long thick leather leash, this was the 80s, after all, I should put it over the back of my neck, like a scarf. This worked out great until the dog finished doing her business and bolted for our front door. She got fed after her first walk of the day. The leash gave me a really bad friction burn on the back of my neck before it came off. And, being 8, afraid, and in pain, I started crying. Once inside the house, I plopped down on the mat just inside the front door and let loose with crying and saying out really loud. Well, I guess my parents were having sex, because my dad heard me crying, and he came running, completely naked, to see if I was okay. Normally both of them wore some kind of pajamas. Sitting on the floor as he got to me, before he knelt down, I got an eyeful of his junk. I don't remember what it looked like, not really, just that I saw it, and was like, ooh, dad's privates. But only for a moment. Honestly, I was just glad that someone was there. I had recently bought a house. I was in the yard, between my house and neighbors, clearing up some fallen branches, mowing, trimming, etc. So, I'm out there, it's hot as Hades. I hear what sounds like a bump against a window frame. Very subtle bang noise. I knew I hadn't made the noise, and suddenly I felt like I was being stared at. I begin looking around, because my ex-wife used to do this loving gaze thing while I was outside melting with the account set on 65 inside. So, looking about, I realize she hadn't arrived home. I'm really looking around, very obviously searching, for a good 15 to 20 seconds for where this sound came from. I finally notice a light on upstairs and look up to see a female bare naked in the very large uncovered window, making no attempt to hide. I was surprised at first. Here is a naked woman staring at me, then it hits me. She is for real underage. I gasped, then panicked. I wanted to tell her parents, but paranoid me said this might be some setup to extort cash. So, then I wanted to call the police. I couldn't do that either, because of unknown implications. I really wanted to tell my ex-wife, but I feared she would overreact. I eventually did tell her a few days later. I still never figured out what the fuck that was all about, nor the correct course of action in that situation. Her parents did not seem like the type to be reasonable. Drug use was apparent. To this day I feel as though I was somehow violated and still might get a call from Chris Hansen. I've even been physically ill from the worry of implications. I was working for a private tech firm. Without going into specifics, the tech we made is basically used in every data-intensive operation on the planet. Stock exchanges, social networks, certain weapon platforms, at least the Western ones, and at least one Asian one. My job was to be aware of what people were saying about our products at all times, and any new applications or niches people might have found for it. One day I stumble across a certain forum whose sole purpose is to recruit and militarize young people. As it turns out, they were discussing how they might acquire our products secondhand, and theorizing how they could fit into an impressively simple operation to control multiple commercial drones that had been modified with Arduino boards. Long story short, the next day my boss stopped by my area to let me know some people were coming by. Then my boss's boss stopped by with two very polite folks who wanted to see how I stumbled across that site. One commented on how impressed they were and started asking me how I liked my field of work, if I was happy at the company I was at the time, etc. I have never noped out of a conversation so fast. I don't know if it was related, but fast forward a couple of years to 2015 or 2016, and a story broke very quietly about how a certain large militant entity was attempting to use modified commercial drones as IEDs. It was just interesting to hear, is all. Got a couple doozies. In first grade I'm on the school bus, going to a private Christian school, and there's a little girl sitting across from me. Now to preface this, I have to tell you, she was not a nice girl. In fact she was gross, and the biggest insult any of us could think of at that time was, "Is your girlfriend?" This little girl has her legs spread and a really big grin on her face. I look at her crotch, she's wearing those little girl white tights, and I see she's not wearing any underwear, because there is a small hole in the crotch. Looking me dead in the eye she opened that hole up, so I had a perfect view of her first grade coochie, and gave me this sicko grin like we both just shared the biggest secret in the world. I had no idea what I was looking at, of course, and even gave her a grin back, but that image stayed with me. In 8th or 9th grade there was a car accident across the highway from my house. In the newspaper the next day was the story of what happened. A total loser got it in his mind to go rob these two old men, brothers who were both in their 80s, who ran a gas station out in the boonies of Oregon. So he gets there and demands of the one old man that he finds there that he opens the till, but he refuses, so this loser pushes him down and kicks him in the head while he is down. Then he grabs a can of gas that was sitting there and jumps back in his souped up sheet mobile and heads back to town. Apparently about halfway there he lights up a cigarette with this can of gasoline sitting on the front seat beside him. It catches on fire. He hits a rock wall and then rebounds across the road and down an embankment, burning him alive. We were all pretty certain he got exactly what he deserved. The next day, after the wrecker had come and removed all the pieces of the car, my older brother and I climbed down there to look at what was left. A big section of the ground was burned, and we found a license plate among the pieces of burned stuff that was scattered everywhere. My brother says, "Wouldn't it be cool if we found a burnt hand or something?" I looked at my feet and screamed out, "There's one." Lying at my feet was the guy's hand, completely burned and just bones left. We ran home, and my mom called the coroner. He came out, and we showed him the hand. He says, "Yep, that's a hand, and no gloves or anything." Picks it up, sticks it in a bag and then leaves. We've been telling that story ever since. Story time. Slightly NSFW, so you have been warned. Many years ago, my summer daycare, this was for elementary kids who didn't have a parent to watch them over summer break, decided to offer 2-week swim lessons at the local YMCA. This was exciting cause it was a real scorching summer and none of the kids wanted to do any outside besides keep cool, and plus swimming pool. First week was okay, the instructors taught us some swimming tricks, strokes, ECT point, and afterward we were allowed to do whatever, cannonball. The only downside was having to change out of swim gear in the locker room with adult males around. Before ed alarms go off we had staff with us 24/7, and no child was left alone in the locker rooms without a staff member present. I liked changing in the stalls, since it was much more private, and no risk of sneak peekers. One day the stall was closed for some reason, and me being the naive child I was thought GD someone must have locked in from the inside. Since there was a gap between the door stall and the floor, I decided to slip underneath to change out. Yes, I should have knocked first. Only to find an obese African American taking a dump on the toilet. We both make eye contact for 5 seconds before he shouts, "What the fuck?" I quickly look away, apologized for barging, and waited for him to finish before apologizing again. Now I knock on the door before I duck under the gap for precautions. Finally I have something interesting to add. 16. Somehow me and my little white boyfriends gained access to a very serious dealer in our area. He liked to play video games with us, and I think enjoyed our casual friendship as a trophy with which he could demean his inferiors, as in you stand there watching the 40-panel surveillance wall with a shotgun in your hand and a radio for 4 hours, while I sit around playing Xbox with some little kids. Anyway, one day we rolled up to get some blow. This spot was a chop shop disguised as a repair place and a fruit stand. We pull into the special driveway and get close to the back house, where the sheet went down when someone jumped out of the bushes with a gun. Luckily he was one of the guards that liked us. He told to turn off the car and the lights and hope no one else noticed us. He would cover if people came over. It was a mix-up that we got the okay to come over at all. We were well hidden within the dense tree line of the mini compound, very much in the sheet. Anyway, long story short, our big badass friend of a dealer had a little talk with a man who had just been tortured. The man was crying like a dog, like something barely human, naked, and with bits and pieces removed. I watched, couldn't not. Then he was taken back to the second house, dragged by his legs. When he yelped, someone slammed his face in with a gun. I always felt less comfortable going over there after that, though I won't lie, the quality of the product there kept me going back right up until that area was busted by the D and FBI. Hundreds of guns, kilos on kilos of everything, end of murder counts on everyone, etc. Edit, spelling. There was this girl I met online that I was really starting to like, and we would Skype a ton, even feel all seep together over Skype a few times, and yeah, it was great, and she really liked me too, so I thought it would be something serious, and I was really liking whatever we had, so then we eventually gave each other out Tumblr logins. That's where we met. Just for fun, so we could reblog stuff on each other's blogs and other things. One day I went on hers to just mess around with her theme. She hated Nightmare Before Christmas, so I was going to change it to be full of that, and I was also going to leave some cute message thing for her to read later. Then I saw she had a few messages from this guy, and it seemed like they had been talking for a bit and were getting pretty close. This absolutely crushed me, because at that time I thought we were really serious and stuff. Honestly, through the whole relationship or whatever, I always thought she would just find someone better, because she was so beautiful and an absolutely wonderful person that could find someone just as amazing, and I'm just an average person with nothing really going for me, so part of me knew it wouldn't last. Well, anyways, because I'm an absolute idiot that doesn't know how to talk about my emotions and stuff, instead of asking her what that was about, I just had a huge meltdown where I said and did some stupid stuff, and that was the end of whatever we had. Looking back at it all, I'm glad I got out of that. Like, she was definitely an amazing and unforgettable person, but the whole time I just felt inadequate, so even if it did last, I would probably have a meltdown like that anyways, since I'm really bad at communication about that stuff. Even though this was one of the lowest points in my life, I was able to move past it and improve as a person, so something like this won't happen again. Super late, but I've only shared this with a few before. I posted this before somewhere else, but my in-laws both passed away, a few years after my mill. Their kids went through the estate to claim things each wanted to keep and what to sell. My husband and I were transitioning with selling our own home at the time of my Phil's death, so I stayed at the in-laws house while he stayed at ours, off and on. So our home wouldn't get robbed while sitting on the market, and so our house stayed clean as we had a newborn, and I was in no mood to constantly keep up our house. Plus we have pets, and it was just easier. And so someone could watch the estate while everything got sorted out. I say that because my husband wasn't home when I saw what I saw. Anyway, one night I was playing with my Phil's iPad that my husband claimed for us to keep. Phil only had it for roughly 2 years and barely used it. He was a reader and loved music, so mostly just used it for that and sports updates. I was using it to take better pictures of our baby, as my phone wasn't the best, and to learn how the iPad worked with the photo app. Had an Android phone, so unfamiliar with Apple. Took a bunch of pics, and started exploring the app, and clicked it to accidentally pull up the timeline. All the pics went super small, but I was caught off guard with how many, because I didn't think he took pics with it, and I know I didn't take that many. Then I clicked on one out of curiosity. My body literally went cold. Then super hot. Then I felt like I was struck by lightning and felt all jittery. Body went numb. Extreme shock took me over and a smile creeped across my opened mouth. I was shaking with disbelief and awe at what I saw. Immediately I went into childish mode with every swipe saying over and over again, "Oh my god." Picture after picture was my Phil in different colorful spring type dresses, different wigs, color coordinated costume jewelry, color coordinated heels, color coordinated makeup that made him look like a drugged out 70-year-old smoking hookah. Poorly done male polished fingers holding half smoked cigarettes. He didn't smoke or had ever. No, none of that stuff was my Mills. No picture was he smiling. All taken at terrible angles. Some made me really uncomfortable looking at. This hardcore. He was very introverted, tiny, disciplined, law educated, organized, sports fan, political, never drank, never cussed, never smoked, kept to himself, old man who is always highly praised as a real man by his eldest preacher son, took a hard left at some point after his wife passed away. He and I never had much of a relationship as we had zero in common, yet there I sat, looking at pictures of him in such a scandalous moment. Had I known he went down this path, we would have had a much better relationship as I, and quite possibly one other Sil, would have been supportive of him doing this. His sons, oh my god. My husband knows I found pics, as I had to tell him, but he didn't want to see, but only because his other brother took an iPad mini, for his own kids, super young, and there may have been pics on that thing too. But I spoke to the wife and she never mentioned it to her husband. So the three of us are the only ones who know. I was in my freshman year of college and had taken my new girlfriend home near the end of spring term to spend the night and meet my family. My younger brother was at school while we were around the day before, and we missed him the following afternoon as he was at practice, and as we later went out. Sunday morning we were heading back to university early. Girlfriend wanted to meet brother. I knocked on his door and didn't get a reply. My girlfriend was standing behind me and to the side a bit. I figured my brother was asleep and opened the door to wake him up. His bed was perpendicular to the doorway on the opposite wall. As I slowly cracked the door I peeked through to witness him quickly pull his blankets over his naked self and the pink stuffed plush rabbit he was having sex with. He pulled the blankets up to his neck, leaving two pink ears flanking his horrified face. I quickly waved at him with my offhand, gesturing him to move the rabbit under the blanket. "Brother, I've girlfriend here to meet you," I said in a panic. No sooner had the ears cleared the top of the blanket than my lady pushed through beside me and opened the door. She walked to the bed and said, "I'm girlfriend, nice to meet you," while sticking out her hand for a shake. My brother and I made eye contact as she moved in, and in a moment of panic our brotherly senses conveyed everything that needed to happen. I watched the blankets rustle as his hand moved from the pink setch rabbit under the cover to meet hers. They shook hands and introduced themselves. "Well, we need to go. See you again," she said as she turned away and walked out onto the landing. I stared him in the eyes, shook my head, and followed her out, locking the door behind me. TLDR, caught my brother using a stuffed rabbit as a sex toy. Had him shake hands with my girlfriend in the moment without knowing. Never talked about it to either of them. When I was in the Navy, us single people would have hotel parties. Alcohol wasn't allowed on ship or in the barracks at shore, so we would rent a couple of cheap rooms, get boozed and music. When the parties died down, you just slept or passed out anywhere. At one base, the hotel rooms had a queen-size bed and a love seat with a cold-out couch. It was my habit to crash under the fold-out on the floor. For months I was friend-zoned by a chick I really liked. I was never very aggressive about my feelings, but I think she knew. Anyway, we often found ourselves at these kinds of parties. One night, after coming to and discovering I'm in my natural habitat under the fold-out, I hear a couple on top giggling and whispering. I peek my head above the bed and there she is in missionary position with her legs wrapped around some random I've never seen before. The dude freaked out just a little, but she held him with her legs and said, "He's blitzed and never remembers anything in the morning." Honestly, my facial expression never changed. I was indeed drunk, but had slept some of it off. I just eyeballed her and the dude and flopped sitting up against the wall. The next thing I know, it's morning. I'm on the fold out, not my usual place. And her and a few others milling about before we had to check out. One of our regular crew kept asking if I was okay. The rest of the day concerned about me. That ain't normal. Finally, the girl I liked starts probing me to see what I remember. I tell her I saw her and another guy, but I didn't recognize the other guy. Then she gets all mad saying it was us. Her and I had sex, and was pissed I couldn't remember. About a week later, I see random guy. He was our co. I saw him every day in uniform, but like Superman, he was different in civilian clothes. I confronted him discreetly, and he thanked me for being cool about it. I was really mad at the girl by now. Next time I saw her, I told her who I talked to, and she was like, "Yeah, him, and I almost did it, and he left right after you saw us. So I dragged you off the floor and finished up with you." I'm still not convinced, but her and I both got some sweet duty assignments. And after learning she just liked casual sex, I didn't crush on her, but we stayed friends. Sometime back in 2003, when I worked for a moving company in Moree, as the crew and I were finishing up a typical move into a nicer apartment type home, a man waves us down and offers to pay us each $20 if we'll help him carry a huge TV set from his home and load it into his van. We all looked at each other and thought, sure, why not? He guides us into his unit, which was bloody huge. I mean, bigger than most homes I've been in here in FL, where I'm both from and currently at, and we pick up one of those bigger 74-inch TVs from back then. For those who don't know, TVs back then were heavy AF compared to today's, and the further back in time you go, the heavier they were. Anyways, he then walks us, with TV in hands, to the back of his van, and opens the doors. Now when you see a white windowless van, like a 4D series, it's hard not to assume that such a van is for secretive activities. And this one was no exception. The interior had been completely removed, leaving just the frame, and there was a cage-like wall between the front seats and the rest of the van. There also appeared to be tools hanging from the sides, and the floor was covered in a thicker bedsheet. Could be a handyman's van. Hell, could be anything. But as we put 2 TV in and started pushing it in, it caught the bed sheets and pulled them with it, and underneath the sheets were a gruesome sight of dried blood puddles and bits of what looked like cloth and hair. We all kinda froze for a second and looked at each other. The guy must have caught on at the way we all went silent, but very calmly and in a manner that was almost too friendly said, "Did I say $20 each? I meant $100 each, and this never happened." We shrugged and didn't say a word, just secured the TV in, said thank you as he handed each of us a fresh and crisp $100 bill, then went our separate ways. I'm positive that was something no one was supposed to see. It's not particularly well known, but Gibraltar has an extensive cave system, partly natural, but much of it man-made. Parts are large enough to drive vehicles through. They were garrisoned during WWII and used to control entry to the Med. I went there with the army, who, as well as liking to make you run up and down the several miles of staircase within the system, also teach cave fighting and patrolling in there. We were given a map and told to patrol to our destination, with the possibility of meeting hostile forces en route. Off we go. We take a couple of minor routes, then pass a passage not marked on the map. There are a lot of these, and most are short dead ends or simply unsafe or impassable. This one obviously had plenty foot traffic though, and if it connected to a nearby shaft would have cut a half mile off our route, so we decided to take a look. 200 yards down the tunnel we come round a bend and 2 glass doors slide open. There's a room on the other side filled with control panels and half a dozen guys in navy uniforms. Proper blinking lights, Star Trek stuff. One of them charges out, gives us a sound bowl locking, and tells us to fuck off. We made some discreet inquiries, and either no one knew about it, or knew and didn't want to say. What the hell was it? Who knows? But it obviously wasn't meant to be found. I apologize this is so long. I haven't thought about these events in a long time. I'm shaking just thinking about the memories this thread brought up. I just really need to get this out, finally. I was orphaned as a young girl. Being that I was a bit of a problem child, I spent many years living in an orphanage in a remote part of Canada. I was a bit of a loner and an outcast. My issues always seemed to cause the most problems when I was forced to socialize with others, or when I got bored. In their attempts to find ways to combat my outbursts and naughty behavior, the staff eventually figured out they could use me to get a lot of the cleaning and landscaping done. It kept me away from others, and I was never bored. As the years crept by, I fell into my routines and the staff generally left me alone. Because of this, I ended up becoming mostly invisible. I didn't talk a whole lot. I was quiet. Happy to be left alone to complete my tasks. Happy not to be noticed. I started to realize that I could get away with a lot more than other kids. I would snoop through the offices and the personal lockers and desks of the staff members. At one point I was behind Mrs. James, the woman in charge of the whole place, while she was at her desk. I had noticed her putting away or taking out a huge leather-bound book now and then. She always kept it locked in a desk drawer. The drawer had a combination lock on it. So this one day I'm behind her, and of course she hadn't noticed me there watering her plants. I saw the combination and committed it to memory. A few days later she took a few days off work due to illness and I saw my opportunity. I stealthily made my way into her office, closing the door silently behind me. I opened the locked drawer and pulled out the book. Continued in comment. I posted this elsewhere before, but it was off topic a little, but it could fit here, so I'll just edit it a little to suit this thread. It was a workmate who actually seen this. I was there, but didn't see it with my own eyes. I was told, after we left the guy's house. Some weird shit happened when a guy I worked with asked another co-worker if he could pick up and deliver a large gas bottle for him to his house. The co-worker who wanted the gas bottle didn't have a driving license, never has, so the other co-worker I mentioned asked me if I'd help him deliver it, because it's a heavy bottle and the guy lives in the middle of a shady scheme. When I say shady scheme, it's nothing mental. It's just an area with a poor rep, and it looks run down, but we are in the Highlands of Scotland, so I'm not talking about anything over the top. Anyway, we finish work, and for whatever reason, the guy receiving the gas bottle, let's call him John, wasn't at work, so me and the co-worker, we'll call Andy, got into Andy's car and drove to pick up John's bottle, then go on to deliver it at his flat. We arrived in a car park somewhat near his flat and took it in turns to spin the bottle on its base until we got to John's flat. He came to the door and was acting sketchy as fuck, like really nervous and jittery. He lives alone, as we were led to believe, so I was a bit weirded out by his reaction, but whatever. We got the bottle into his house. He wanted it in the cupboard under his stairs. Done. Andy is a great music lover and noticed lots of framed ACK/TC CDs and vinyls on the walls. This started a conversation which took us on a bit of a house tour, showing the majority of his collection. He began touring us through his kitchen, dining room and hallway, showing all these different bits of memorabilia from various bands he liked growing up. He reluctantly swung the door to his living room open and dashed inside. I was behind Andy and not really interested, just nodding along, being polite and seeming like I was interested. Now this is where it got weird. Andy swears to God he got a look at what John was doing when he charged down the hall and into his living room as we were walking towards the room. He swears he saw him throw a male blow-up satchel wearing clothes over and behind the couch. Then the loud clattering I heard was him kicking a mannequin dummy out of a single chair just beside the couch where the doll was. I was oblivious to all this, but Andy had a stupid grin on his face until John ushered us out a few minutes later without letting us see the framed stuff on the side of the room the doll and mannequin were allegedly on. I did however note there was 3 cups on the small living room table, but I didn't think much of it until after Andy filled me in on what he saw. It's just weird as hell. The guy, John, has been single and living alone for a long time and isn't much liked because he's got a chip on his shoulder, but I didn't have any issues with him personally, so I took him at face value. He got sacked for some stupid shit a few months later, but 4 years afterwards, at work, me and Andy would speculate exactly what he was doing with his doll and the mannequin, but we know for certain that we were not supposed to see what was going on. So, a few weeks ago my phone broke. Absolutely needing a phone for my job, but also, having just moved out of my house, I was not in a spot where I could get a new one immediately. My ex, who I'm still on good terms with, gives me one of what he thought was his old phones to use for a week until I got a new one. Well, the nothing on that phone was deleted and still had texts from when it was last used 4 years ago. So when we were going through the phone, I see a text from their family friend with "I love you" sent as a last text. I laugh and ask my ex why he sent a woman almost twice his age an "I love you" text. We go through a few of the texts and realize it's not his old phone, but his dad's. Other than the "I love you" text, nothing was too scandalous, but he hands me the phone and we don't talk about it anymore. The next day at work, I go through the entire text log. His father was having an affair with the family friend. They are both married with kids. They were going on and on about how much they loved each other and how they couldn't wait to spend time alone. I felt sick to my stomach. I immediately messaged 2 of my friends and asked what to do. I haven't told my ex because it would destroy him. I'm still not sure if I made the right decision. When I was high school age, I left school for a while and worked full time at a stadium in the suites. This stadium, companies lease the suites for X years, so there's always a few groups in doing off-site exec level conferences, etc. A few notables, keeping in mind I was 16 so often would just not say anything for fear of losing my job. The team at the liquor stores drinking spirits and watering them down. Markup on these was around 200% on retail. Corporate clients get billed at the end of each event so don't really care. A colleague masturbating into the toilet of a corporate box whose owners he didn't like. Colleagues stealing energy drinks and alcohol from suites. Clients tended to be so drunk they could barely walk after games so wouldn't realize how much they actually drank. 2 suite patrons having sex with their game day waitress. Members of a political party discussing how they might take over the leadership. Didn't realize this at the time and talked about sport with them as I served lunch. Neil Diamond did a concert once and this envelope was left in the suite area near our kitchen after the show addressed to Mr. Diamond. I asked my boss what's to do and he opened it and read it in a mocking tone. It was an 80-year-old woman talking about how much he had meant to her and her deceased husband and how they had named their daughter Caroline in his honor. Really sweet, but my boss just threw it in the trash about 8 months after starting. I went back to school. First, some backstory, which is actually more interesting than what I saw. My family took a road trip through Romania about 3 years after their revolution. Exchange rates being what they were, it was very affordable to hire an interpreter for the whole trip. The interpreter suggested we take a small detour to visit his friend in a nearby village. We did, and had a nice evening. The next day we were approached by state security who wanted us to explain why we had been meeting with the mayor, who it turns out had been the patriarch of the family we had visited. They drove us to a ski resort, empty as the area was bare of snow at the time, with an APC full of soldiers following. They then for some reason had us ride the ski lift to the top to ask more questions about our itinerary. In the end, nothing came of it, except we had a squad of soldiers telling us the rest of the trip, including the island convent, where we had to drive 45 minutes off-road and be ferried by a nun in a row boat. Anyway, the thing I saw was that about 5 seats behind us on the ski lift was a man in an immaculately tailored tan suit and bowler hat. He was carrying a wooden crate labeled as oranges. At the top, he walked off into woods and didn't come back with us, the only other people who seemed to be on the mountain. Our interpreter said the only thing in that direction was the border with Moldova. No idea what that was about, but it seemed very cloak and dagger. In our country, Boy and Girl Scout are mandatory until college. This happened when I was in primary school. I was a valedictorian and had very good relation with the teachers, and my parents were very present at school activities. Well, this year's scout camping trip got cancelled, so they decided to use school ground as a camping trip instead. The students slept in the classrooms. The teacher organized Boy and Girl Scout to a different building. Well, after dinner, my wise as now friend who used to bully me but stopped when my dad took me to taekwondo class, he dared me to race across the building that the girls were sleeping. I was fearless. I was not going to let this guy call me a chicken, and I wanted to do it for friendship and whatnot, so I accepted. Fast forward, here I'm with him on the corridor. On the right side are girls' rooms. The corridor is around 6 classrooms long. After dinner, on the schedule, we were supposed to take a bath. So the teacher didn't stay around, which made it easier for us to sneak in and get ready. Cakewalk, I told myself as we get in position. After that, it all happened so fast we heard the teacher were coming up the stair behind us. 2 of us sandwiched by female teachers, and like 100s of Girl Scouts. Doom was approaching. There was no way we could explain to the teachers and my rep would suffer. And so we ran as fast as we could across the corridor when suddenly the girls came out in towels. We ran zigzag like a pro. Many screams was heard. And as I let my eyes wander into one of the classrooms, I saw my classmate, naked. She was changing. We were around 10 over 11 years old. She is the whitest in the class. I recognize her right away. That was the longest 5 seconds of my life. After that, we take the emergency stair and ran back up outside. The teachers wasn't that mad tbh. I don't think they'd have enough evidence to catch any of us, or they didn't want to implicate me, plus we were only kids running around. Lol. I'm still friend with the girl. Every time I look at her picture I remember this event. Not as much C as given access to. It was a summer job changing filters in Axe last year. Me and another girl, we both got it through family connections. So we are both given access cards to most of the building, not the offices that was being rented though. Our boss introduced us to some people in some of the offices, so they'd know we are legit. Everything going well first 2 weeks or so. We are going through some standard offices and whatnot. Then towards the end, we decided to leave the big offices until last to keep track of what we'd done. We get to the office of Nuclear Fuel and Waste Management Company. They have a security guard there 24/7. By the way, only place in the whole building. They have keycards limiting what rooms the employees can enter. We get there, get our cards keyed to their common areas, so we can move around, do our job, etc. Later on we get to the rooms of the bosses, CEO and alike. At some point previously we had been denied access to rooms we should been able to get into, so we spoke to the security guard who fixed this. We had been told we weren't supposed to be able to enter management rooms. Nothing strange really. There's stuff in there that's secret and protected by law, and that people outside shouldn't have access to. We try our cards either way. We can get in. So we do what we are supposed to do, but holy shit. I think the security guard messed up when fixing our access before. Still not the worst. We get to their id section. They let us into their server room unsupervised. We do our best to change the filters. Had to do some real circus worth contortions. To do one of them by standing on a table leaning at a wall with a shelf behind me and a ceiling hatch opening pretty much in my face. But I digress. Then we need to get into a few of its offices. You need a key to get in. Okay, not too bad. Ask the id boss if he has key. He doesn't. Only the people working in the rooms do. He suggests security might have a key. I go and ask. The security guard gives me the faking master key. We get into the offices, not even their workmates have access to. Another office we went to develops locks. We discovered quickly we could get into them to cause the keys was on the door frames above each door. We did the decent thing and got the receptionist so she could keep an eye out, since they had explicitly told us not to enter the rooms without supervision. The amount of server rooms and archives we got into unsupervised though was outstanding. We are talking insurance company, 1 or 2 health centers, a lot of online companies and a bigger company that deals in staffing and consultants. TLDR, the summer job I had where we got access to a load of stuff we shouldn't, and was given a master key to a place with security 24/7. I'm going back this summer. Let's see if it's the same. In 5th grade, my family got a home computer. It was set up in the corner, where if you tried to, you could hide the screen, and someone would have to purposefully walk up to you in order to see what you were looking at. When I was in junior high, my older brother went into the US Army. When he left, since he had his own computer, we deleted his account off of the home computer on the millionth time it needed to be wiped due to viruses. My brother admitted that he had broken his laptop when he was on his way home on leave, so he needed to use a desktop for MySpace or whatever was cool at the time. While he was on leave, he'd just use my account on the desktop, since he wasn't technologically inclined, which was fine. A couple days after he had left, I had been looking for a website I'd found about a week prior, so I opened up the history. In the history were pages and pages and pages of Futanarin, a website devoted to real women with cartoonishly large penises that spray equally cartoonishly. For example, the smaller ones were not dissimilar to a grown man's forearm and fist between the legs of a woman. I just sat there in shock that my alt-right homophobic brother got off to chicks with ridiculously large dicks. My old boss is currently in the middle of getting a divorce. Since I started working there, I always was told that his wife didn't like one of my coworkers, who when I started was our receptionist. She is a fairly attractive younger than my boss woman. At one point our office manager planned to pursue a new job and my boss proposed that the receptionist, who steadily transitioned into the role of his assistant, take over as office manager. One weekend I came into the office because I needed to email a file that was saved on my work computer. To my surprise, my boss was there in his office on the phone with someone. I went to my office without alerting him to my presence and suddenly I heard him yelling into the phone. It became pretty evident after a few words that he was arguing with his wife over the proposal of promoting the receptionist to the new position. Fast forward months later, she's the office manager, and unlike the manager before her, she and my boss have many closed door meetings between just the two of them throughout the day. One morning I went to the copy room to scan some documents. On my way back to my office, I turn a corner and see my boss grab the receptionist's ass. I don't know if they saw me see them, but she did swat his hand away and say no, but not as assertively as you would if this was something that completely caught you off guard and appalled you. More in a not here and now type of rejection. I didn't say a word as I walked past, pretending to read the documents in my hand, and went back to my office until it was safe for me to tell my other coworker. In middle school, the boys and the girls had alternating gym schedules. First half of gym was physical for the boys, second half was in the classroom. Girls ran opposite that. One day, realizing I had left my book bag in the locker room when we were in health, I asked to go get it back. The girls were out on the field, and I felt like I was in this hallowed chamber, so different than it had been to us boys not an hour ago. I spent way too long in there. There were training bras and underwear left around, and I just sort of looked at all of them until I heard the girls running in from outside. I fucking panicked and ran in the only direction I could, up a set of stairs in the middle of the back wall of the room, leading up to an attic, but the door was locked. So I put my backpack down, kneeled down behind it, and threw my jacket over my head, peeking out through a slot. From where I was kneeling in the dark, I could look down and see most of the room. I watched a third of my classmates undress completely, talking to each other, taking their sweet faking time, while I was scared so much I thought I was going to sheet right then and there. I waited up there until everyone left and the bell for class changing rang. I ran into the other guys from my gym class on the way out, and they asked what's up. I spilled my guts at lunch and became a legend. They asked who had bush, who had big tigs, ECT. Keep in mind this is 8th grade, so nothing too saucy. Naturally, word spread, and a few girls called me a pervert, but overall most of the girls were nice about it, and would just laugh or grin when they saw me. And that fueled my fat bank for the rest of the year. My mom cleans houses for a living, and would occasionally take us with her when we were kids, probably around 7 to 8 years old, when we didn't have a babysitter. One of her customers at the time owned a crematorium. One day, she took us with her to the crematorium to wait while she worked. We got there and were told to wait in the lobby and not step a foot anywhere else. The smell, oh the faking smell. I remember I could almost taste the death and ash that I imagined floating in the air throughout the facility. As me and my little brother sat there in the lobby and played on our Game Boys, we started to hear a loud banging. At first we ignored it, but the sound was loud, annoying and persistent. So my brother and I got curious. We got up and walked over to the entrance to the back. The door was slightly ajar, and we decided to take a peek. What we saw burned an image into my brain I still can't shake at 29. The hammering sound we heard were 3 guys hammering a wooden frame out of 2x4s around what I imagine would be a 600-pound plus morbidly obese corpse. The dude apparently couldn't fit in the furnace and so had to be boarded up. The mound of dead pale flesh seemed surreal, and in that moment, the horrid vision along with the intense smell seeped into my nose and into my very core. I remember not being able to look away, just stared in shock. After what seemed like forever, my brother pulled me away, and we went back to our seats and didn't say much. We didn't quite comprehend what the fuck we just saw. TLDR, my mom cleans houses and had a customer who owned a crematorium. She took us once, since we had no babysitter. My brother and I saw a 600-pound dead body being framed up by 2x4s because his fat ass couldn't fit in the furnace. Scarred for life. About 4 years ago I got a new boss. I shared an office at the time that faced the street and a secondary parking lot for the building, and about a week after my boss started, my office mate and I watched her walk up toward the building through this parking lot when a little yellow Miata pulled up and this 6 foot plus kind of goofy looking guy got out and started talking to her. She's the kind of person who smiles no matter how she's feeling, so it was hard to tell at the time what the two of them were doing or who they were to each other, but she looked kind of agitated, and she was pointing and waving her arms a bit as they talked, so we thought it was probably her boyfriend and they were having an argument. We didn't really know her at all yet, and it seemed like a personal matter, so neither of us were eager to bring up what we'd seen. However, later that day the cops show up and interview her in her office, so she is forced to tell us what is going on. Turns out she moved from DC for the job, and apparently the guy she used to get PC help from in DC came with her. Only he hadn't been invited. He was stalking her. The next day my boss and I are in a getting to know you kind of one-on-one introductory meeting in her office with me facing her and her back to the windows. We are like 2 minutes in with her talking when I see the little yellow Miata driving slowly behind her down the shoulder of the road out in front of the building. It takes me long enough to get my sheet together and be able to point out the window and say something like, "Your stalker." That he's already gone by the time she looks back, but she calls the cops and tells them what I've seen and the way he was heading. They catch the guy like 5 minutes later at some cross streets nearby. Sometime later I spend like 6 hours of a work day outside of a courtroom waiting to be called to the stand to basically say, yes, I saw that guy drive down the street in front of the building. And yes, it was easy to remember him from the day before, because a guy that big getting out of a car that small was like a circus routine, and then walk back to the office. The guy was convicted and served some time in jail, but only like a year or something. Short enough that he was getting out before I moved on to a different job. Turns out the stalker had a wife back in DC, and while stalking is certainly no light matter, if he'd have just gotten a job working for her instead, I'm sure that he, just like literally every single person in the department she ran, would have known to get as far away from her as possible. So I went to a service academy for college, and the summer before our freshman year we have a 2.5-month long plebe summer, which is basically like boot camp for officers. Anyways, it's the usual boot camp stuff. No privacy, no freedom, lots of working out and screaming. Anyways, so about 5 weeks into the summer, my name comes up as company rover. Essentially I just walk around the company spaces for a few hours and make sure, in the sarcastic words of my detailer, that Al-Qaeda doesn't attack, and if they do, you're the first warning meat shield. Anyways, so I'm just walking around, and almost nobody is around, only about 3 people who are broken, and can't do physical activities. I'm making sure all the rooms are squared away, so that when the company and the detailers come back the detailers can't find anything to punish us for. I see a room with the door open and the lights off, meaning nobody is present, but the blinds are down. We have to have the blinds up when not in the room, so I walk in to lift the blinds, so no detailer finds it. Instead, I round the corner in the room to see, in the back corner, one of my company mates on the broken list getting sucked off by a girl on the broken list. She's facing away from me, and he's looking right at me. We just stop and eye each other up for a moment, and something unspoken passes between us, and I nod, then just back out of the room. He and I are still friends today, and we have still never brought this exploit up sober. I still respect the hell out of him for getting some at a time, when the rest of us were under too close of a watch, and in too close of proximity to even rub one out. I was a young 18-year-old whiz kid. It wore off. I'm dumb as a box of rocks now, and the computer guy for a manufacturing plant. I did a good job, but corporate was having issues at the main plant, because they needed more hard drive space for the server. The plant manager didn't understand that, since they had recently bought more space, and this was a time when this kind of thing was expensive. They asked me to fly to the company headquarters and check it out. I got to fly in the corporate jet as the only passenger. I felt like James Bond, but without the sexy stewardess. And when I landed I went to the plant with the company's owner, who was also the jet's pilot. I introduced myself to their system admin, who wasn't told I was coming, and sat down at a desk. He was insulted and confused to see a dorky kid come in to check out his system. He was even more so when I found all the games, movies, and software he was storing on the server. I asked him if he needed them. He meekly said no, so I deleted them all. Not 30 minutes after showing up I went and told them the problem was fixed and they wouldn't need to upgrade the servers. To my credit I attempted to not get anyone in trouble with some vague I found some old files that could be removed data. But they pressed me on it, and I ended up telling them exactly what it was. My grandma's news articles about my biological grandfather. Note, my grandfather that lives with my grandmother is my dad's stepdad. Basically raised my dad and my dad's younger sisters, and I was raised to think of him as my grandfather. I never met my biological grandfather. I don't know if this was for my sake or just because my dad was officially an adopted family member to my grandfather, but my parents told me the truth about it when I was in middle school. I don't know if my cousins know this or not through. They are actually related to the man I think of as my grandfather, not my biological grandfather, and haven't brought this up to them. I was a teenager at the time and had asked about my family tree, so I could hopefully find out about the 3/4 of the family tree I didn't know. I figured finding dad's side of the family would be easier than mom's, since both mom's parents were either adopted or in foster homes during the 1920s-1930s era. I had to ask my grandma, since she has the closest we have to records. She was crying while looking around, even though I had explained my reasons for asking. I can speed read easily, and did that to confirm the specific story I've heard about my biological grandfather. I put the newspaper article back without her noticing. Let's just say, my grandma definitely has good reason to continue to hate him for 50+ years, and she still seems to hate his family, my dad and I excluded here, to this day. I was adopted at the age of 5, so being adopted played a large role in how I identified myself. It also meant that I remembered my biological father, and that I loved him with everything that I had. One day I was in my adopted parents' bedroom with my adopted mother, we'll call her Jenny, and my adopted father Adam. For some reason Jenny had our birth certificates out. I noticed that Jenny and Adam were listed as my birth parents. Jenny explained that birth certificates are changed for legal reasons, but it still really bothered me. It felt like they were trying to erase a large portion of who I was. Both Jenny and Adam are very insecure about being adoptive parents. They didn't want me to tell anyone, and although they claimed that they would help me look for my biological parents when I was older, if I decided to take that route, I knew they didn't want me to. When I was about 16, they decided I was old enough to stay home alone while they went to run errands. I took this opportunity to look through their room to find my adoption paperwork. When I found it, I was shocked to see not only the file from DCYF, but also my paperwork from where my biological mother was admitted to the hospital to give birth to me. This paperwork included their social security numbers. It wasn't until years later that I was able to look up my biological father's name and, using his social security number, find that he had passed when I was 19. Through Ancestry.com I was able to locate his family. When I told Jenny that I found my dad and his family, she asked how. I told her that my sister, who was adopted by another family, had his social security number. Jenny said she would have helped me look, but also claimed that it was a good thing my sister had that information because they never received it. I had previously asked for all the paperwork involving my adoption, and Jenny claimed she had sent out to me, but the only thing in it was health records. My adoptive parents always knew I loved my dad and that I wanted to find him. Had they been honest, I could have seen him before he passed. It turns out he lived in the next state over. I had keys to half my high school as I was super involved in activities. I have an impeccable positive reputation. I also had great inside and outside school relationships with teachers. I helped more than a dozen move in and out of houses. I also convinced several boosters to donate a significant amount of money. My school administration did not see a reason to pay anyone extra to supervise me before and after school. That gym was in a separate wing of the school that usually was not used until after school for activities and athletics. Teachers, administrators, students had no reason to be there, so it was always dark and quiet. I walked in on two teachers banging on their break during school hours. One was a department head and the other was my teacher. They were both happily married to other people. I previously always passed them looking disheveled in the hallway leading to the gym. I was a dumb high school kid and never thought anything suspicious until I saw her getting plowed on the mat that I slept on, and all three of us made eye contact. I got an A in her class and A's in his department. I probably would have gotten B's. I also had the privilege of their endorsements for college letters of recommendation, and I had a free pass to come and go as I pleased in her class and his department's classes, to the chagrin of his subordinates and student teachers. There had already been rumors, and well, let's say I could identity tattoos on both of them that shouldn't ever be visible to students. It happened in early October of senior year, so I didn't get much out of it. I totally would have banged her given the opportunity. She was a total MILF. This is kind of a long story, so bear with me. When I was like 6 or 7 years old, my parents and 3 older brothers went to Florida for vacation. We went to this place called Ripley's, believe it or not. Not sure why we went there, but they had all this dumb shit set up in a maze-like room. You'd walk around, look at whatever stupid display, then keep going. We got to this one spot that had a U-shaped mirror above, with TVs on the left side and right side. The video that was playing was of people trying to touch their nose with their tongue. So we kept walking around, and when we got to the other side, saw that it was a two-way mirror. For some reason, this was the display that I enjoyed most. I watched for a few minutes, and the rest of my family kept going. A couple of minutes had gone by, and the thought that I might get left behind was crossing my mind. A few people had gone past, tried touching their nose, and it wasn't anything special. Then, a woman in her late 80s and her daughter came up to the display. They tried touching their nose ECT and the daughter walked away, so the old lady is the only one around. At this point, there was probably 5 people next to me watching this. There was adults there. Old lady looks around to make sure nobody is around and starts to fingibulous herself. I could not believe what I was seeing, and the people next to me looked on horrified. She did this for maybe 5 minutes. I don't know if she finished herself off or if someone came by, but I waited and waited and waited. I really wanted to see her reaction when she came around. but again, was sweating I'd be forgot about. I couldn't wait anymore, so I went and met up with the rest of my family. Thinking about that now, I don't know how any of those older people that were there didn't get the kids away from this. I'm not sure if that place even exists anymore, but that's what happened, and it still bugs me today that I never got to see what happened. Maybe she knew and liked it, who knows. I had a ton of inventory to finish and was exhausted, so I went home to nap and figured I would come back in a bit to finish. I had keys and a security code and was salary, so it didn't matter if I came in and finished later. So I napped and came back around midnight to finish. I let myself in and went to the office to turn off the alarm before heading to the warehouse to count. When I walked into the office I found the male owner with a female sales rep. They were buttoning clothing as fast as they could. I assume they heard me and locked the door. The faked up part was his wife worked at the company as an accountant. The next day she came in and had a meeting with me and told me how her husband decided he needed to come in late at night to check my inventory count because I was always faking up. I wasn't faking up, they just don't understand how inventory works, so they would make me do it during business hours, causing me more work as I had to backtrack sales as they sold. I sat there for a long second trying to decide if I should tell on him, but then with her next breath she said, I'm going to check the cameras to make sure you're working when you should be instead of playing online. I pretended to act guilty and tried to convince her otherwise, knowing it would make her suspicious. At this point I had already known they were trying to fire me without paying unemployment, but I wanted to stick around long enough to see the sheet show. Long story short, she went to lunch right after that, and when she came back her and her husband let me go, like I expected, as I knew I had been training my replacement, just not so soon. I think her husband upped my termination date in hopes of not getting busted. As I packed my desk I told her to be sure and watch the video from that night. I don't know if she busted him, but they are still married and operating to this day. My neighbor at my old house was the sexiest MILF ever. Argentinian, perfect body, huge ass, huge stigs, slim stomach, a 50/10. Anyway, she would always sunbathe and run around in these skimpy bikinis all summer long. Well, one BBQ we had she came over, and as it got late and people left she still stuck around, and we were in the hot tub. She was a little tipsy, my neighbor, and I guess the jets from the hot tub blew her bottoms tire down on the bikini, and when she stepped out her bikini bottoms stayed in the hot tub. And she stepped out and me and my dad just stared, and all she was so tipsy she had no idea and didn't even realize it for a good 20 minutes, and she walked around my backyard and ate a cheeseburger standing in front of my dad and I talking the whole time with her gorgeous foreign snatch just hanging out in the breeze, lol. She finally did realize and it barely fazed her. She asked for her bottoms and my dad passed them to her, lol. I swear one of us could have smashed. I know my dad was like, damn, my wife's right inside and my son's right here, fuck. And I was just waiting for her, I give me a head nod, to come inside to show me how Argentinians get down. But alas, she put her bottoms on, finished her burger, and got back in the hot tub and went on talking like it never happened. Haha, my dad and I still argue about who would have smashed first, lol. We still think she did it on purpose to tease us or something, but who knows. R.I. miss ya, Cecilia. You sexy broad, you. This'll get buried, but I've gotta say it. Several summers ago, I was working as a sort of personal assistant for a married couple from my parents' church. They ran a home office, and sometimes I helped in the office, but I did a lot of personal things for them, like listing things for sale on Craigslist, backing up files, and so on. Basically, this nice couple had taken pity on me and offered me a summer job to get some busy work done. I was super grateful. I mostly did my work in the wife's office while she was away from home. I had access to every account, username and password. The wife had a primary email account and a secondary Google email account that she never used. One morning, I arrived and saw that she had left her Google email open, and I clicked on the tab, planning to close it. Shockingly, the inbox was chock full of highly sexually explicit emails from her business associate. He used an account that was connected to his name. He detailed all of the things that he couldn't wait to do to her. The emails went back for months. They were sloppily hidden, but her husband is so technologically behind the times that I'm 100% sure he would never find it. It was pretty obvious that she was having an affair. Her husband was working in the next room from me. I've known them my whole life. They go to church with my parents and they're highly regarded in the community. I closed out of the email account and never mentioned it. They're still married. TLDR. Couple of church-going community leaders hire me for the summer. I accidentally find details of the wife's affair. So my girlfriend, wife now, and I used to go for drives late at night. We would grab snacks, fill up our car and just randomly take off. We went by where I worked and noticed someone inside. It was a little weird, because the cleaners usually got there at 12:30. We were done and headed to another job by 1:15 or so. I knew this because the managers and support staff stayed late to finish paperwork or just hang out. Of course, we usually left at 2 AM or so, and the company had actually come down on anyone being there after hours. Well, it's 3 AM. I kind of thought nothing of it. Maybe the cleaning crew was late. I come into work the next day and there is obvious tension. I log in and start monitoring calls and one of my co-workers finally explains what was going on. Someone had broken into one of manager's office and desk and taken a bunch of cash intended for charity. That's who I saw at 3 AM. I tell my boss. He tells the center manager. The center manager pulls up surveillance tape that shows one of our employees in the general area. He doesn't lie about being there and gives some sort of plausible reason for being there. His reasons were something along the line that his wife, the evening shift manager, had left something and she needed it as soon as possible, so he fetched it. Since they couldn't prove he actually broke into the interior office, much less the desk, he walked with $600, which was supposed to go to a charity. He and his wife were sociopathic liars. TLDR saw the shift manager's husband at my place of employment at 3 AM on the night $600 meant for charity was stolen from a locked desk in a locked office. They couldn't prove he stole it, just that he was there. I'm late, but this is kind of juicy. There were at least 2 specific occasions where I overheard my dad talking to whom I had figured out to be, using context clues, my aunt-in-law. It was really early in the morning, around 5 AM, and I had to stealthily put my ear to the wall to make out what they were saying. Apparently they were having sesh on the weekends, when my uncle was out of town. The real kicker was a note I found one day that my dad had in his drawer, addressed to my aunt, saying how sexy she was and how much he enjoyed faking her. Also, there was one morning where I'd woken up to a text message with a video clip of a woman moaning. Was hard to see details because video sent by MMS looks like it's been recorded with the world's shittiest potato. My dad made absolutely sure that I had deleted it and didn't make a copy of it somewhere. He wrote it off as putting your number instead of mine on one of those internet sites where you can talk to women. This was circa 2006. Like a dumb as I did as he said, and didn't make a copy, but after the revelation of the other stuff, all of the pieces fit together so well, and it made sense that the video had been of my aunt. He'd been divorced from my mom for years, and was always super secretive about any love life that he may have had. As I got older, I have a sneaking suspicion that my uncle found out about it because he wouldn't allow my father over if he wasn't home, and my aunt and uncle ultimately ended up divorcing. I was watching home videos with my sister. I was about 10 and she was 12. They were the usual old family videos of birthdays and Christmas present openings and vacations. We came across an old vacation tape of the whole family at Disneyland. The tape was titled Pocahontas. We put it into the video camera and watched an old Disney Pocahontas reenactment by the Disneyland staff. Suddenly, the tape cut to a dim bedroom, with an alarm going off on a side table and 2 side table lights being turned on. It was our parents' bedroom. We thought they might have mistakenly recorded over Pocahontas, and we were wondering what could be so important. Unfortunately, we both learned quite quickly what was so important to them. My mom spread her legs, my dad went on top, shockingly, since he was a large man, and my sister and I screamed in terror at the sudden realization of what was occurring as we madly pressed buttons until the tape stopped. But it was too late, and the damage was done. My sister took the tape and titled it Pocahontas. Do not watch. and we didn't speak of it until several years later when they brought out the home videos and saw the tape title. They asked what it was about, and we said it was their personal video which they quite rudely recorded over Pocahontas. My mom looked at us in horror. My dad laughed and quipped about how one of us was made in the video. They had never even watched it after recording. My sister and I also used to use my mom's oddly shaped, vibrating back massagers when we were very little. She would get really mad at us when she caught us using them on each other's backs and hid them quickly. I didn't understand until much later when my sister told me what they were. Some wounds never heal. TLDR. Watched old family tapes with my sister. Found a Disney vacation tape recorded over of my parents having sex. Used my mom's DOS as back massagers. Edit. Typo. Added TLDR. 9 years old. At a neighbor kid's house building sheet with Lincoln logs. I had to use the restroom. So I'm walking down the hall, and I look to my left, and his mom is topless dancing for his stepdad who's sitting at the end of their bed. Stepdad's face is about 2 feet from her tigs. She's kinda got her knees bowed out and squatting a bit, wiggling her torso not so coordinated really, but I'm seeing tigs, and they're not in a magazine this time, so it's pretty hot. They left their door about halfway open. I don't know what was going on really, like if they figured they'd hear us or they were just like whatever about it, no idea. Stepdad turns and sees me. She turns immediately afterwards with a shocked expression. I instantly turn and continue towards the restroom. I don't remember the details beyond there, like if it was awkward or how I decided to leave. It's all a bit hazy 30+ years later, but I'll never forget the dancing scene. His mom was pretty attractive. She worked at Thrifty at the ice cream counter. My mom and her were lightweight acquaintances, I guess. They'd talk a bit when we'd stop for ice cream occasionally. All I'd be thinking about were her tigs. I also saw 2 dudes 100% naked but faking in Bidwell Park in Chico, California. The dude on his hands and knees had an afro quite close to that of Bob Ross, just a little tighter and blonder. He had the biggest sheet-eating grin on his face when he looked over at us. This chick and I were looking for a place to smoke a bowl. We kinda popped out on them abruptly from a tight trail, bordered with massive blackberry bushes. During middle school, my sister and I used to get tutored in mathematics by a college student after school. During one of our sessions she decided we should take a break and walk around the halls for a bit. We walk around, and I noticed that our music teacher's room was open. We thought it would be fun to pay Mr. X a visit and see if he was there. We take a step in, and right away we hear some faint curious laughter and giggling coming from the room where musical notes and instruments were stored. Normally these sounds wouldn't be bothersome, however the way they sounded made all 3 of us become unsettled and have these what the heck is going on in their faces. The tutor promptly turns our backs and leads us out of the room, but before we leave out he comes, his face red with a hint of embarrassment, and behind him a fellow female classmate who was 2 grades higher than me. He plays it cool and asks our tutor who she is, and after her response asks what we needed. Tutor explains that we saw the door open and wanted to pop in and say hello. She acts like we didn't hear anything, and we go on our way. Come into the tutor room and she quickly says, okay, that was really weird and not right. Fast forward 2 weeks later, one of my sister's friends called her and tells her to hurry and look at the news. Mr. X was arrested. Lo and behold, he was arrested for having relations with a female student, the same one we saw that day come out of the closet. Throughout the whole arrest he had this big grin on his face, one that I won't forget. Well, he went to jail and registered as a sex offender. Looking at his mugshots that he has to take every year, I believe his wide grin slowly but surely died down. Had this buddy at high school whose parents were really strict. He wasn't allowed out after 7:30 p.m. He got grounded at least once a week for nothing. One grounding was because he left the toilet seat up. His parents were / are very Christian. They didn't like him hanging out with me or anyone who didn't go to church or Sunday school. I actually wasn't allowed to go to Sunday school because my granddad once punched the dude who ran it for making my mum cry. Anyway, I digress. During the summer holidays, while his folks were at work, I was at his house to play some PlayStation and watch The Mask. This was the first time I'd ever been let in. He asked me if I would grab his second pad from the top drawer in the bedroom. I went upstairs and asked if it was the room on the left or right. He shouted the right and I went in, and it was clearly his parents' room, but knowing the way they treated him, I thought it's reasonable that they'd keep his pad in their room. I opened the top drawer and found ladies' underwear, the biggest black dildo I have seen, a strap-on and a series of photographs depicting sex acts between this apparently devout Christian couple. I closed the drawer and went to my friend's room and got the pad. I went downstairs and told him I went to his parents' room by accident. "It isn't locked?" he asked. I said no. He ran upstairs and came down a few minutes later with his games that had been under the bed. I never told him what I found, but I did tell my mum, who then told a lot of other people. Before I knew it, pretty much everyone knew. Few months ago, one night I had to help my father to set up a PayPal account for him. So I was there in his bedroom in front of his computer and instructed him what he has to do on the register site. So he was doing the work, I just answered him if he didn't understand anything. Then something didn't work out. I don't know what. The point is that the system didn't allow him to set up the account. Once again, I have no idea why. So I told him that one secretary, I go back to my own computer and I quickly set up an account for him. It literally took 2 minutes to set that ACC up. So I got back to tell him the password and etc. So I just opened his bedroom's door and stormed in. I was in a hurry. I wanted to sleep by then, and that's when I saw a pic on his monitor about a full naked girl in full Nelson pose. He instantly closed the Windows OFC and tried to act like it was a pop-up advertisement, which was obviously not, and said nothing. I froze for a few seconds, but then quickly told him what I came for and left. We never talked about it. Okay, I know I should have knocked before I entered the room, but I told him that I'll be back in a second. So I thought that because of this and our ongoing business, I don't have to knock. Obviously I was wrong. And I'm okay with him pleasuring himself in any way. I'm a man too. Plus I know that he and my mother are in a sexless marriage, but he shouldn't do that when he knows that I'm gonna be back into faking minimums. And our family is an extremely religious one. Catholic, led by my father, who is a strict, bigot believer and acts like he is a saint and judge everybody else. Plus he is that type of person for every little thing he doesn't like. I already knew that he is a hypocrite, but this incident assured me once again about this fact. Gosh, I wish it'd be August by now, so I can move away from that house. P.S. I know I sound like an ungrateful piece of shit, which I am, but you don't know shit about his things and what he did to me and to the rest of the family in these 20 years, so keep the judgment in yourself, please. Summer camp pre-puberty. The curious case of the bra in the boys' cabin in the zeros. I now know the full story behind this after tracking people online and asking, but I will say it as it transpired. Cast names have been changed to protect the innocent. All similarities to real people as best ignores. $SCHERAZADE, your lovely writer, a chubby 10-year-old kid who generally found all his friends tended to be platonic with girls despite being honestly hard and tough. Honest $BARBARA, the lady with the curliest hairs I had ever seen. You could put a cup in it and the cup would not spill, so well was it supported on her head. $RYAN, one of those sporty types. $FABIO, a fancy lad. It was the fourth day, and the activity in the morning was basically rowing a Viking-style longboat canoe thing across the lake. Ryan slept above Fabio as it was bunks. I was lucky, due to a numbering issue I got the top bunk of my own bed, and we used the bottom bunk for storage. In the night we hear giggling, and the sounds of rhythmic banging. I, having read survival guides, and being most suited to combat the terrors of the night, am immediately upright, semi-dressed, and with a torch in hand. Torch on, we investigate, and find a black bra, left in the hallway haphazardly. Curious. We pick it up, and take it to our room for study. After $FABIO wore it for a bit, we soon fell asleep and the daylight came. Boating time. Boat 1, $BARBARA and $SCHERAZADE with an unnamed girl of no import. Boat 2, $FABIO, $RYAN, and the camp coordinator guy instructing us. So, we are rowing and get talking. $BARBARA is stressed out over something, and unnamed girl insists we'll find it later. Don't worry, it's probably important to note that Barbara typically wore white shirts and had not been rowing with both hands, keeping one arm across her chest for most of the day. 2 + 2 equals. I explained to her that her bra was in the boys' dorm. We found it. Might be stretched because of Fabio wearing it overnight. She's now insisting, I swear to secrecy, that she was in the boys' dorm. If her parents find out she lost her virginity at camp. Side note, way too young to be doing that. It was a mix of ages, but she was tops like 13s. She would be crucified and then chopped up and sold to a chip shop to be used in pucker pies. She explained this with a very Italian-esque arm movements and forgot that she was hiding her rock-hard nipples in the cold of that morning. Wet clothes too. Seriously, who gets on a boat in white thin tops? Not the most interesting climax, but I saw a good deal of her breasts and realized that I did not really care. It was like 2 years later that I started thinking breasts look sexy. She wrote up a written contract later that day to never speak of it again, in payment a kiss, to be redeemed at any point, which I have not redeemed. A contract I have broken many times, but never used her real name as I do not recall it. She got her bra back in the end. It did not fit. $FABIO stretched it. She blamed $RYAN and sabotaged his barrel boat later in the week. Worked for an advertising and marketing agency for a few months. Noticed the executives were in the office less and less. A mid-level manager calls a meeting on KPIs and selling strategy, and he opens up a projector and plugs in his laptop. He turned the laptop on and said he was going to get some coffee. While he was out of the room, the laptop booted and logged in. Lol, no username or password. And went straight to desktop, where an Excel spreadsheet was open of the current accounts. There was a net profit figure shown in the right hand corner in parentheses. If you did accounting, you know immediately that any amount, in brackets, is a loss or a negative figure. The figure was £1,200,000-ish. One of the junior execs looked horrified and slowly grabbed the mouse and clicked on the next tab, which was year-on-year profit, financial year 12/13, and then 13/14. It was a horror show. Each year they made bigger losses. I'm not exaggerating when I say 2 of the junior execs packed up their laptops and left, and when the manager came back in and saw what was on the screen, he sighed, sat down and said, I suddenly can't be bothered anymore. You can go if you want. So we all shuffled out the meeting room a lot earlier than everyone else expected. A couple of the people in there just got on the phone to their recruitment agency straight away. It was really shocking to see a company start to disintegrate like that, but amusing also, in a darkly humorous way. Back in 1999, when I worked for a much smaller company, the id was pretty much non-existent. I became friendly with the id guy after a short time because I had a bunch of skills that no one else in the office did, so he and I gravitated toward each other. He didn't have any flash drives back then to back up a user's data. He would create a shared folder on my machine, send the user's data to it through the LAN, and then copy it back to the user's new computer. One day he did that, and he forgot to delete their data from my machine. I was going through my documents to clear outdated or irrelevant items, and I came across this folder that I didn't create. Opening it up, I realized it was created by my id friend, and it contained all of the other users' data. One spreadsheet, and there was a list of all employees, their names, addresses, hire date, SSN, and base salary. At that moment, I knew what everyone in the place made. I deleted the info the day I found it, which was about 3 weeks after he copied it there. I never told anyone I had it, and I'm not a crook, so there was never any intent to use any of that information maliciously. I did, however, use that information, the base salary part, as a baseline to negotiate several raises over the next 24 months. With an understanding of what others were making versus what I was making, and I knew their skill sets and mine, so I just positioned myself properly. I never mentioned having any knowledge of salaries or the spreadsheet. I work in an area where the computers are shared. At any given time, there are 6 to 8 coworkers logging on and, supposed to be, logging off the system. I had just sat down with a friend, another male coworker, and our discussion led to some sort of debate. I said, "Google it." He turns to the PC he's seated in front of and wiggles the mouse to deactivate the screensaver. He sees that there's already an Internet Explorer window in the taskbar, so he clicks there. We were then treated to a full screen beautiful lingerie clad as naturally, since we are guys, we both were like, "Oh." I said, "Scroll up, let's see the rest." He scrolls and the view just keeps getting better. Then one final click and the head to this tastefully almost nude body was revealed. It was one of our female colleagues. It takes a moment for us to shut down the oh la la male parts of our brains, but once logic took over there was panic. Both frantically looking around to see if anyone sees what we are seeing, then me saying, "Shut it down. Click it off." And him, "I'm trying. It won't go away." After a slow few seconds, the screen was cleared, and we both took flight in different directions to wash ourselves of any ownership of what we had accidentally just seen. As it turns out, this female coworker had recently done some boudoir photos for her husband for Valentine's Day. Apparently she was showing the pics to her friend. Her mistake. Something must have occurred that took her away from the computer for what she thought would only be a moment, but turned out to be longer. We got an eyeful and a pleasant surprise but no regrets. One summer after graduating high school, I was stayed home by myself while the rest of my family went on a summer vacation for 2 weeks. I decided to watch a VHS movie at one point and went looking for a specific one, Big Trouble in Little China. I knew we had it, but I couldn't find it among our VHS library. I then remembered that my parents had a VCR in their room, so I went in there to look for the tape. Next to my parents' bed was a nightstand that had about 3 tapes on top of it, if I remember correctly, as well the TV remote. The 3 tapes on top of the nightstand were not the one I wanted, so I decided to look through the drawers of the nightstand. The top 2 drawers did not have any tapes in them, so I moved on to the third and final drawer. Upon opening it, I saw this neat looking leather-bound book I had never seen before. I picked it up and opened it, and saw it was a diary or journal, and the page one saw had my mum's writing on it. The first entry was from April of 1975, 4 years before I was born, and it talked about how my mom had had an abortion around that time. She wrote about how hard it was for her to deal with, and the guilt she felt, because apparently she hadn't told anyone she had done it. She had been 21 at the time, and was in college. I promptly put the journal down, and didn't read any more from it. I felt so bad for my mom, but I didn't think I should say anything, because of how I found out about it. She didn't tell me herself, so ultimately I figured that, if she wanted me, or my brothers to know, she would tell us. I'm not sure if my dad knows or not. So basically, for the last 20 years I've known this extremely private piece of information about my mom, and I can't tell her I know. The Canadian Mayfair 19th birthday, in downtown redacted. It was a weeknight, and we definitely weren't prepared. Clubs were closed, we were relatively sober, tired, hungry, and just wanted to give up for the night. We needed stamina to make the long trek back to our hotel. Everything we'd ever heard or experienced in regard to Canadians told us that we, 3 young women, were perfectly safe in a nearly abandoned city center very far from home. We finally find a restaurant with dim lighting still on around the entrance. Figuring that there's nothing to lose, we try the door. It's unlocked. The front of the restaurant is dark and abandoned save for a hostess, only a few years younger than ourselves, who quickly emerges from some red velvet curtains near the back. She quickly plasters on a fake smile, and with great hostility, asks what she can do for us. We stammer out an explanation. We're hoping to party. Nothing came of it, now just searching for a place to eat and rest before heading back. Lucky you, she proclaims, gesturing toward the red curtains. Follow me. Every bone in my body told me to run, but after an unsuccessful night on the town I was so tired. We walked through the curtain into a back room filled with leather booths, cigar smoke, and old men. The biggest, oldest, stinkiest man of them all beckoned us forward, told us to sit, asked what we wanted. Just a bite to eat. One of my friends said. but it looks like you're closed." He protested a little too defensively. "We are not closed," he responded, shooing the young hostess toward what looked like a kitchen door. A good 20 minutes, and no food later, we started making excuses. "So tired," we said. "No longer hungry," we argued, over the deafening gurgle of our stomachs. He finally agreed to let us leave, only if one of his town cars took us back to the hotel. It suddenly struck me how frightened and scantily clad the other young women were. How they'd periodically come and go, as if in a trance. We were escorted out the front door. Still nobody in the front room. Mere feet between the entrance, our massive bodyguard, and the car. We booked it. Shoes off, eyes forward, harder than we've ever run before. Finally saw a legit taxi, chased it down, and yelled at him to Geo. We joked about the experience afterward, but were legitimately shaken. After that, we drank close to the hotel, and only before dark. Stocked up on liquor, and embarked on the long drive home a whole day earlier than planned. The Canadian mob. Not even once. At my old high school, the wind ensemble, aka extra band class during lunch, had a yearly trip to our sister school in Japan. So a lot of people went, yada yada yada, enough backstory. On one of our last nights there, we stayed in a hotel near the airport. We shared rooms, but since we basically took up a few floors, and kids are dumb, we were supposed to stay in our rooms, and not go hang out with the opposite sex, if you get my drift. As one of the loners, I did stay in my room, and fell asleep to a marathon of Japanese Resident Evil movies. Later in the night, I woke up. The light was on, but my roommate I had been assigned, had brought someone in with him. I quickly realized what they was doing, so I turned over, turned my MP3 player on, and fell asleep again. He did hear me move, and called my name, as he either didn't see me under the covers, or thought I was dead asleep. Now, while this wasn't that bad from any other perspective, I could have messed this kid up badly. Not only was he caught by someone he didn't really know, as opposed to one of his friends, he could have gotten punished badly, not only by the teachers, but also by his father, who was both a teacher and one of the chaperones on the trip. So the last bit of the trip could have landed him under heavy punishment and parental supervision. Death sentence to a 15-year-old. In the morning, we ended up in the same elevator to the restaurant for breakfast, and I just brought up that, yes, I woke up, no, I saw nothing, and no, I wouldn't say a word. Kid was relieved, and the greatest story still remained of the kid who had to go to the hospital with glass shards in his balls, but that's another story. Years ago, I was working for a software company that had built some link analysis software for the law enforcement community. Basically, it took telephone records and analyzed them to build a graph of who called who. We had sent them some beta code to try out immediately, and because they were very keen to try it out, they had put it into production. They were delighted with the functionality, but it was very slow in some crucial areas. So, a colleague and I were dispatched to see if we could figure out a way to speed it up. They walked us into the building and had us sit down at terminals. One of us was logged into the application, the other had a command line session going with the database, so we could look at the queries and the execution plans, and so on, so we could figure out where the bottleneck was and how to fix it. There was one particular screen in the application that was very slow, so that was the query we concentrated on. Along the path to get to the screen were menu selections like active investigations and case selection and parties of interest, so when we got to the screen, ran the query, and saw the names and phone numbers of companies and individuals come up, my buddy and I looked at each other, and I asked one of the agents, "This is test data, right?" The agents looked at each other, looked back at each other and said, slowly, "Yes." We didn't ask again, and we made mental notes not to remember any of the data streaming past. A spreadsheet with everyone within the department's salary, grade level, bonus, and review information. It was posted on a shared file repository, and was named something ambiguous that could have been the file that I was actually searching for. I learned that the person that was clueless and relegated to entry-level tasks was paid much higher than the rest of us. And one guy who started as an intern and stayed with the company for 15 years was getting shafted because they only gave him occasional 3-5% increases. The former intern was making between 1/3 to 1/2 of their peers. I was nervous after opening the file because I knew I wasn't supposed to be looking at it. I emailed my boss immediately and let him know the circumstances. That I wasn't looking for it, I accidentally stumbled upon it, and that if I can get to it, anyone else in the org can as well. I figured being completely upfront I would minimize backlash, since I wasn't hiding anything, and I was right. Management asked me not to disclose what I saw with any of my teammates, and thanked me for notifying them. I never did tell any of my teammates, but I had a lot of empathy for that former intern, and tried to emphasize his contributions. When we did peer reviews, he finally gave up on waiting on the raise and jumped ship. Hopefully he got a nice bump. Okay, so I'm not sure if this totally qualifies here, because I'm not 100% sure if the person wanted me to see or not. I definitely didn't. But here it goes. I was in 7th grade at the time, so this was like 10 years ago. At the time, this is when guys are starting to not have sleepovers and stuff anymore. So my friends and I decided to have one last one together at my friend Bob's house. We'll call him Bob for the story. So it was after a middle school dance we all caught a ride with his dad back to his house. His dad was a teacher at the school and we'll refer to him as Bill for the story. His house has 3 stories. First floor is where the living room and kitchen was. Second floor had a bathroom with his parents' room directly across from it. And the 3rd floor was an attic that was converted into my friend Bob's room. When we got there we threw all our stuff into Bob's room and then went back to the 1st floor to watch movies and play video games in his living room. We did this for a few hours and I was getting tired. We decided we were going to sleep in the living room, so I ran up to Bob's room to get my bag with pajamas in it and went to the 2nd floor bathroom to change. I'm in there changing and whatnot, just doing my thing right. Get all done and step outside the bathroom where I see across the hall directly into Bill's room. What I saw there I will never forget. Bill was standing there, but as naked in the doorway to his bedroom, facing me with his hands pressed up to the door frame. Bill is about 6 feet 6 inches, and I kid you not his penis was unbelievably giant. I can't exaggerate this. It was at least 10 inches soft. I've never seen anything like this. It was so unreal and weird I had no clue what to do. So flash back into my shoes, I'm like, oh shit, what do I do? Like, does he see me? Does he know I see him? What's going on here? I'm looking like a deer in headlights and staring for like 5 seconds. After that I just turned my head, walked back downstairs, and didn't say a word. Just carried on throughout the night. I look back on the story and just laugh honestly, because it was such a weird situation. Makes a good story. I didn't see it, but about 5 years ago I used to always go over to my girlfriend's, at the time, house. She lived with her parents, and her whole family loved me as well as I loved them. Well, after school one day, we got out about 2 hours earlier than most people, because we had short day, so we got lunch, and headed to her house. Now normally her parents worked all day, and would get home around 5 PM. So we thought we'd have a little alone time. Well, we pull in, and no vehicles were in their large driveway, but we didn't think to check the garage, since no one ever really parked there. Well, we are doing our stupid high school giggles, and she unlocks the door. I go to walk on in and all I hear is her mother yelling, oh Mickey, oh yeah. I immediately walked away from the house, and was like, nope, I can never face your parents again. That was too much. I had no desire to have sex for the rest of that day. My girlfriend went in, God was she brave, and started yelling to her parents. Hey, we are home from school. You want us to come back in 20 minutes, or can ya wrap it up now? And then her and her mother had a quick talk, and I guess her mother had the same view on it as I. She said there was no way she could ever face me without feeling awkward. Well, breakfast the following weekend at her house was the next time I saw her parents. And I don't think a single word was said the whole time. But we knew what everyone was thinking about. The last 2 remaining friends, myself and one other, were clearing out our stuff from a apartment my friends and I rented. I believe there were 4 of us total. One of my roommates had left a few things in a downstairs closet. One was an old pillow in a pillowcase. So my friend and I were just tossing the things into the dumpster. When I grabbed the pillow I felt something odd. When I reached in and pulled it out, it turned out to be a seductive picture of my friend's ex-girlfriend, fully nude. My friend and I gasped in fright. She was always a complete beach and wasn't that great looking. I picked it up and threw it at him. He freaked out and threw it back. We laughed and joked about her for a bit. I then folded it up and chucked it into the dump. We made our way back to the apartment and joked about how my friend had just left that in his pillow for late night sessions or something. How nasty it was and how she was. We returned to the closet and I grabbed a remaining book. It flapped open and a boom mark fell out face down on the ground. Only, it wasn't a bookmark. It was another picture. My friend and I looked at each other, eye to eye. He said, "You do it, man." I slowly reached down, as if it were a scene from a goddamned horror movie. I flipped it around, and sure enough, it was that damn haunted picture of his new ex-girlfriend again. My friend and I still bring that one up from time to time to him. Always hilarious. It was a warm muggy night in the holiday apartment in the Costa del Sol. I was on my first abroad holiday with my mum, dad and little brother. This trip was special because my parents were divorced but decided to let us experience a family holiday. I don't know if it was the heat, the unfamiliar bed or noise, or simply the extra water I'd been drinking in the Spanish sun combined with my 12-year-old bladder that woke me that fateful night. A partition separated the sleeping areas of my parents and I. Having just roused, I was then startled by a strange noise. Curiosity got the better of me, and as it seemed to emanate from my parents' area of the room, also where the balcony was, I thought it must be outside. I wondered if I could see what it was, maybe a Spanish cat meekly serenading the moon, or a foreign bird or owl perhaps. I peered through the slats that partitioned me from discovery, and instantly understood what I was seeing. The only moon I seen that night was my dad's, as glistening pale in the night as he was pumping my mum. The noises, my mum. I didn't know what to do, but I knew I couldn't unsee what I had. Luckily it was missionary and I only seen him. I guess I'm thankful for that, although I'm clutching at straws here. I didn't know what to do, so I just curled up fetal style and held my hands over my ears, occasionally unclasping to listen in hope for silence to fall. Once again it didn't. Eventually I had to pretend that I had just woken up and shuffled out of bed to the toilet. Pretty sure that killed it. I was haunted the rest of the trip, and as soon as I seen this question it sprung into action like a mental jack-in-the-box that's been sitting in memory land. TLDR. 12 years old, woke up to see my divorced parents pumping during our holiday to Spain. Seen him, heard her, had to go to the toilet, so they knew I was awake and stop. Haunted. I got two short ones. I worked at a dog kennel. One of my bosses lived right next to the kennel, so was responsible for most of the stuff. He was a great guy. His life had been a clusterfuck, and he owned it. He drank and he owned it. But he always showed up at work on work days. The trouble was, when we needed him on off days. So something came up, and it was my job to go get Captain Hangover. I knock on the door. No answer. I know he's home, because I can hear his western music. Call his name, no answer. The whole time his dogs are going mental. So carefully I open the back gate and yell his name. I hear yes, in a very irritated tone, and there he is, obviously just been woken up, sitting on his porch swing, wearing only a blanket over his lap. I delivered the message and got out. Another time I went downstairs into the basement without turning on the light to get a soda. I go to walk up the stairs, and there at the top of the stairs is my dad's naked shadowy outline. It was like a car wreck. I froze. Then he starts calling the cat as he had heard me earlier. Then he just gives himself a good scratch and walks off. I turn the light on now. Always. Never again. Well, I guess it's more of something I shouldn't have seen when I saw it. It was around 1989 or 1990, and I was maybe 6 or 7 years old. My friend from school, Charlie, invited me over his apartment. We lived in the same apartment complex area, so I was fine to go by myself. This was a different era than today. Charlie came from a very different family than I. They were more impoverished. His apartment was absolutely trashed. His mom was out cold in the bedroom and his dad was out somewhere, likely the bar. He drank heavily. It was just him, his 2 younger sisters and me. Charlie was about my age, maybe a year older. One sister was slightly younger than I was, and his youngest sister was still a toddler. I can't remember the entire ordeal, but at some point Charlie held me down on their recliner while he had his oldest sister play a VHS tape. Charlie was much larger than me, so I was fairly helpless. It was a recording of Child's Play. It started in the middle of one of Chucky's murders as he was stabbing someone to death laughing maniacally. The VHS then cuts to a recorded porno. It was in a gym, with a blonde woman with ruby red lipstick and long nails in typical gym attire for the time giving a guy a blowjob. The guy would look up at the camera with a somewhat bemused expression, and go back to looking at the woman performing oral on him, who was also herself masturbating and moaning. It then cuts back to Chucky murdering someone again, stabbing and laughing. Then back to Bourne. I had never seen a rated R movie in my life, let alone a violent murder, and I had never seen anything sexual like that. They both thought it was hilarious. I remember being in shock as I walked home, and I never told anyone. In my junior year of high school, year 11th, I was in a class that had computers at each desk. Our school had a shared hard drive for each group of people at the school: students, teachers, admins and principals. Each of those sections of the shared drive were sectioned into different folders that require special permissions on your school account in order to open. Well, they were supposed to. One morning my friend and I were having a conversation about those shared folders when I clicked the administrators folder with my normal student account thinking it would give me a pop-up and tell me I don't have access to the folder. Nope. It let me access the whole thing, which included transcripts, which have social security numbers, addresses etc. Any file on almost any student was in there, and it didn't have any way of preventing students from accessing it other than most people assumed they couldn't. So I told my friend to call his dad, the vice principal, and ask him to come on down to show him something. He got the IT person for the school to come down and look at it, and it turned out they just screwed up on the permissions for the folders. This wasn't a long time ago, when people were just getting into network sharing either. This was 2014. TLDR. Transcripts for any student at my school pretty much ever. This might not be exactly on topic, but it's the first thing that came to mind. I was in middle school, and I was a smart, well-behaved kid, so I was an office aide. Mostly putting letters into teachers' mailboxes and goofing off with the other smart, well-behaved students. One day, the office staff gave us a box of papers and said shred these and don't look at them. Which was probably not the best plan. Well-behaved though we may have been, we were still middle schoolers. So we looked at the papers. They were these school exercises all from the same kid. None of us knew them, and I can't remember the name nor even if it was a boy or a girl. And they were wrong. Everything was wrong. Phenomenally wrong. Like, 2 + 2 = 5 wrong. And, as we were shredding, we all wondered among ourselves if we should be doing this. It felt somehow like it was not something that we should be doing, but none of us could come up with any idea of what was going on, so we just kept on shredding until the hour was up, and then we went to lunch, or whatever. I've thought about this periodically since then, and I can either come up with X-Files episode explanations or really boring school funding explanations. Admittedly the more likely of the 2 options, but that's it. I have 2. The first one, when I was 6, I was in my dad's cafe, when I was specifically instructed not to go into the kitchen. This was unusual as I was always allowed in the kitchen. A little later on I snuck through to see a giant pizza in the oven. It was shaped like a bone, except it looked like one of the parts was missing. I then got very upset as I thought everyone was eating pizza without me. A few years later I was retelling this story to someone when they pointed out that the pizza wasn't shaped like a bone, it was shaped like a dick, and I wasn't allowed to see it because I was a kid. And the second one, when I was 9 my Uncle George had gone missing. He wouldn't answer his phone, he hadn't gone to work, and he hadn't visited in a few days. We went to his house and there was no response, but he had left a small window open in the front room. Being the youngest and the smallest, I was helped through the window and told to open the front door. The front door was locked with a bolt I couldn't reach, so I had to go open the patio door at the back instead. As I walked through to the back I saw my Uncle George in his dining room, sitting in his chair at his computer. I remember running over to him to ask where had been, but when I touched him, he just slumped over forwards onto the keyboard. When I opened the back door everyone rushed to cover me and to make me not look, but it was too late. When I was about 6 years old, I lost my first tooth the morning we were leaving for a family trip to visit family. My mom told me the tooth fairy would only visit me at home, so we left it in a glass next to my bed. I had something like 4 other loose teeth, so by the second day, I had already lost 3 teeth total, but none of them had fallen out naturally. I basically wiggled them until they popped out because I wanted money from the tooth fairy. After the third one, my mom said if she saw me pulling at another tooth, the tooth fairy wouldn't come at all. So while I thought everyone was downstairs, I ran up and hid behind the open door in one of the bedrooms and just started playing with my teeth. Like a minute later, my cousin and her boyfriend went into the same room, leaving the door open that I was hiding behind, and he got on one knee and proposed to her. After a few minutes they left, and I waited another minute and ran downstairs. They had started talking to my uncle, and I sprinted to my mom, super excited to break the news to her. But as I was about to tell her, my cousin and her boyfriend walked in and announced they had some big news, and my mom shushed me and they announced they were engaged. I was pretty upset, but I think it's funny to think that I was the first person to find out my cousin was getting married. I have 3, all about my university. My university accidentally sent out every student's transcript in a spreadsheet format with their ID numbers and GPA included. I emailed/replied and said I'm not sure this is what you meant to send. It was deleted from the server. I didn't know you could delete emails from a server. I was an employee from my university, and because I was an employee tutor, I got access to the employee tab on my edu page. As a tutor, I had the ability to access student information that was partially restricted. I could only see their class list and contact information. If you delete null from the URL, it gives full access. I can look up anyone by name, and with a university ID, I can see everything they have access to within the edu service. I can look up professors' IDs with their names, and then use their IDs to see what they have access to, which essentially shows me their salary, course list, enrolled students, those students' grades, their students' contact info, previous employment and salary, positions, and their seats on specific boards. And third, as a chemistry major, when I enrolled in an independent study at my university, it showed up as CHM 520th on my transcript. If I deleted null from the URL, I could change the hours of the independent study, anywhere from 0 to 4 credit hours. I took many independent studies that should have been worth 0 hours, but count as 4 credit hours on my official transcript. Talk about a GPA bump. I had an ex who was very reliable and had a routine. Always text the same time of day, got home at a specific time, ECT etc. She was missing for about 18 hours and didn't respond to my text or call. I knew she usually went to her sister's on that specific day of the week, but I had no way of contacting her sister. I logged onto the computer which she always left logged into FB to shoot her sister a message, and her last convo expanded on the screen. A coworker of hers that I was uneasy about her being around. The message said, "See you in the morning. I just text you my address." I then proceeded to read the entire chat history of a 40-year-old trying to court my 21-year-old girlfriend. The multiple attempts by him to get nudes, get her to come over and drink, she didn't drink, and her multiple advances that would then 180 into her saying I have a boyfriend. If only I was single. She went over shortly after I had left work the previous morning, got uber drunk, had her first and all experience with him, and then passed out overnight. I broke up with her a few days later, and he spread rumors around her work, how her cunt smells like a rotting whale carcass. I still wish I had never read the messages. I both feel terrible about breaching her privacy and have some damage from the comments she said about me in the conversations. I'm now happily in a new relationship, few years later, and have full trust of my new partner. And I now know how to FB message someone I'm not friends with. I was Facebook dumb. Years ago I was working for a small PCB company. I was given many tasks including the small role of a sysadmin to a Windows server that basically held all the project files, roaming user directories, etc. Late one night I went to clean up file space on the server. I ran some quick scripts to show files that were too large and inappropriate, read not work related. I came across MP3s, personal photos, small games, etc. Things the employees knew they were not allowed to keep on the company server. I started to delete them from the server. I wasn't some asshole about it. I gave them a notice over the month at our Monday meetings. That included all staff. I came across one directory for an older employee that was titled Pantblood. I knew I shouldn't have looked, but I did anyway. This single, late middle-aged man had taken pictures of his female neighbor from his house. You could see the blinds and her talking to the mailman, other people, on the phone, etc. The following pictures were panties stained with blood. Not a lot, something that would be left over from a period, I assume. There were many of these photos, shot from his backyard, on some surface you hanging on a clothesline. I've seen a lot of shit online in my time, but these made me feel nauseated. I accidentally deleted his entire profile. The date was about 2 years off from the date I was doing this, so I monitored his new profile for any new photo activity. There was none, and I left 3 months later. I could go with the typical walked in on parents having sex, or seeing someone naked, but I'll go with the day I learned Santa wasn't real. My mother needed help raising me, and my 3 siblings. My youngest sibling's father spent all the money, and had a gambling, drinking, and drug problem, sometimes all at once, but if it wasn't one it was another, so she got presents donated from one of those Toys for Tots programs. I remember walking into their bedroom to use the bathroom as the hallway one was taken by one of my siblings, and on the way out I noticed the closet door was cracked open just enough for me to see wrapped presents. Of course, being a greedy little sheet, that every young kid is, I had to look and see the presents. Then I saw they were all from Santa and Christmas wasn't for a few more weeks. I was torn. Never told my mother that until I was older. But telling this story reminds me of another one, lol. My mother hopped the fence and started batting for the other team. When I was about 12, she left that piece of shit and became a lesbo. So I was about 16 and I went into my parents' room. My other mother is my other parent who raised me in my eyes. And I went into their nightstand drawer for batteries because my mom told me to. What she didn't tell me was that it was the top drawer and not the faking bottom drawer, and when I opened that it was like a horrific shock and yet heaven, because my mother had a 4-hour lesbian porno compilation and a faking vibrator, lol. I came out like shocked, and my mother knew what had happened. After her initial horror she faking laughed hysterically at the situation. I didn't find it very funny, but I did use that Bond DVD a lot during those hormonal years, so thanks mom. Who's laughing now? I'm late, but I still feel bad for this, so here goes. I was a travel agent, back when they were still popular. I booked this 10/10ths gorgeous woman to travel from Vancouver to Montreal to see her boyfriend. Long distance military posting situation. Right after booking her I get this email titled "Here's what you should be looking forward to." Open it up, and it's like 10 pictures of the woman doing hardcore X-rated shit with a toy in various positions all around her house. Let's just say that my name, changed for privacy, is Pete Jones and her boyfriend's name was Pete Johns, because I had emailed her the tickets I auto-populated, I guess anyways, in her email, rather than her boyfriend. She called minutes after to tell me not to open any emails with attachments as her computer had a virus. I played it cool, though I'm glad she didn't know about computers. I told her my company firewall must have blocked it as I hadn't received any emails from her. I felt guilty, because truthfully she's a great girlfriend for doing that. Her boyfriend hadn't seen her in ages, and she was just lighting the fire. Thankfully nobody else saw it but me, and I've kept quiet ever since. Left that biz 10 years ago or so, and I still think about it from time to time. Throwaway because I still feel pretty weird about seeing this. TLDR stumbled upon my dad's dirty laundry and found out he's likely in the closet about being gay/bisexual and is probably having an affair. It's kinda funny how much little innocuous events can meld together to form something so unimaginable. One minute you're just a kid working on some stupid essay, next minute you're an adult who's come to some pretty uncomfortable revelations about your parents. So it goes. Just for a bit of backstory on my dad, my father is an older man, not completely technologically inept, but uses his computer with the uncertainty of someone who didn't grow up using these machines. I'm talking the kind of aptitude where he can competently use various programs to do a bunch of complicated stuff with his work, but not savvy enough to delete the contents of the recycling bin or clear his search history. More on that later. Fact up #1, my sophomore year of high school, my hard drive had failed on my old laptop. I had all my data backed up, but I was consigned to using my parents' computer until I had saved up enough money to buy a new laptop. I didn't like leaving my stuff on a computer that wasn't mine, so I deleted everything I left on my parents' computer after I was done with my homework. Biggest assignment of the year has me writing this insufferably long essay. When I finally slay the behemoth, I email it to myself, drag the local copy to the recycling bin, and click on the recycling bin. The contents of the folder come up with all the essays I had written throughout the year, along with copious amounts of dick pics. I'm primarily into women, so I didn't take a close look at them because I think, no problem. One of them probably caught a virus or something. Empty recycling bin, install AdBlocker and run antivirus scan. Needless to say, I used my brother's computer for schoolwork after this fuck up #2. My phone was unresponsive after updating to Android Nougat. I had a laptop by this point, but the decrepit dinosaur of a machine liked to take its sweet time to boot up. Asked my dad to borrow his phone so I can Google what the hell is going on with my phone. He was initially reluctant, but let me Google my issue. Take his phone, grab my phone to set to work, type in my search, and, you know how Google shows you your past search queries, so you can bask upon them as you wonder what rogue force of curiosity compelled you to Google such an ain't sheet. Yeah. One of the last 3 things my dad searched on his phone was how to tell a man you want to blow him. Proceeded to nope the fuck out, decide to take my phone to school to Google what was wrong with it, and give my dad back his phone like I never saw a thing. I never asked to borrow his phone again. Yeah. After seeing the stuff I wasn't supposed to see, a lot of pieces started to fall into place. How my dad had hastily turned the computer monitor away when I barged in without knocking when I was 7. The emotional distance between him and my mom that had grown more evident throughout the years, with her always falling asleep on the couch and him in their room. His long work hours. The more I thought about it, the more it seemed to make sense. So I promptly buried that sheet deep within my psyche and never brought it up. I was playing hide and seek with my friend back when I was about 12 years old. He and I were hiding in my parents' closet as my younger brother was tasked to find us. An hour into the game, my brother had given up, unknown to us. My friend and I had left the closet door open and hid behind the clothes hanging in the back. We put our feet in line with the shoes on the floor so that it seemed as if we fit in with the rest of the clothes. Needless to say, we were masters of disguise, and not even my parents were able to recognize us inside the closet. Bladders filled to the brim, we hid in that dark, dusty room for what seemed like an eternity, until the bedroom door opened, and my stepmother walked into and across the bedroom. A moment later, I heard my friend whisper, "No way, look." Parting the shirts and sweaters just enough to see into the bedroom with one eye, I caught a glimpse. I saw them. My stepmother had just undergone plastic surgery about a month or 2 beforehand, and what I saw changed my life forever. The double Ds. They were glorious. I had never seen anything so magnificent in my entire life. I was experiencing a moment of absolute bliss. Then, that all changed when my father walked in. I can't go into detail due to the nature of suppressed memories. However, what I can say is that I was trapped in that closet for at least another hour and discovered what it truly meant to experience fear, intrigue, and disgust at the same time. I don't remember if I ever made it to the bathroom that afternoon. Throwaway because some of my friends have read it. It was New Year's, and we had a small fam party over at my friend's house. We'll call her Lisa. I had to go to church to pray into the new year as my family did every year, so I didn't get there till just after midnight. The ball had already dropped, and the bottles had already been popped. I walked into Lisa taking a body sheet out of our friend's belly button. Everyone is reasonably sloshed and falling into their norms, like the happy, over-sexualized drunk, the drunk that thinks he's invincible, the one that keeps feeding others drinks, you know the norm. So I'm playing catch up, cause like fuck it, I'm tryna blackout too. The whole night though, Lisa is giving me vibes. Vibes like purposefully looking for me to lean on me or hug on, sitting on my lap, and just generally wanting to be close to me. And it's kinda weird, because we basically grew up next door to each other, and, even when I thought I might have a crush on her, anytime anyone brought it up she shot it down. Me, being drunk and not giving a fuck, took that sheet, and ran with it. Later in the night, I'm sitting on her couch. It's me and my two friends. She comes over and lies down on the couch I'm sitting on and puts her feet on me. She then puts a blanket over us and just chills. She moves her feet around in my dick, knowing full well it's my dick, and then leg locks me. Whenever girls do that I faking lose it, so I decide, in my drunken haze, fuck it all, it's New Year's and I'm sloppy. Let me give some toppy. I really get off on others getting off, so I started fingering her. Mind you, my boys are in the room still. She keeps quiet and starts gyrating under the sheets and the leg lock gets tighter fuck. So I go full savage. While my two friends are there I say, I'm feeling kinda sleepy. I'ma take a nap. I then just lay my head down under the blanket and go to town. I ate that sheet up. She was twitching and sheet under the covers, but not making a sound like the faking champ she is. After a little bit I sat up, figuring there is no way my friends don't know, and if they're still there, that's on them. I sit up and not only are they there, they moved closer, which was sus, but legit no one from this event has ever talked about it, let alone acknowledged it in general. My other friends don't know, and no one's ever mentioned it. I'm guessing I shouldn't have seen that, but it's chilling. Still saw she never reciprocated. TLDR, got drunk with some friends, saw my best friend's bussy, and ate that sheet like forbidden fruit. But we still cool, so 10/10ths would do again. A few New Years ago, the clock struck 12, and we started making our wishes with grapes in our champagne. And another superstition in Hispanic culture, I'm Mexican, is to go outside with a luggage and run down the end of the block and back. This is supposed to evoke a travel-filled year. So on our way back to my house, we heard something on the side of the house. It's a suburban neighborhood with the houses maybe 10 yards apart, and it was pitch black between the houses. So we heard something, and are looking in that direction, questioning with each other, and wondering what that sound was. A young Latino guy comes out from the side of our house with a girl hanging off of him, limp, seemingly very drunk. So we were like, what's wrong? And they said she got super drunk, and was throwing up. We believed it. Then another guy comes out from the side of the house fixing his pants. We figured maybe they were trying to get in people's yards or houses, so we told the dudes to leave, and they kinda shuffled off with her down the street toward the school that was at one end. We were very confused, but didn't piece it all together until a few moments later the same girl comes down the street from the other end of the block crying. We asked her what was wrong and what happened. Through her crying she finally said that she was wrapped. I immediately took my shirt off and gave it to her. Her shirt was stretched down and she was slightly exposed. Myself and my mom held her and walked her down the street in front of our house. The cops were called and we filed a report. We all agreed to be witnesses of it, but they never contacted me. I'm not sure if they ever contacted my parents, but I never heard about it and we never talked about it again. A new ramen noodle place opened downtown about a year ago and quickly became a hotspot. Nice decor, absolutely delicious food, reasonable prices, etc. So I would go there about twice a month, and brought friends and even my mom, to check out the trendy new restaurant in town. Well, the last time I went, I took a gay friend of mine along with my girlfriend and I. He is very fashionable, and has good taste, so I was looking forward to showing him the restaurant. It's a pretty small place, and it gets packed, especially during happy hour, so it was nearly at capacity when we arrived. We got drinks, and kinda stood around awkwardly until a table opened up. The way the place is set up, there's seating all around the area, where the chefs prepare the food, like a sushi bar, but in an almost complete circle. Basically, the chefs have plenty of eyes on them constantly, especially considering that a lot of what they make is tossed in pan/steaming and basically makes for pretty good entertainment while you're waiting for your food. So, we have drinks and appetizers and we're waiting for our entrees to arrive, and I notice this older couple who are obviously well off. She's got a big gaudy Louis Vuitton purse. He's got a big gold watch. Both are wearing expensive looking clothing. Way older and richer than the typical clientele, but what really made them stand out was the man's behavior. The entire staff are laid back hipster types, most of them obviously stoned, but doing their jobs well despite being slammed. Most of the patrons are pretty chill about waiting for a table, but this old man has decided to camp out right next to where the servers drop off the tickets to the chefs and keeps interrupting the chef at that station every couple of minutes, demanding to know why he hasn't been seated yet. First of all, it's pretty obviously packed in there, and the place is so small you can literally see every table and all of them are filled. Secondly, that's a question for a server or manager. The chef is not the guy to bother about a table. Third, this chef is going a million miles an hour trying to do his job. I've been in the service industry before and it really made me angry the way this old man was harassing the chef, so I was watching to see how it would play out. Maybe I could say a few words to the manager on the chef's behalf if the old guy complained. Well, the old couple finally gets seated at the table next to ours and the man is still loudly complaining, just really killing the vibe for everyone around us, but eventually quiets down after a few dirty looks from other guests. I figure it's over and resume eating and drinking. Look up just in time to see the chef who had been getting harassed spit the biggest, nastiest, thick, green logie into a bowl of ramen. I was shocked, completely in disbelief, mouth hanging open, chopsticks full of food halfway to my mouth, face frozen, staring at the chef. That old man was an asshole, but dude, come on. No one deserves that. And the balls on this guy to pull it off in front of probably 20 people seated all around his work area and no one but me saw. The chef made eye contact with me briefly and kept his game face on, completely played it off, but he had to have known I saw. I won't lie, I didn't say anything about it when I probably should. The old man ate that entire bowl of ramen. I haven't been back to that place since, nor have I gone from completely sympathetic of someone's plight to seeing them as a total scumbag as quickly as I did that day. Fuck that chef. TLDR, saw a chef spit in the ramen soup of a customer who had treated him badly. Customer ate the tainted food. I was out for a few beers with some colleagues some years back. A female colleague, we'll call her Sarah, had a friend with her who didn't work with us. Let's call her Karen. Right from my introduction to Karen, I couldn't help but think I recognized her. She was incredibly hot, and I didn't want to creep her out by staring as I tried to place her. Then it clicked. She was a Reddit regular who posted on pretty much any sub where she could show off her heavenly body. I actually got quite flustered talking to her once I'd realized. I'm thinking, I'm smiling politely whilst you talk about this band you saw, but in my head I'm remembering how I've seen you use yourself like a glove puppet. I mentioned it to a friend in work a few days later. He really had the hots for Karen, so this was like all his Christmases coming at once. I asked him not to mention to anyone else and thought he'd keep his word. Not only did he tell most of the guys in our social circle, he also told Sarah. Now Sarah apparently knew all about this and said Karen made a sizable amount of money offering Skype time, private videos and her worn panties for sale. In fact, she made so much that she didn't have to join the rat race and lived off her Reddit related earnings. Of course, Sarah told Karen that all the guys had seen most everything she had posted. Karen was very embarrassed by this and ceased all Reddit activity. Turns out Karen was extremely popular on her frequented subs and quite a few of her regulars had commented under her pictures and videos asking why she hasn't posted for so long. I refuse to divulge get username, but suffice to say, I'd have a lot of angry redditors baying for my blood if they found out who it was. Last I heard, she was unhappily working in a shitty 9 to 5. I'd be lying if I said I didn't feel a bit bad. I was the tetchy nerdy kid in high school, so people would often approach me to help them with computer or phone related issues. One of my classmates wasn't able to boot up his phone, so before bringing it in he gave it to me. He told me his PIN number just in case I managed to get the phone to boot. I took the phone home and was troubleshooting it a little bit. I opened it up, played around and found a connection that was knocked loose somehow, so I reattached it and voila, the phone started to boot. I put in his PIN and got the phone in working order. I was about to power it off and stick it in my backpack for the next day, but I had this strange urge to snoop on his phone. I knew it was wrong, but something compelled me to just take a quick gander before I put it away. The phone itself was completely empty minus the photo roll, which was absolutely jammed. There was no contacts, no messages, no apps, nothing. Just a bunch of picture albums. I probably should have put it away at this point, but I kept snooping. The folders were each named a letter and then a name, like an initial and surname following it. Inside each folder were lewd pictures of girls, whether it was nude pictures, candid ones like upskirts, locker rooms, etc. At first I thought the guy just used this phone for porn storage, but the more I looked the more I realized that all of these pictures were taken with the phone itself. Then I started to see girls from our school that I could recognize. Girls that would never talk to him in a lifetime. I quickly felt sick and realized that he was unknowingly taking these lewd pictures of these girls for his own perverted needs. I made a snap decision and I completely wiped the phone. Every single picture on that device was cleared, and I made sure that it was completely empty before putting his PIN number back onto the device. I brought it back to him the next day and told him that I managed to get it working, handed it to him, and the first thing he did was check his camera roll. He had a look in his eye, like he knew that I deleted it, but he feigned thankfulness and left quickly before I could ask him any questions. It was such a gross and surreal feeling once I figured out just what he was using that phone for, and I stopped talking to that person shortly after, because that was a seriously messed up thing to be doing. Ever since then, I've stopped doing repairs on people's devices. Not that I would snoop through one again, but because knowing that there might be some filthy things on there is enough incentive to keep me away. Coming in late, but here's mine. I was in 5th grade, and every day we were supposed to read for about 20 minutes. I had finished my book and my teacher told me to grab one of the ones on the class shelf. She had well over 200 books on the shelf from gathering them over the years. She had been there for about 15 to 20 years. Well, I decided I wanted to read something interesting, so I grabbed a book on Native American mythology and sat down to read. Interesting choice for a 5th grader, I know. But nothing could go wrong. Right? Wrong. There were some pretty inappropriate stories in there about how vaginas were made, used to be mouths with teeth, but the teeth were knocked out by some heroes lol, and before the sun existed people lived in the dark, and would pee and pop on each other, since they couldn't see. And a bunch of other stuff. I knew she had no idea about the book, and what was in it, since a lot of people would just donate the books. I also knew that I shouldn't have been reading that book, but I didn't want to somehow get in trouble by letting her know, so I just read the entire book. Mayo. Some pretty interesting stuff actually, but yeah, definitely shouldn't have seen that stuff as a 5th grader in class. Just prior to college graduation I was attending accepted students days at a few area law schools trying to decide where I wanted to attend. Accepted students days are exactly what they sound like. The school shows you around campus, the surrounding area, and just tells you about their school and why you should choose to go there. So I'm at a local law school, 4th tier, which is the worst and has a poor reputation in the area and nationwide. 4thers. They are showing a large group, maybe 70 of us, around. For one of the first events they have you go into a large classroom and they sample a law school class and do an introduction. It was here that we were told that most of us had received a document we weren't supposed to in our introduction packets, and that the ethics required to make it as an attorney were the same. That would compel us to throw that document away immediately in their provided trash cans, held by university staff in the aisles, immediately. Of course, basically everyone immediately looked into our packets and found a spreadsheet with everyone in attendance's GPA, LSAT scores, and some other related info for each person. My friend and I looked at it for 2 to 3 minutes, then got up, walked to the aisle throwing away the sheet, and immediately left and drove home. TLDR, Went to tour a grad school I was accepted to, was mistakenly handed a document that included the academic information of everyone that was also there, left and went somewhere very far away. I saw my LDR boyfriend tagged in another woman's Valentine's Day post on Facebook a couple years ago. Apparently if you are friends with someone, anything that has their name tagged can be visible to you, even if you aren't friends with the person who tagged it. I noticed he went suddenly completely silent on Valentine's Day. We were used to almost daily conversations. And I wanted to get in touch with someone I knew was a close friend of his to make sure he was okay, so I went on their FB page. Turns out the reason my boyfriend wasn't talking to me was because he was out on a date with this friend, the woman I mentioned. I ended up scrolling through their wall and saw multiple mentions of my boyfriend, including plans for them to go traveling somewhere on vacation during the summer and other clearly romantic things. She even had him as in a relationship with her. I ended up messaging her explaining that I had been also dating her boyfriend for the past year and a half long distance, and that one of us was clearly being played, or else there is some kind of huge misunderstanding. She was pissed. To this day I'm not sure how nothing incriminating ever showed up on his side of FB, but I assume he fiddled with his privacy settings so that I couldn't see anything that involved her, and he was banking on me never contacting any of his other friends. Oh well. When my daughter, N, was about 7-ish, she had a friend, L, over. They had been playing outside most of the day, but had come in to play in her room. There was typical little kid playing noises. I was in the living room watching TV. I realized that it's been about 20 minutes and the girls are silent. When little kids go silent, they are usually misbehaving. So I go down the hallway, being kind of quiet, but not really sneaking. I open her bedroom door. L was straddling N. They were making out and were both naked from the waist down. They immediately jumped apart. I dropped my eyes, took a deep breath, and told L it was time for her to go home. I then got to make a super fun call to L's mom. Her and I were on the phone for almost an hour. It started with me explaining what happened and turned into, but they are so young, and ended with figuring out new house rules for the kids. They were best friends after all. I then had to have a Sech talk with N. I tried to explain that Sech was something for grown-ups and there were other consequences she just wasn't ready for. I have an open book policy with the minion. I've had to answer a lot of questions since. The girls are still best friends. It's been almost 5 years since this incident now, but they aren't allowed to have the door closed anymore. L's mom and I keep up communication with each other too. These damn kids, and growing up too fast. Grumble grumble grumble. I had a little part-time job cleaning office buildings for this huge medical supplies company. I was in the CS immaculate office dusting and vacuuming. I will admit, I'm very curious and nosy when it comes to being alone no one watching. I know, it's kinda messed up, but it's incredibly difficult to resist that kind of temptation for me and wanting to see what secrets or skeletons these rich CEOs and presidents may be hiding. Normally, there's absolutely nothing of any interest, but that day I happened to accidentally hit the jackpot. Before I go into what I've found, I need to tell you a couple things about myself. 1. I have struggled addiction since I was a teenager too. I never once stole in order to get what I needed. So, needless to say, impulse control is not a trait I possess. So, I'm cleaning this rich guy's office vacuuming, and I'm mindlessly going through the routine, and I see a paper clip in the floor. So I bent down to pick it up, and I turned to look up, so I didn't hit my head on the desk on the way up, and underneath the desk, where the keyboard slides out, there's like a little shelf/cubby that looks like it was deliberately made to hide something in there. I couldn't resist. I reach in and find a little bunched up Ziploc type baggie. I pull it out, and holy fuck, I hit them off the load. In this bag, this motherfucker had 2 pill bottles and a bag of powder. In the unmarked, by the way, bottles, one had Xanax bars, the other had Adderall, and the powder was obviously coke. Now my adrenaline is rushing, and I can hear one of my coworkers spraying Windex or something in the bathroom across the hall. I was going over it in my head. If I take this, what is going to happen? Will our whole cleaning staff get fired? What will he say to us? Hey, you stole my drugs, give them back and then leave. You're faking fired. Or will he just freak out the next day he comes into work looking for it? So, I decided on stuffing it down the front of my pants and faking partying like him. Well, a rich CEO slash a fat load of drugs. Funnily enough, as I was stuffing it down my crotch, my boss, the lady that ran the cleaning crew, she walks in and says, what are you doing? And I was like, oh shit, you weren't supposed to see that. My fellas were really itchy. She giggles and says, oh, well, wash your hands, and when you're done we need to move to the next building. My best friend at the time worked W/me. As soon as I saw him, I was like, dude, I have to show you something. It's big, and you're gonna faking love it. So he's like, oh, what is it? What is it? And I tell him it's a surprise. We rush through the last building. We are sitting in the parking lot. He's all excited about it, and I show him, discreetly, and he, as he was an addict as well, faking freaks and is like, dude, you have to share. The next few weeks, we got faking zooted out of our minds. Our boss said she'd never seen us work that hard or fast. I don't think I slept more than a few hours that whole month. I only stayed at that job another couple months, but from then on out, that particular office was shut and locked so none of us could go in. When my boyfriend and I first started dating, he was staying at my house. He left his Facebook messages to his best friend open on my laptop. So naturally, being the nosy person I looked through them to see if they ever talked about me. They did. 4 months before he ever asked me out, I saw the entire development of his crush on me, starting from there's this really cute girl I work with, and she seems really cool, to holy fuck, this is the coolest girl I've ever met, to she's so out of my league, man. Every time I try and talk to her I feel like I'm gonna throw up. I can't even form sentences when she's around, to someone told me she has a crush on my two. I actually think I have a chance. Then weeks of building up the courage and pep talks from his friend to finally I asked her to hang out, and she said yes. I can't even think straight. I don't want to fuck this up. I had also had a crush on him this whole time and felt the same way. It's all I talked about to my friends for months too, so it just really made me happy to know he felt the same way. I don't think I was supposed to see it, but I'm honestly so happy I did. Also, he didn't fuck up. We will have been together 4 years in June, and I still get butterflies when I think about our first date and how nervous we both were. My dad used to hang out with this big group of guys who all were wealthy and seemed to be going through a midlife crisis. I was about 11 and both my parents and me were invited for a barbecue, which was basically 20 plus adults eating and drinking until 2 AM. Being 11 with real no other friends, I just drifted between hanging out inside watching their massive TV and going outside and checking out the nice view from their house. I noticed one of the married guys was drunk flirting with one of the other dude's wife. She was a bit of a MILF too, lol. As the night progressed, they got closer and closer until they decided to sneak off. I didn't think too much of it until I needed to take a trip to the bathroom. Since I was the only kid there and it was late and everyone was drunk, I thought it would be fun to go further down the hallway and sneak into the master bedroom and use the master bathroom. As I opened the door to the master bedroom, I see the two of them half naked. I hope to God they didn't see me, and I ran and locked myself in the regular bathroom for a good 20 minutes. Now, being a dumb kid, I thought I was just mistaken. Surely he wouldn't be cheating on his wife, another married woman. I convinced myself that I had it wrong and that was his wife. Once we left the barbecue, I asked my dad who the one guy was married to, and sure enough it wasn't that one woman. I just kept it to myself until now. I was 18 years old staying at a friend's house in downtown Denver. We were flying to Cancun the next morning, but we had a bunch of people over as his mother was out for the night. We were drinking and partying until 2 AM, then my friend kicked everyone out because his mom was on her way back. I pass out on the couch in his living room. His mother was a looker with some huge breasts. She was in her room with her boyfriend and they didn't know I was on the couch. She came out for water in her robe and she broke a glass on the kitchen floor, which snapped out of my drunken slumber. She cleaned up the mess and went back to her bedroom. She had a balcony that reached from her room to the living room. Male curiosity got the best of me and I thought, what if she left her shades open? As I crept over to the door, my mind was speeding out of control, imagining what I could possibly be seeing. Will I see them having sex? Will I see her tied up getting spanked? Will I see them sleeping? So, I get the balcony door opened. And I sneak over to her door with not only the shades open, but the window next to the door is opened. And what I see, my friends, is something that has stayed with me for the last 18 years. She was standing in her bathroom vanity with her robe opened, and she brushing her hair and counting every stroke. It was the sexiest thing I've seen up to that point in my life. And nobody believed me. Lol. Ages ago, I was visiting a friend of mine. We were both in 5th grade or around there. We hadn't told anybody because we were going to play Pokemon against each other by linking our Gamma Boys together. Nostalgia. But every parent hated that sort of thing, so it wasn't something you told publicly. Either way, while over there, his mom and dad were faking, and when they were done, his mom went to the bathroom naked. She did not notice me, but we quickly and quietly moved our Gamma Boy link session to the garden. A few years later, I was working my first real job and had my last appointment for the day and was about to drive home for the day. It was the early evening and dusk, and it was getting darker slowly when I pulled into a petrol station in the middle of nowhere to buy cigarettes. I was sitting in my car, looking to get my wallet out of my jacket that was on the rear seat when all of a sudden 2 other cars came and parked next to each other and a couple of meters away from me. One was a SUV and the other was a sports car. A guy got out of the sports car with a briefcase, opened it and put it on the roof of the car to show to a guy who got out of the SUV. I couldn't see what was in it, but they spoke for a few seconds in French, then shook hands and the briefcase disappeared in the other car. The sports car guy got back into his car and drove off. When the SUV driver noticed me, he winked at me, got back in the car, revved the engine and took off across the street and a patch of green between the 2 roads before racing off into the opposite direction. I have no idea what they talked about or what was in the briefcase, but I kind of think it is probably better that way. He went down to Mexico on a surf trip when I was in high school. When we got into town, my buddy and I ran down and bought some weed from some guy in the marketplace. We walked around looking for a place to roll up a joint and ended up in the back of this long empty alley. Just as I sparked it, 2 nice cars with tinted, blacked out windows screeched up, meeting at the end of the alley. One guy came out to have the car on the right in a suit with all this fancy jewelry, big glasses and sheet with a briefcase in his hand. Out of the other car came this dude who looked equally as Mexican drug lord sketch, yelling and clearly pissed the fuck off. He opened the back door of his car and pulled out this blonde woman by her hair, who was also dressed super fancy, and threw her into the back of the other dude's car. They exchanged the briefcase, and literally at the same time both turned and stared directly at my friend and I, who by this time were high as little high schoolers could be. They just stared at us for what felt like ever, but was probably like a minute, talking under their breath. One of the guys started to reach behind his back and under his coat, and thinking he was about to pull out a gun and shoot us, I did the only sensible thing for a kid in my situation to do. So holding up my joint I said, "No problemo." One guy spat on the ground, then they both turned, got in their cars, and peeled out. Didn't think I was supposed to see that transaction. I went to midnight mass with my childhood friend. We must have been about 10. Well, when we got home my friend and I went inside, but his parents stayed out in the car. A few minutes later we went outside to look for them, and sure enough, his dad was banging his mom in the passenger seat. His mom had polio, and I'll never forget those tiny little legs of hers bouncing up and down rhythmically on my friend's dad's arms. I couldn't look away. This was 25 years ago, and I still talk to my friend almost daily, and I'll still tell him, "Remember that time I saw your mom getting faked in the car?" Then he'll tell me he faking hates me and we laugh. Same friend. A few years ago I went down to visit, and my friend asked me to help clean his parents' garage. Well, we're cleaning it out and come across a trash bag that's sealed. We open it up, and it's filled with women's clothes and panties and wigs. I think the most unusual thing was the dildos that still had crusted sheet on them. I wanted to vomit. The bag was in a place that his mom, who was wheelchair bound due to polio, could never have gotten to. My friend confronted his mom with this bag, and we deduced that his dad was either killing hookahs or was into some kinkier shit. Buddy's mom confronted his dad and turns out he liked to meet up for gay sex in motels. When he was away on business they're still married. When I go down and see my buddy's parents I just laugh and laugh. I have two. One is scary, the other is embarrassing. First, I was 16, staying with my sister in a shitty little apartment in Detroit. She was at work, so I took a walk to the corner store to get a soda and some chips. The apartment was on the 5th or 6th floor, and the building had one of those old elevators that shook bad, so I liked the stairs. There were two stairwells on opposite corners of the building, one that was closer to my apartment, and one that was closer to the store, so obviously I came down the one closest, and decided to go up the opposite one. I get to the 3rd floor landing, and there is a group of people, maybe 6, and they are arguing about drugs, and waving guns and knives. Pretty sure it was a deal of some sort. I tried to back up before they saw me, but I was too late. Took a knife under my ribs on the left side. A miracle it didn't hit anything important. I was able to get to the apartment and dial 911 before collapsing, but I didn't really get a good look at any of them. Unfortunately none of them really took a look at me, but I was scared I was gonna get hunted down. The second one is less intense, but more scarring emotionally. Was 12, came downstairs at 1 AM cause I assumed everyone was asleep, and I wanted to steal some ice cream. Dad is on the couch massaging his trouser snake. I slowly backed out of the room and back upstairs. No clue if he saw me at all, and I never want to know. Man, I have a few. I was right out of college and working for a Fortune 50 company. I left my wallet in the office on a Friday and had to go back on Saturday morning with my wife waiting in the car. I run in and the place is pitch black except for a light in her office from my manager. I walk to my desk and I can see in the office and my female boss is getting the business from her boss. I snuck out and was white-faced in shock. I grew up sheltered. Told my wife who blabbed to her friend about it in a karaoke. The two bosses found out and I was invited out to dinner and a week later promoted. About 6 months later promoted out of the office halfway across the country. I never mentioned this ever and my folks thought I just worked hard for the promotion. Another time I worked for another Fortune 50 and saw my boss draining some lines of coke off the toilet seat. Got promoted for that one as well. The final one took place when I was in 8th grade and was taken out to lunch with mom. We head to this food place, and when we get around the corner to be seated, there is an elder from our church making googly eyes and kisses with his secretary, not his wife. His niece was my girlfriend and my mom said sit down, and she walked over and told his laziest to get out of the place and tell his wife or she would. Man, this was cathartic. I was in high school at the time. My girlfriend texted me one evening saying her parents are going out for the evening and that I should sneak over. It was around 9 PM and she lived about 5 blocks away from me. No big deal. I got dressed up and ran my ass over. Once I got there she texted me to sneak in through her parents' window, which was covered behind a huge bush. I jumped through the window covered in leaves and spider webs. I was greeted by my beautiful girlfriend wearing lingerie. We played tic-tac-toe for a while in her parents' room. All of a sudden we hear her parents' car pull in the driveway. Shit. They usually don't get back for another 2 hours, she yelled. I rushed to find my clothes and put them on. Her father was in awful hurry that evening because he went straight to the house without waiting for his wife. Maybe he had to take a sheet, I don't know. Right when he got inside, he went straight to his room. The room we were in playing tic-tac-toe. He was wiggling the doorknob and slamming on the door. Open this damn door. I couldn't leave because his wife was still outside. She was taking her sweetest time getting out of the car. As soon as she got inside, I jumped out the window. After a few minutes of cursing, their parents had a room to themselves. I wanted to get up and run, but all the twigs and dried leaves made a shitload of noise. I made an attempt to go, but I heard her parents. What was that? It was probably just a cat. I figured I'd just wait until they fall asleep. In the midst of waiting, I overheard some private conversation. Apparently Gus, girlfriend's father, caught his wife doing drugs at the club with a stranger. He was fucking pissed. After an hour of arguing, they started to play tic-tac-toe. I couldn't stand seeing her parents after that. I was always a very nosy kid, usually going through drawers and cabinets in the hopes of finding secretive stuff that my parents had hidden. Through the years I had discovered stuff like condoms, guns, and a Windows CD, circa 1998 or so, Guide to Sex, and stuff like that. Fascinating for reasons I didn't yet understand. In my early teens, after my parents were divorced, my mother had few male friends throughout the years, but never a sex life to my knowledge. One day I decided, explore my mom's room, to find a nude fine art photography book of men, with an ordinary CD on top of it. After curiously going through the book I decided to open the CD on our home PC, and was shocked to find explicitly nude photos of my mother's best friend at the time, who was a really cool guy, at our weekend retreat house. He was, at this moment, revealed to me as being obviously gay, which was surprising, because I had no idea. They were taken with my mother's DSLR, so I assumed it was she who took them. In my moment of disbelief and euphoria, I stupidly decided to show my younger brother, who, while also shocked, wanted to confront my mother. This proved to be a moment of huge embarrassment for her, and in the following weeks, we stopped hanging out, let alone hearing from the guy. Through not on account of him but my mother, as while he called every now and then to check up on us, my mother would usually tell us to say she wasn't home, and stuff like that. Many years later I now feel extremely guilty for having contributed in crushing that friendship. He was more a father than my biological one would ever be during those important years. Not me but my mum. She had just finished up at the gym. It was quite late, but she walked down the mall to the supermarket to grab some groceries. While she was there she noticed a shady dude hanging around the bins and hit CTRL to enter stealth mode. She watched him from around a corner, so see what he was up to. She watched him take a package wrapped in brown paper out from his coat and gently place it in the bin, kind of to one side, so it wouldn't immediately be seen from someone walking by, and wouldn't get too much bean juice on it. Mum was intrigued, but she continued on her way to the supermarket. On her way back past the bin she peeked in, and noticed that the package was still there, so, checking that no one was watching, she took the package from the bin, and hid it in her gym bag. When she got to her car she opened the package, and found that it contained 425 DVDs of Gay Born. She immediately called everyone she knew to tell them her great story, so I got a random call from my jiggly, almost hysterical mum at 9 PM, to tell me she found Gay Born in the bin. Those DVDs floated around the house for the next year or so before they disappeared. I think mum got tired of my sister and I putting them in weird places, the pantry, fridge, various drawers etc., and reunited them with the bin. I worked in radio 5 years, but I did overhear my boss in the next booth over talking shit about me. That is why I quit. Another announcer was really horrible with his attitude and my boss went in to talk with him. Announcer was recording a show and was interrupted. I saw them talking for a while and then guess maybe he didn't bother to turn off the microphone, and I was correct. I pulled them up on the aux channel and overheard my boss reassuring this bozo I would never get ahead, that my career was going to go nowhere. I waited until the first day of ratings and quit with very little notice as a big fuck you to the company. Rhymes with Sprawl Co. Stupid facts. Story #2 I don't know how or why, but I worked in industries regulated by CRTC, the Canadian version of the FCC, for nearly 10 years. While at the phone company later in life I discovered fraud and tried to report it. My manager asked me to cover it up, and I caught the whole thing on tape. Having been in radio I never stop recording, especially business meetings and such. When I tried to turn her in I was suspended without pay for 2 weeks. This is why I hate unions. They might have originated to help workers, but now they are just part of the bureaucracy and help the company, not the workers. I filed for employment insurance and got full benefits because I could not contact my supervisor despite us working in a call center open MF8A, 8 p.m. Saturdays 9/5. 3 years later 3 managers were convicted of fraud and served 18-month prison sentences, but I have been blacklisted by the government ever since and been on social assistance for 5 years. I fucking hate Saskatchewan. When I was in high school, year 8 in the UK so 12/13, the girls used to wear skirts CCT point because it was summer. One of the girls must have forgotten that she didn't have tights on or something and climbed over the table to get something. She climbed with her, but full view of this teacher. Everyone was busy doing work but me and my mate were messing about and happened to both look at the teacher at the same time, to which he was wide-eyed licking his lips. This all happened in 1/2 seconds. Me and my mate looked at each other and both just knew what he had seen and what we had just seen. None else in the class had a clue. Later I actually mentioned it to the head teacher, cause he was a pretty friendly guy and my parents knew him outside of school. I told him, and he basically said he couldn't accuse a teacher without evidence. A year after I left in year 11th, he got sent to prison for having underage images on his school computer. Edit. Slightly relevant bonus story. One of the maths teachers shouted sexy instead of one of the girls' 15-year-old name in a full class during registration. A bunch of the girls used to sit in his room at dinner time, and she was one of them. We all definitely were not supposed to hear that. Yeah, my school was weird. 2 stories. About 15 years ago I was walking my dog through a local pine forest. One part had been logged, so I had pretty good visibility and saw 2 cars driving into the area. I immediately figured something was off as the area was behind locked gates and both cars were high-end rides. One was a luxury sedan and the other a muscle car. Not the kind of thing the local rangers drive. I got behind a bit of cover and watched as the 2 cars turned up a really rough trail about 100 meters away. The drivers got out, walked in the forest, returned about a minute later, and then drove off in different directions. I'm guessing drug deal. 2. A few years later, walking the dog again, this time around the base of a local hill. The hills within the city have a drainage ditch around the base with a berm next to it. I was walking along the top of the berm, and going around a bend I saw a guy standing in the drainage ditch about 50 yards away, facing away from me with his pants down. I figured he was taking a piss. I've been caught short and done the same, but I find a lot more bushes to get behind. And as he hadn't heard me, I called my dog back just to make some noise and give him a chance to finish off. He immediately panics, pulls up his pants and runs away. We were just near a small car park, and I watch him run back to his car and speed off. Kinda odd I think. When I got to about where he was standing, I saw that he was in a perfect location to spy on some 12 to 13-year-old girls who crossed through the area leaving school. I figure he was jerking off while spying on underage girls. Called the cops, gave a statement, including car make/color, and walked them through the area. I don't know if anything happened, but there was a lot more police patrols in the locality for a few weeks. When I was 9 or 10 one day my dad had his weird locker open because he was moving his office to the 2nd floor which was never open. I found that out and run towards that to see what was in there. I found a lot of Born way too many CDs, books, magazines, even some lube and a goddamn dill. I was going to check the box what it had, and my dad found my watching his stuff. He was so embarrassed, really red, and kicked me out of the room. I had internet since it came to our country, and I was very curious, so I knew all about those stuff till this moment. I don't wanna know how or with who he used that dill. To another moment, when I was 16, school was over, we were on the bus stop, and for some reason 2 of my friends were fighting to pay my passage to my home, which was at 6 or 7 blocks away. My family didn't give me anything to get home, so I usually walked. While they were on that, I notice a white car just like my dad's 2 blocks away from us, and I wonder it's his car. That young woman isn't my mom, I'm quite sure of that, but couldn't recognize my dad. I saw them kiss goodbye on the mouth. The young woman looked like 25. I saw some when she got out of the car and looks like she was going to her house. Then the car started moving and passed right by me and was indeed my dad. I ran towards the CSR to get a ride to my home and ask who the girl was, but he didn't stop. My friends asked me what happened, and I told them I think I saw my dad. When I got home he was there happy talking to my C's like nothing happened, and a while later my dad was telling me to not do something, and I told him, if he don't let me do whatever I want I will tell my mom what I saw. He said what? I told him what I saw, and he said tell her, and I reply I will. Do it okay, mom. I saw my dad with another lady and told her the history she just told me. Really? Of course he walked in and denied it, but well my mom did believe me, but wasn't his first time cheating, so a few months later, while talking with him she came clear and told me what I saw indeed was a affair, and he was trying to finish that, because it was wrong of course didn't believe him, but well that's my history. I have two. So I'm from Naska country, and my mom's friend was married to a guy who works at one of the shops. That couple also had 3 boys, all around my age. So mom's friend tells her yeah, we went to see Talladega Nights at the premiere at the track with my husband and the boys. So my mom says, well if she brought her 8, 6, and 3-year-old, it'll be fine if she takes 7-year-old me to see the movie. Come to find out, husband and the boys meant husband and his friends / coworkers. Then again, I loved the movie, didn't get the jokes I wasn't supposed to get at that age, and still love the movie to this day. Thing number 2 is a little darker. I was looking through the lockbox for some documents for a passport or something, and I came across a contract between my parents. I was probably about 14 at the time. I don't remember seeing a date on it, but I distinctly remember phrases like dad, we'll go to meetings may, or may not have said AA but that's what it was, and mom, we'll talk to Al-Anon support group for people close to recovering alcoholics. I put that up really quickly, and said nothing for a long time. I knew that his father was a mean alcoholic, but I'd had no idea that he'd ever struggled with alcohol. What's more, my dad has always been one to have a beer or a glass on wine at dinner, so for a while I didn't know if I believed it. About a year or 2 later, I brought it up with my mom, and she told her side of the story, but didn't want to try and speak for my dad. I never talked to him about it, he was just too ashamed and embarrassed from what I gather. While I understand his desire to keep that quiet, in a way I'm glad I know it now. Sure, knowing that my grandfather had been a nasty alcoholic has always made me be more careful with alcohol. Knowing that my dad struggled with it as well makes it so much more real. Watched a murder victim die when I was 7ish, at home and inside one summer evening, which was unusual. Typically, if my parents and I were awake, we were outside doing something. Fishing on the lake, gardening, hosting the neighbors of our tight-knit, dead-end street to a bonfire. Before they divorced, life was bliss. The only thing that kept us inside was tornado weather. Tornadoes were no bullshit where I grew up. Batten down the hatches, get in the basement, kinda weather. We knew the drill. We were packing up our usual snacks and entertainment to head down when the phone rang. Neighbor at the end of the street was calling to make sure we weren't the idiots who had their boat out on the lake. While he was sure there was a boat on the water, it was too dark and turbulent to make out whose boat it was. My parents joined him in calling the rest of the neighborhood. Despite the lake being private, everyone who had access was accounted for. The situation in the boat was dangerous, and all the dads were gathering at the end of the road to determine what to do. My mom wasn't leaving me at home alone in tornado weather, and sure as shit, wasn't leaving the guys to figure it out alone. I should probably note that 911 hadn't come to our town yet. This was a while ago, and we lived in the middle of nowhere. Anyway, we're all standing lakeside, some guys have giant spotlights, and are trying to lead the boat in / make out if there's a person in distress. Everyone is shouting to bring it in, do they need help, the fuck are they thinking, etc. The shouts are weirdly ignored. The wind is picking up and everything is black. The water, the sky. They determine 2 people are in the boat. They are standing precariously over the choppy water, and then, one goes overboard. I'll never forget the speed with which one neighbor stripped his shirt off, and was out in the water. It was crazy how quickly he got from the shore to the middle of our lake and back. My dad and the other guys scrambled right after him. Together they dragged the guy to shore. They started CPR. A couple wives had run into the nearest house to call the cops, I suppose. My mom was trying to shuffle me back to where I couldn't see, but it was useless. In the pitch black there was only a spotlight and a wet body beneath it. So the guy drowned. The rest of the story was what I pieced together over the years from hushed conversations I wasn't supposed to hear. The 2 guys weren't from the area and had no idea how to navigate the weather. Neither were they experienced swimmers. The guy who did not go overboard was the employee of the man who died. He had invited his boss to go fishing with the intention of killing him and dumping him in our lake. When the weather turned quickly and we started congregating, the murderer panicked. The guy struggled. I don't know if the drowned man was injured before being tossed over. If he hadn't panicked, this could have gone well for him. No one on shore was sure they were struggling. The planets aligned to make it look like an accident. Inexperienced fishermen caught in a storm and one drowned. But instead of bringing the boat to shore to play concerned for his boss, the guy tried to run by boat in tornado weather to the other side of the lake. The cops took forever to arrive. Again, middle of nowhere, number 911. But they still beat the guy to the other side by driving all the way around and cutting him off. He admitted his plan. I don't even know if the cops asked him before he gave himself up. By all accounts he was pretty shaken. So, yeah, I guess we weren't supposed to see that. I often wonder if I'm really well adjusted or a monster, that this seems to have had little to no effect on my life or well-being. Even as a kid, I think I had maybe one restless night afterwards where I was concerned about being murdered. But otherwise, I wasn't nearly as bothered as when my dog ran off and got hit by a car a little later in the summer. Didn't sleep for a week over that. Shrug. I work as an aide at a little privately owned preschool with 3 to 5 year olds, and it's very common that they need help in the bathroom. The protocol is to knock, walk into the bathroom, the child ones don't lock, and ask if they need help, but kids aren't gonna be like, oh my heavens, I'm nude. They're more like, wipe my ass so I can go play with blocks. So it's usually a pretty simple and comfortable transaction. Aside from the fear of walking in to find kids just standing there absolutely naked looking at a wall / spinning or jumping whilst pissing on every surface of everything ever. I have seen both of these on multiple occasions. There is only one adult toilet in the school, and there are about 25 staff members. So sometimes we ask for a cover in between classes, and we use a child-sized bathrooms, while someone holds the door so as not to scar a child for life. These toilets and sinks are their size, so aside from being a pain in the ass to bleach every day, they're also impossible for an adult to sit on. It's like if you were full of pee you'd flood the thing. So, I was on bathrooms one day, and because I was going from room to room without context, I ended up accidentally walking in on my boss, way down there, having a very chill conversation on the phone with staples, legs crossed at the ankle, on this literal foot tall toilet. At first I just thought, that's not the right sized person for this situation. And then I had to try very hard to catch myself before saying, do you need my help out of habit? Apparently her spotter left her post to stop 2 kids from wrestling. She has since cracked down on the use of little potties, but kept her cool at an alarming rate. To be fair, I think the resting craziness tolerance rate of a preschool teacher is very high, or it would destroy them. I was actually the person who was not supposed to be seen. So while I was in college I was screwing around with this girl who lived in the dorms. We were both in the mood to fuck, but her roommate was home and not the type to take a walk around the block for an hour so that we could do our thing, and my apartment was a 30-minute drive, so I didn't feel like driving there, doing our thing, and taking her back so she could make it to class in the morning. After becoming increasingly sexually frustrated we decided to take our chances in one of the common areas of the dorm building. Each floor had a room with some kitchen appliances, a couch and a TV. It was like 3 in the morning and dead silent, so we thought we could make it quick before anyone knew. She threw a blanket down on the couch while I grabbed her pants and panties and jerked them down her legs. She sat on the couch since I insisted on eating her out because I'm a gentleman. She's playing with her tigs and has her legs over my shoulders while I'm doing my thing. She's breathing heavily and writhing when our little session was interrupted by the sound of the door handle turning and the door swung open. There was this dude who stood there with eyes like a slow lorry's in a state of shock as I peeked over the girl's thighs. I did not feel 1 ounce of shame, nor did I give a fuck. I was munching on some tasty box, but the girl was mortified and the mood was shattered. The guy closed the door without a word like a total bro and quietly left. We packed our sheet and left hoping that Rab wasn't notified. TLDR tried to have sex in a public area in a college dorm. Dude who probably just wanted to heat up some Pop-Tarts walked in. Mood ruined. Mission aborted. Late to the party, but whatever, this is too good not to share. I was doing a project for my network security class, and we had to go around campus and find security problems. So my group sneaks into an empty office and we start looking through things, opening desk drawers, checking if computers were logged on, etc. Note, we had permission to do this from our instructor, along with a note to show people what the hell was going on if we got caught. Anyway, we are almost done when I decide to check under a keyboard. I found a sticky note with someone's credit card info on it. Card number, expiration date, CCV, everything I needed on that one note. My group mates and I were shell shocked. I absolutely could have gone on a spending spree that day, but I didn't. I took a picture of it for the presentation and edited the info out of the pic immediately when I got to my computer, then put it in the presentation. The few hours before I got home, though, were the most paranoid hours of my life. I turned off every method my phone could use to communicate to the outside world, even taking the battery out of it, until I needed to use the picture. I could have destroyed someone's life if I wanted to. Seriously, people, do not use shortcuts like this. Bad things can and will happen. TLDR, found someone's credit card info, did not go on a spending spree. Me and a friend of mine were about 13, and his parents were having a small backyard party with their neighbors. We were just hanging out, shooting each other with their soft guns, as 13-year-old boys do, and we decide to be spies and sneak into their fenced-in backyard. No real goal here other than get in the backyard undetected. It had just turned dark outside and so we changed into black clothes. We hopped the fence, real quiet like, and hid on the ground behind some enormous bamboo trees. We realized everyone was inside and his dad actually went back home a few minutes prior. We were figuring out what to do next when his neighbor comes outside, walks over to the trees, and starts pissing right in front of us. We were lucky to not get it all over us. He went back inside and so we snuck up to the closest window to see what they were up to, and we were not prepared for what was going on in that room. We saw his neighbor's boyfriend and girlfriend, mid-30s, faking on the bed, and his mom had pulled up a chair and was watching them. We quickly realized what was going on and gave each other a what the fuck face, but being 13 we found it difficult to stop watching. After like 10 or 15 minutes we took off and ran back to his place and just went to bed. We've brought it up every now and again. It hasn't changed anything to any degree between me and him or his family, and I guess he kept it to himself. Although since then he has mentioned that his parents have swapped with the neighbors a few times. Looks like I'm a bit late, but I actually would like to get this off my chest. We were engaged for about 6 months. She had broken it off a couple weeks before, and I was devastated. It was a real good relationship that I had thought was going to last forever. We were renting a place together and were about halfway through the lease when she changed her mind about marriage. We decided to try to make living together work out until the lease was up so that our rental histories didn't face issues. It was the night before Thanksgiving last year, and I was making a pie for my family's dinner the next day. She and I were on good terms and had even had sex since the breakup. I thought there was a chance to get us back. Her phone was on the coffee table and she was taking a nap on the couch. Curse my curiosity, but my fingerprint was still in her phone and I looked. I faking looked. She had been texting her friends about how living with me was becoming awkward as fuck and about her plans to move out. All fine, though a bit hurtful. But then I see some guy's name that she'd never mentioned. I figured no big deal. She has her own friends as I'm briefly scrolling through their conversation. Then bam. A picture of the condom brand we used. Caught me totally off guard, you know. Turns out she had faked him literally 1 week after she dumped me. Had no intention of letting me know that she had moved on. Was just gonna let me live in the delusion that we still had a shot. If I hadn't looked, I don't know how long this world lasted. I get that her sexuality is her own, and she can be with whomever she wants. But hiding it like that demonstrates that she treated it like cheating. And that is what hurt. Now I live with my siblings, 3 blocks away from when I was happy. I still see her sometimes, walking to the college that I work at. She's often holding that other guy's hand. I feel so unloved. Don't get me wrong, I do really hope she is happier now. She is a good person. She just hurt me very badly in pursuit of her happiness. I'm not happy without her, but she wasn't happy with me. God, it's hard to move on. A few years ago, at a friend's party, my best friend got wasted. His girlfriend was with him, and he was supposed to drop her back home by midnight. She still lived with her mom. He didn't plan on drinking that night, but after 10 minutes of peer pressure he chugged 5 beers and 2 shots of tequila. Needless to say, he passed out in one of my friend's room. The time was about 10 PM and his girlfriend decided to go lay down with him. Before she went, she asked me if I could wake her up and drop her to her house sometime before midnight. Since I did not drink, I agreed and went back to the living room where everyone was. As it got closer to midnight, I went to wake her up. Now, the room was dark and the only light was coming from the lamp in the hallway as I opened the door. I haven't said it, but she is a very attractive woman, like a 9. Everywhere we go she gets catcalled. She was wearing a white tight short skirt and heels. My friend was on his back snoring in his deep sleep, and she was next to him sleeping as well. Her right leg crossed both of his legs, which allowed for a pretty wide spread of her legs. As I opened the door wider, more light came in, and I was able to see everything. She was wearing a white string thong. Her lips were faintly divided by that string. I saw the perfect pink color of her private parts as well as some nice trimmed hair. I gotta admit, I crouched a bit to take a better look at that beauty with fear that someone might be behind me looking as I creep into that room. I know that I wasn't supposed to see that, and it's my best friend's woman, but it managed for an intense fap session afterwards. My dad once asked me and my sisters to purchase his ranch from him. We love our dad, but we were hesitant. My oldest sister and I looked up the list of his properties to see the value of the land and how much he owed on it, etc. We recognized all but one, which is about 30 minutes away from where he and my mom live. It has been a few years since I found this out. I've confronted him about some psycho skank that contacted me to tell on my dad about their sexual exploits. Sick tea, what? That's neither here nor there, I guess. But what I'm trying to get at is that I'm usually one to call you out if need be, and I simply couldn't work up the courage to confront my dad about this. What if it's a whole other family? What if he faked up, got her pregnant, and felt obligated to set her up for life without her knowledge, and that's why he's always broke? That and scotch. See, I wouldn't have been able to joke at all on this topic before. Now that time has passed, it's less infuriating and sometimes implausible to me. Plus, I'm not a little girl anymore. I know my mom can be very reserved and sorry mammy, but prudish as well. For God's sake. Once when he was a few dozen scotches in, he confessed my mom wouldn't let him consummate the marriage until a few months after because she was scared. And that's just one of many unfortunate facts I know about them. So although I don't condone it, I understand it. If it is true, he neglects the shit out of them. He's a real family man, and I find that hard to keep up with. So I convince myself it can't be. We never told our middle sister, because she would definitely do and say things she'll regret, and can she hold on to a grudge? So we agreed to never bring it up. I'm still not sure if that was the best decision. It's definitely out of character for me, but something tells me not to poke at this. I fear what I'd be capable of. This happened to me about a week ago. So I was heading to the grocery store on Sunday afternoon to buy whatever, who cares. On the way I pass a golf course. As I'm passing I see 3 girls and a dude all having fun just playing golf. But one of the girls was shaking her ass all sexy and twerking in some super tiny shorts. I catch this as I'm driving by, and I'm just like, whoa, she's hot. So I get to the store and literally just take like 4 minutes, in, out, goodbye. As I'm driving back I remember those chicks at the golf course. So as I'm passing by, with no cars behind me, I don't drive too fast to get another look, and holy smokes, what do I see? These girls are all lined up shaking their butts, while the guy seems to be filming it with his phone. Maybe it was a GoPro, I don't know, it was tiny. So I quickly pull to the curb at an empty space and just take in the sights. Mind you, these ladies were facing away from me with their backs to the street. Also the guy behind them. As I put the car in brake they start playing leapfrog. The first girl, super sexy, nice little black dress, gets on all fours and lifts her dress all the faking way up. like up to her fucking shoulders. And what do ya know? No panties. Best fucking sight ever. Beautiful butt. So the girls start to jump over her. The second, then the third. So the first girl is at the end, face down as up position, wiggling away. No panties, and me with a full view and the best timing of my life got to see it all. Suddenly they get up and just kinda prance around all happy and horny like cheerleaders. Then the one with the little black dress turns around as I'm driving away and makes eye contact with me. She totally knew I'd seen it all. Hahaha, so I just nod, like oh yeah, winked and drove off. Yeah, she knew. I guessing they were born stars filming a scene before they got to the actual banging. Lucky faking guy though. But yeah, that's my story. Finally got to tell it. I'm a noob worker at the ticketing system at my uni. One quiet Saturday a casual email came into the queue that was addressed to someone specific whom I didn't know. The message was short but urgent. The sender seemed to be addressing a colleague for peer review on an attached file. I opened it to find charts, data, diagrams, descriptions, and schematics of some sort of neural network based computer algorithm, the title of which was too complicated for me to remember. There was a human head with a zoomed in cross section of the brain depicting a neural network, a flowchart of code, and a few benchmarks and 3D graphs of mathematical equations. I figured it was just some doctorate's or grad student's research material and sent it to the wrong person. So I gave the material a quick read out of curiosity, and once I found that it was far too advanced for me to comprehend, I scrubbed the ticket. About a half an hour later, things got more interesting. Another ticket came in from an employee of the Department of Computer Science and said, earlier you received an email containing a file named blah blah point PDF. Tell me who the sender was, and I won't file a report on this incident. Starting to get nervous, I went to my supervisor to ask what was going on. He was already on the phone with who I assumed was the sender of the latter ticket, getting barraged with heated shouting. He pressed the phone to his chest. Did you scrub that ticket? I nodded. Good. Forget this ever happened. I wish I had saved that file. It's been killing me to know what the importance of it was. Maybe I just hyped it up to more than it really was, but for such heated internal conflict to occur within the university, I have a feeling I glazed my eyes over something valuable. I saw my manager and a manager from another store banging in our conference room. He gave me more hours and a raise to keep me quiet. Full story, I got a job working for a friend of mine. Nothing fancy or high paying, just got to make sales. You get hourly and make a little commission. Most of my day is spent trying to bring back customers. Unbeknownst to me, my friend was stealing and got caught, so he quit before they could fire him, and I was transferred to another location so they could keep a closer eye on me. My new boss was Charles. His favorite thing in life is this shitty job. My friend's replacement was Gwen, face of an angel, voice of a dying cat. Charles was married with at least 2 kids and Gwen had a boyfriend or fiancé. I don't actually remember. Anyway, I was making good numbers until the slow season hit. Hours were basically cut in half, and I worked like 3 days a week. Most of my day was just figuring out ways to fill my time, mainly walking all around the store trying to look as busy as possible. I was coming back from a meal break one day and decided to take the long way just to kill time before I left. As I was leaving the break room, when I heard what I could only describe as an overly exaggerated moan. When I went to investigate, I saw them going at it, like they were trying to repopulate the planet. I quickly ran back to my station and waited for my shift to end. I had forgot that Charles had a shift after mine. About 15 minutes later, Charles strolls on by and takes me for one of his famous off-the-floor talks. I thought he was gonna fire me right there. I didn't have a contract. I didn't know anybody else in the company that would have my back. At this point I was only working for the company about 4 months. In my mind I was disposable. He asked me if I was happy working there. I replied that this was the best job I'd ever had. It wasn't. Next thing I know, I got bumped up to full time with better hourly pay. I left the company not long after that. I was in 6th grade and I was about 13 years old. This was my first time going over to my good friend's house. He was going to help me with my homework, seeing as he was better in that subject than me. I don't remember what subject that was at all, but it doesn't really matter. Being the 12 and 13-year-olds we were, they had a hustler they had stolen from their parents. I refer to them as they because my friend's older brother, by 2 years, was with us. We looked through it and stole some old 70s open that had been translated from VHS to DVD. Fast forward to that night, we popped that sucker into theirs box original and watched the shit out of it. The older brother sat on the floor, while my friend and I on the 2 and bottom bunk of their shared bedroom. I remember not understand doogie everything about the male body, but I knew the older brother was doing something weird, which I knew to be masturbating. Luckily for my young mind, he was blocked by the strategically hung blanket from the top bunk. After all that was over, they played some Fable, and as we got ready to go to bed, we put on the movie Stardust. By that time, I was out. My friend was still up when I conveniently awoke at the end of the movie. He then said, and I remember this very fucking well, "Weston, you're the guest. Go pick out a new movie." Their movie shelves, which were 2 bookcases filled with movies, were right next to their parents' bedroom door. I went out to them and was groggily perusing the hundreds of movies. That exact moment is when my young mind first became tainted. A slow clap, 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 clap came from the bedroom of their parents. I could hear a faint moan, and that second I realized what was going on. I disappointedly walked back to my friend's bedroom, said I didn't bring back a movie, crawled into the top bunk, and promptly fell asleep. So, this is from when I was about 15 or 16. I'm 21 now, so this was back in 2011 or so. Quick rundown. Dad passed away in 2010, was a shit time for several months, to the point that I had some periods of time on and off where I did not feel safe being in my room alone. I don't know why, or how to explain why I felt that way, was probably just mental fuckery, probably due to how unexpected and sudden the death was. Now, I had my own bedroom in the house my family lived in at the time. My parents shared a room, and my brothers shared a room. My little brother, however, always, and I mean always, slept in the living room. Not long after this, he stopped sleeping in the living room. One night though, that feeling of sleeping alone in the room I had spent every night crying, it got too much for me, I guess. So I said, "Hey, I want to sleep on the couch." My younger brother was so pissed, and I couldn't understand why. It was just for a night, and my mom defended my right to sleep out in the living room. So detail, we had 2 couches, and the way they had been set up at the time in our house was so that they were facing each other. I had slept on the red couch, and my little brother slept on his white couch. So I go to sleep, and randomly that night, I start to half wake up. You know, you're still asleep, but you're kind of aware of hearing things around you. So I hear something weird, and I go, okay, what is that, in the middle of the night as I'm sleeping out in the living room? I'm not kidding, my eyes opened for less than a second, because the image was faking. Hell no. It was my little brother jacking off on the couch. I don't know what he was looking at, or what or anything. I just pretended to still be asleep. I think he had noticed me possibly do that, and I just decided to turn around, to face the back of the couch, and try to drift back off, to sleep despite the disturbing sounds. So yeah, I was obviously not supposed to see that, and apparently, he has also had another close call with verbal sex talk with his crazy ex back when he was going out with her, and I had been napping or sleeping on the couch in the living room. That, he admitted and told me about the close call sex talking his ex, and I don't think he knows about that night. He probably does know. That I know though, because I don't have any qualms telling him the weird shit he used to do that made me or anyone uncomfortable years after the fact. My mom dated a man for about 2 years. He was cool. My grandma secretly resented him for stealing her expensive nuts that he would hide in his pocket and munch on throughout the day, but she knew. And that was pretty much like the worst thing this guy ever did. We'll call him John Smith. In a hoe, they broke up. About 2 years later I walk in on my mom on her computer and I don't know, being nosy as fuck, just casually read what was on the monitor, faking information on how to send magazines to convict XXX. I'm like, oh fuck me mom, you're not like pen paling faking prisoners, right? Mind you, she's like Nicole Kidman. faking old but remarkably flawless. I was in shock and totally ready for an intervention style attack. She's not good at lying and just sort of shrugged and laughed. I'm like, Matt, quit faking around or I'll take you on Dr. Phil. Explain yourself. She sat me down, kinda how she did when she told me her and my father were divorcing. I was like, shit, what the fuck is coming? She explained that her ex, who we knew as John, wasn't actually John at all. I'm like, fuck mom, you've got to be kidding me. He's a faking murderer. Actually it was a lot less exciting. We live in Miami, and in the 80s during the Reagan times, he got busted with a shitload of drugs. They sentenced him to life in prison without parole. The judge seemed very sympathetic and actually let him out on bail before the sentencing, to get his life in order. He took that as a ticket out to there. For 40 years he'd been chilling, no probs at all, until that is, he went to renew his fraudulent passport, to visit his old friend who has a business swimming with dolphins. Something he'd done successfully for 40 years. Until of course they brought him into a room and basically that was the end of that. Faker got nabbed and obviously went to jail first and foremost for the identity fraud and whatnot. They are trying to fight his life sentence. It happened thankfully long after they broke up, but she felt so bad that she'd sent him all sorts of care packages. The guy was cool as fuck. Amazing with my son, went to every one of his soccer games, may have stolen my grandma's expensive nuts, but totally decent guy. All because of the stupid passport. #BIGGESTFAMILYSECRET, which I of course told my grandma on the down low. This seemed to somehow please her on a dark level. Vengeance perhaps. When I was 16, I was in Tacoma, Washington for an antique show. My mom was selling artwork there. My boyfriend was a little older and we decided to go get lunch because we had been at the show for a few days setting up and were sick of food from the snack bar. As we were looking for somewhere to eat, we came to a stoplight. A guy about 25 pulls up next to our truck on a newer motorcycle and I looked over at him and smiled. He flipped up his visor on his helmet, smiled and winked at me. He flipped his visor down and started through the intersection when the light turned green. As he was driving, a truck sped up and pulled out in front of him and cut him off. He couldn't stop in time and he slid underneath the truck. His helmet flew off. When we stopped to assist in any way we could, we saw that he had been decapitated and his head was still in his helmet while his body was underneath the truck. It took many years for me to stop thinking about those beautiful blue eyes and gorgeous smile. I felt awful that I was the last girl he ever made a human connection with before he died. I don't know what happened to the driver in the speeding truck because we lived a good 5 hours away at the time and I was so traumatized that I went home that day. I think of him anytime I see anyone on a motorcycle and I hope his death has saved someone I love from getting on a bike after hearing my story. Let me start by saying my portion of this story is 100% true. When I was around 11 or 12, I stumbled upon a family secret. It was dusk. My family, aunts, cousins, and grandma were gathered at my grandmother's house. This was a fairly common thing, as we all lived fairly close. I overhear my mom and my aunt discussing going to town in grandma's car. It was a Pontiac Sunbird, gold, looked like a small station wagon. John, being the little turt that he was, formulated a plan. I knew grandma kept an immaculately clean car, except for one old blanket way in the back. She kept it for the grandkids when they rode back there. I snuck out the door, climbed into the back seat, went over the seat and hid under the blanket. The plan was to pop out and scare mom and my aunt. Things didn't go quite as I expected. They both got in the car talking. Mom was driving because my aunt didn't drive for a long time. I think she was nervous about driving. As we're going down the road, I hear them talking. Let's stop here for a moment. I was always told that I was the oldest child. I was always told I was the first grandson. The first grandson as is not the first grandchild, but the first grandson. So they were talking about my sister, my older sister. My mind was blown. Remember, I'm hearing this from under a blanket in the back of the car. I popped up out of the back seat and started yelling, "What do you mean I have another sister?" My mom flipped her wig and almost left the road. She was yelling and cussing, and she pretty much threatened to end my existence if I dared breathe a word to anyone. My aunt was very quiet, which was not unusual when mom got worked up. I don't remember where we went. In fact, I don't much about the rest of the day. I just remember being stunned. Now anyone who knew my mama knew she could tell some whoppers, and that's putting it nicely. Had this story been one of those whoppers, she would have embellished it through the years, but through the rest of her life she was closed-lipped about it. Asking her questions only made her mad, so I didn't ask. I told you this story for a reason. First, I'm sorry for any hurt I may cause sharing this story, but I feel it's necessary to find out the truth, whatever that may be. Second, I know someone knows the truth. The whole truth is this girl is my sister. I feel I have the right to know the truth. I'd like to find her. I'd like to know her, as long as she is willing. I'd like to ask my family to share what they might know. I'm not looking to be told to drop it or leave it alone. I'm not looking to get chewed out or fussed at. I'd like information. Someone knows. I use this post to call out my family and get answers only my mom's best friend answered, and she confirmed everything. I made a username specifically so I could share this story. About a year ago, I had this horrific, manipulative, pathological liar of an assistant. Within 7 months of working here she got engaged to one of the shop workers. The problem was that she was carrying on a secretive cat and mouse type relationship with the it guy. Sending nudes to him on her phone, emailing back and forth on her work email with him all day long. Eventually, her poor performance, compulsive lying and constant time off caught up to her, and she saw the writing on the wall, so she bailed a week into her 2-week notice. We shared an office for the whole duration of her time here, so I got to experience a lot of her bad behavior firsthand. Well, when she left, they needed to have her emails forwarded to my email account. The it guy she was stringing along happened to be out that day, so his assistant had to do the behind the scenes, so I could access her emails. Unfortunately for my shitty assistant and idiotic it guy, I got access to all her emails, even the ones she deleted thinking no one would find them. I spent a whole day reading all of them and uncovered a conspiracy to get my fired and all of her listy emails to multiple guys. Okay, the company. It was eye-opening and ended my friendship with the it guy, which was for the better anyway. He is a snake. Jokes on her though. After she left they told me what a wonderful job I'm doing and gave me a 12% pay increase. I grew up in an extremely segregated society and attended a high school that was not only a beacon of multiculturalism, but also a glimpse into the bright future of our country. A very good buddy of mine was Muslim, quiet, unassuming and sharp as a tack. Our biology teacher in year 10th was a white, freckled redhead in her early 30s with a body tightly honed by yoga and a healthy lifestyle. He confided to me and another close friend one day, as matter of factly as he could, that he was boning her. Of course we didn't believe him, and I actually felt a little angry that he would insinuate that about her, since I openly had a crush on her. He told us when their next tryst had been scheduled for later that week, and challenged us to follow him to find out for ourselves. The teachers' offices were dotted and dashed around the school campus, but the one she shared with her good friend, our gay science teacher, was nestled right at the back of the school, near the science labs. At the appointed time after the school day had ended, and we were holed up in the library trying to get an early start on homework, he bid us a fond farewell and headed down to her office. Mutual friend and I stood just outside the library, which was on the first floor, and watched him enter the door of her office and shut it behind himself, since the vantage gave us clear line of sight across the quad. It wasn't uncommon for students to have one-on-one sessions with teachers in their offices to catch up after school, and we brushed this off as such an occasion. To inject some adventure into the situation, after a minute or two of staring and pondering, mutual friend and I decided to sneak down, get a stool from one of the science labs, and put it up to the door so we could catch a glimpse through the fanlight window above it. I suppose it's technically not something I saw that I wasn't supposed to, since I was stood up on the stool but cowering down, but it was the absolute, unmistakable muffled sounds of a woman fighting against her will to stifle agonizing guttural moans that she could hardly contain. My heart simultaneously stood still and thumped profusely. My brain couldn't process what was happening because all blood had flooded downstairs, and I shot out the most confusing bonner in my school uniform. I finally believed him, but also couldn't at the same time, and I felt pride that I knew someone my age that had crossed over to manhood, but also felt a sense of dread that he was being taken advantage of by a lonely, depraved woman. It carried on for a few years on and off after that. He finger banged her at our matric farewell out behind the venue, and after school he fully embraced the Muslim lifestyle and settled down to an arranged marriage and 4 kids. But what a day to be alive that was.